Chapter 1569. Because of Zichen's appearance, those great forces that were supposed to go straight ahead began to follow Zichen back. As for those forces that were not invited, they were still slowly going deeper. For a time, their points began to rise. However, the rankings of the top few forces did not change. After refining the two types of energy, Zichen could vaguely sense the other lightning energy distributed in this small world through the pure lightning energy. As the restrictions on the crystal increased, Zichen sensed the true function of the lightning energy. It was to stop the entire formation from operating and prevent these forces from going deeper. While refining these two types of energy, Zichen sensed the spirituality of these two types of energy. He deduced that the masters of the foreign race's energy and lightning energy were still alive. One was stopping the other, while the other was fighting. It was clear that this formation had been set up for the outsiders, and for some reason, it had tricked wave after wave of cultivators into coming here to die. Then, it would use the formation to condense pure energy. This was a shocking move. Since the other party dared to absorb so much energy, its strength was naturally incomparably strong. Therefore, he stopped Shuntian's group from going forward at the first moment, and turned back to the outside world. He destroyed all the restrictions and completely extinguished the foreign race's thoughts. Then, he went deeper and had a final battle with the existence that might still be recuperating. Zichen found the top 10 forces. Every one of them was a powerhouse. After that, they encountered a group of strange beasts. Among them, there were more 6th level than 5th level beasts. There were a lot of them. Manshur, Wuxie, Dark Mantle, the few of you go and search within 500 miles of this area. Kill strange beasts and find a crystal jade slip. Feeling the lightning energy not far from here, Zichen immediately ordered. The few of them nodded and turned to leave. Such a large group of strange beasts was the largest group they had seen so far. For a moment, everyone's eyes became fervent, and the fighting spirit in their eyes soared. There was no need for orders. Next, they charged and killed. Almost all the top forces in the Shuntian prefecture had gathered here. As soon as the battle began, it was a one-sided situation. Strange beasts screamed and died one after another. Hundreds of strange beasts against dozens of humans. This battle only lasted for dozens of breaths before it ended. After cleaning up the battlefield, the next thing to do was to wait for them to return. What do we have here? Since they had nothing to do, they sat together and chatted. Following the way of the heavens, they sat down beside Zichen. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a 7th-tier big guy. Zichen leaned against a broken ancient tree. Can't you handle a 7th-layer one? There are so many mutated beasts here, and they're all counting points. Shuntian was very puzzled. One had to know that the total number of points from killing the exotic beasts this time was more than 100,000. Even if they were evenly distributed, each faction would get more than 10,000 points. Most importantly, these exotic beasts could still be dealt with by Zichen's group of 5. It was just that it would take a little longer. This was not the trouble that Zichen had mentioned earlier. This was clearly an opportunity. If his guess was correct, Zichen should have encountered something like this before. In other words, he had also killed a 7th-level exotic beast. Zichen shook his head and said, "There's strength in numbers, so we'll be able to move faster. It'll be troublesome if those forces enter the depths because of me." What's in the depths? I'm not sure. Maybe there's a powerful alien healing there. Shuntian's expression changed. In the real world, every surviving alien was extremely powerful. Even if they were seriously injured, they could not be underestimated. Can't you sense where the seal is? We have more people. Maybe we can break it by force. Zichen shook his head and said, "This seal is extremely clever. Not to mention breaking it by force, even if the twins were here, they might not be able to break it." The twins' attainments and formations could be considered very strong. Because of the competition this time, those who came were all powerhouses who could fight one-on-one. There was not a single formation master. Helpless, everyone could only wait. The battle ended in a few dozen breaths, but the following wait took 2 hours. They returned slowly. Fortunately, they had finally obtained the crystal jade piece. Zichen took the jade piece and rushed forward. A ripple of light flashed, and Zichen disappeared from everyone's sight. Boom! Suddenly, there was an energy shock in front of them. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out. Those destroyed ancient trees that had not dissipated were turned into dust and disappeared in the next moment. Everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was destroyed. Zichen's figure reappeared. In front of him was a strange beast the size of a small mountain. The strange beast was surging with a powerful aura. The strange beast was of the 7th tier. Behind the strange beast was a huge lake full of sparkling fragments of power. Zichen had long expected such a scene, and he had also brought enough people. Although they were all in the 5th heaven, their battle strength was all top-notch existences. It seemed that among the group, Lu Ming, who had the highest realm, was the weakest. Oh my, the 7th tier! Shantian pretended to exaggerate as he looked at the strange beast surging with a powerful aura. In a one-on-one fight, even Zichen would turn and run. But now, it seemed that the strange beast that was running away was the 7th tier. Kill! Zichen shouted and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, a long spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear had a dragon's soul. He attacked the strange beast as one with the spear. Swoosh! Swoosh! Shantian and Destiny Teller followed closely behind. The two of them turned into 2 rays of light, one on the left and one on the right. Swoosh! 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 Then, more cultivators turned into rays of light and rushed forward. All kinds of attacks appeared in midair, shining with different colors. It was gorgeous and spectacular. Looking at the dense and powerful attacks, the 7th tier strange beast sensed danger. A hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Pfft! Zichen's attack arrived first, breaking through the strange beast's defense. Pfft! Pfft! Shantian and Destiny Teller arrived in an instant, leaving 2 bloody holes on the strange beast's body. Pfft! Pfft! Then, other people's attacks arrived. In an instant, dozens of bloody holes appeared on the strange beast's body. Inside the bloody holes, a terrifying power raged, destroying the strange beast's vitality. The mountain-like body of the 7th-level exotic beast fell straight to the ground. It was dozens of powerful cultivators. In just one attack, they had killed a powerful 7th-level mutated beast. 2 balls of power appeared again, heading towards Zichen. This time, Zichen had experience. A long saber appeared in his hand. The saber turned into dozens of rays of light, directly dispersing the spirituality in the balls of power. Then, he opened his domain world and took away the power. After taking away the 2 kinds of power, Zichen stood in the distance, pointed at the power fragments in front of him, and said, "These things won't be distributed. Everyone refine them according to their own abilities." Except for Lu Ming, the others immediately flashed forward. These power fragments were very useful to them. If they were a little more reserved, there wouldn't be even a little bit left. After dozens of people entered the lake to refine the power fragments, one could see with the naked eye that the power fragments were decreasing. Zichen also took this opportunity to refine the 2 kinds of power. After the group finished refining the power fragments, Zichen led them to the next place. There were also many strange beasts guarding that place. Thus, another great battle broke out. Just like the previous battle, everything began to repeat. The 10 forces that left with Zichen not only did not fall behind, but also increased at the fastest speed. The only thing worth mentioning was that only 2 people from Golden Leaf City came. Although their combat strength was not weak, they could not compare to the killing speed of the 5 people. As a result, Golden Leaf City's ranking was pushed down to the 5th place. When the cultivators of Golden Leaf City saw this, they cursed Yi Ming. Being the target of everyone's anger, Yi Ming did not stay idle. Killing the strange beasts one by one was too slow, so he turned his attention to the other forces. Zichen took away almost all the top powerhouses. Although the remaining ones were not weak, if they encountered them, Yi Ming and the other 2 still had an absolute chance of winning in a 3-against-5 situation. However, how many points could they get by expelling a force? They could only get 1/10 of the other party's points, which was not as fast as killing the strange beasts. For a moment, curses rose again. This time, Yi Ming had really lost the hearts of the people. The Jin family was even more ashamed of Yi Ming's behavior. In private, the Jin family was also extremely proud because they had rejected Yi Ming's marriage proposal back then. In this small world, there were many places with 7th-level strange beasts. Fortunately, Zichen brought a lot of people and was fast. They could sweep through a place almost every day. Everyone could refine a power fragment the size of a lake every day, and their strength was also increasing at the fastest speed. Almost every day, there would be a cultivator breaking through. On the second day, Zichen broke through again and stepped into the mid-stage of 5th level. On the 5th day, Shuntian Dao stepped into the late stage of 5th level. Destiny Teller and the others also broke through to the late stage of 5th level one after another. In the depths, the two existences would feel a dissipating power every day. For some reason, the foreign tribesmen who were originally proud suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Zichen led the group and killed nearly 40 7th-level strange beasts. The total number of points they obtained was close to 10 million. The first place was Shuntian City, which had worked hard during this period. Shuntian Dao had finally caught up. After that was the ranking of the cities. However, Golden Leaf City's ranking fell to 11th place. The 10th place was Zichen's Hu Pingqing, while the 12th place was Lu Guangqing, Lu Ming, who had been following Zichen and the others but had never refined a single power fragment. While Zichen and the others were working hard, Yi Ming was not idle either. During this period, he successfully expelled nearly 20 forces. His realm had also increased during the expulsion and reached the late stage of 5th-level domain. As for Zichen's team, all of them, including Zichen, had broken through to the 6th-stage domain within these 2 months. This speed of breakthrough had also broken their previous record. After getting rid of all the forces that they could sense, Zichen led the group and went straight into the depths. Chapter 1570. To be able to break through a major level in just 2 months, everyone relied on the massive amount of power fragments in the restriction after breaking through. Zichen, who had the perfect world, was able to break through so quickly. He relied on the 2 types of power that were constantly fighting each other. That was the life force energy condensed by 2 powerhouses. It was very rich and powerful. Everyone broke through one after another. Coincidentally, Zichen had also cleared all the power that he could sense. In the outside world, everyone was envious when they saw the people who were leveling up like a rocket. In fact, the others who came to this small world had only broken through a major level from the beginning to the end. It was still acceptable. However, Zichen had broken through 2 major levels, directly going from level 4 to level 6. After breaking through, under Zichen's lead, the large group of dozens of people began to go deeper. As they went deeper, they would encounter some cultivators from other forces. Seeing such a large group, these cultivators were undoubtedly shocked and retreated far away. Along the way, they would continue to kill mutated beasts. As they went deeper, the group met Yi Ming and the other 2 again. At this moment, the 3 of them were fighting against a force with 3 against 5. Speaking of which, as the number of mutated beasts in this small world decreased, the number of internal battles broke out increased. "Stop him!" Zichen glanced at Yi Ming in the distance, and said coldly. Manshur stepped forward. A powerful aura surged around his body as he blocked Yi Ming and the other 2. As the energy shook, Manshur did not take a step back. "Manshur, it's you!" Seeing Manshur, Yi Ming's face was immediately filled with anger. However, after sensing Manshur's level, his expression could not help but change. "You've broken through to level 6. After stopping the 3 of them, Manshur ignored Yi Ming's shock. He pointed at his nose and scolded. "Yi Ming, can't you F*King accumulate some virtue? Look at the situation now, and you're still F*King killing each other. You!" Being pointed at his nose and scolded like this, Yi Ming's face immediately turned cold. "Get lost!" With a loud shout, a powerful aura surged around Manshur. He lifted his leg and kicked at Yi Ming. There was a difference of a major level between them. Coupled with the close distance, how could Yi Ming dodge? He was sent flying with a single kick. The faces of the other two Yi clan members who were also at the 5th level changed drastically. Following the sound of footsteps behind them, Zichen and the others walked over. Looking at the group of people who appeared behind them, the two men didn't dare to move. Manshur, how dare you guys attack me? I'm telling you that you're done for, and so is Huping City, Yi Ming said at the top of his lungs. Being sent flying with a kick in front of so many people was a huge loss of face for him. He crawled up from the ground and stared coldly at Zichen. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Through his spiritual senses, he discovered that these people were all at the 6th level. One had to know that when they left, their cultivation levels were only at the 5th level, but after only 2 months, all of them had actually stepped into the 6th level. Yi Ming, who was initially proud of breaking through a small level, was completely dumbstruck at the moment. What did you guys do? How did your cultivation level increase? The shocked Yi Ming could not help but ask. Zichen glanced at Yi Ming and looked ahead. There were 4 people left in the team of 5, but one of them had already been sent away. Zichen, save us! Yi Ming is out of his mind. He's been attacking organizations like ours recently. I heard that he's already chased away more than 20 organizations. There was an acquaintance among the 4 of them. He had followed Zichen to the territorial realm back then. The latter could not help but beg when he saw Zichen. Chased away more than 20 organizations. Zichen frowned when he heard that. They had not been idle during this period. They had been rushing for time and dared not slack off at all during this period. It seemed like Yi Ming had not been idle either. He had chased away more than 20 organizations within the past 2 months. That scumbag, Manshur said while clenching his teeth. The rules don't allow a fight to the death. We only chased them away and didn't kill them, a Yi clan cultivator said righteously. Zichen smiled faintly when he heard that and said, Indeed, that's the rule. Manshur, send the 3 of them away. There's no need for that. I can do it myself. Zichen, don't you dare touch me. Yi Ming, who was waving his hand, snapped back to his senses. He frowned and glared coldly at Zichen. The other two's expressions changed as well. Manshur charged forward as a powerful energy surged. He had no problem fighting 3 people on a high cultivation level. As for Yi Ming's spiritual telekinesis attack, it was easily neutralized by Dong Qing, who was on a high cultivation level. Yi Ming's furious roar still echoed in heaven and earth, but the 3 of them had already disappeared. The other 4 immediately went up to thank him. There aren't any more points around here. You guys should go deeper. There should be a lot of rewards when you get deeper, Zichen suggested. The other party nodded, indicating that they were about to go deeper. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Yi Ming. Yi Ming was patient. They had been fighting for a few days. Chasing Yi Ming away was just a small interlude. Zichen and the others continued to go deeper. As they went deeper, they would also encounter some mutated beasts. After killing these beasts, they no longer obtained crystals that could be pieced together. Obviously, the restrictions here had been completely removed by Zichen. In the depths, the group encountered a large number of mutated beasts. They were all at the 5th or 6th heaven. Mutated beasts of this level posed no threat to them at all. The group moved forward in a straight line. Everywhere they passed, the ground was littered with beast corpses. The other forces had also gone deeper. They began to attack these mutated beasts from other directions. Roar! A deafening roar rang out. A huge creature appeared at the end of their line of sight. It was a 7th heaven mutated beast. After this mutated beast appeared, it charged toward the nearby cultivators. These cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they turned around and fled. Some of them were too slow and decisively teleported away by force. Without needing Zichen's instructions, Obedient Wei rushed in the direction of the 7th heaven mutated beast. As a 6th heaven cultivator, it was no problem for him to deal with a 7th heaven mutated beast. At the same time, in another direction, another roar rang out. This time, another seventh heaven mutated beast appeared. Destiny Teller smiled faintly and moved forward in a flash. As a sixth heaven cultivator, they could already fight a seventh heaven mutated beast above their level. A few of them went to deal with the other seventh heaven mutated beasts that appeared. Zichen led the group in a straight line, wanting to reach the end of this place. Roar! A light flashed. A seventh heaven mutated beast appeared in front of Zichen. It seemed to have fallen from the sky. Its appearance was very sudden and without warning. Moreover, as soon as it appeared, it waved a huge claw and slammed it towards Zichen's head. The void shook. This attack contained great power. Zichen glanced at the seventh heaven mutated beast. Lightning surged around his body. Facing this attack, he did not dodge. He stood in place. Behind him, the void instantly broke open. A lightning fist like a meteor appeared and directly hit the beast between its eyebrows. Boom! With a loud tremor, the beast's eyebrows were directly penetrated. Its huge body collapsed. Its powerful attack dissipated before it could reach Zichen. Zichen, who was about to flash away, was slightly stunned. He looked at the dead beast's body again. Using 2 fingers as a sword, he slashed forward. A sword aura broke open the beast's eyebrows, and a diamond-shaped crystal fell out. This was a larger diamond-shaped crystal. After Zichen picked it up, he found some patterns inside. He looked very surprised. Then, Shantian Dao, Destiny Teller, and the others came one after another. They also had the same crystal in their hands. Could it be that 5 pieces were combined into one again? Just as they were guessing, more cultivators came back. Each of them had a diamond-shaped fragment in their hands. There were more than 5 fragments in total. During this time, some 7th heaven mutated beasts appeared. After these mutated beasts were killed, there would be a diamond-shaped fragment in their bodies. Forget it. Let's kill our way into the depths first. Zichen put away the diamond-shaped fragment and motioned for everyone to follow. He rushed forward in a straight line again. In the process of rushing forward, there were splashes of light falling from the sky. Every time a beam of light fell, it would turn into a 7th heaven mutated beast. There were many 7th heaven mutated beasts here. Fortunately, Zichen and the others had all broken through. Almost everyone was able to fight a 7th heaven mutated beast. Although they did not dare to say that they could kill it with a single blow, there was no problem at all. The 7th heaven mutated beasts fell one after another. Zichen and the others kept rushing forward, while the others behind them fought the 6th heaven mutated beasts. Finally, they reached the depths. This place was like the end of the world. It was a large open area, and there was nothing else here. The 7th heaven mutated beasts did not appear here. Count the numbers and bring all the diamond-shaped crystals. Zichen looked at the open space in front of him. If he guessed correctly, there was one last restriction left in this small world. And it was obvious that this was the place where the mutated beasts secluded themselves. All the diamond-shaped crystals were collected quickly. There were a total of 81 pieces. Piece them together. Each crystal had a different pattern in it. This was very similar to the 5 pieces that were pieced together. However, this time, they had to piece all 81 pieces together. The order in which they were pieced together had to correspond to the pattern in it. Dong Qing and Shangguan Hong walked out. The 2 of them began to use their spiritual senses to investigate each pattern in it. Then, they pieced it together using these patterns. The patterns in the crystals were a little complicated. The 2 of them spent a lot of effort, and finally pieced the crystals together. The pieced-together crystal formed a huge circle. All the patterns in this circle lit up, releasing a strong light as it slowly floated toward the sky. The entire small world was illuminated by the pieced-together crystal. Everyone raised their heads and followed the movement of the crystal. The crystal slowly rose and floated in the sky. The next moment, an even more dazzling light erupted from the crystal. Then, there was an explosion between heaven and earth. The crystal exploded in the sky like fireworks. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions with the exploded crystal as the center. A real world appeared as the ripples spread. Chapter 1571. After the crystal rose to the sky, it exploded, and the dense array of restrictions from before was broken. Two balls of light appeared before everyone's eyes. One of them was a human with 6 wings, while the other was a majestic little beast with lightning flashing around it. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, they were both free at this moment. However, there was no excitement on the outsider's face at all. After all, the restrictive spell had been set up specifically to help him recover from his injuries. Now that the restrictive spell had been broken, it meant that all of the healing spell formations had been destroyed. There was no way for him to recover. As for the sacred lightning beast, it was not too excited because the restriction was broken. It had spent a lot of effort to enter the restriction to stop the alien. However, compared to the furious alien race, its eyes were rekindled with hope. Then, it turned its head almost at the same time as the alien and looked at the beings who had broken the restriction. At a glance, it was obvious that they were all humans. There were dozens of them. These dozens of people, including Zichen, were sizing up the 2 balls of light. "Ants, how dare you ruin my plan!" The alien's eyes were filled with anger. These humans were only at the 6th domain realm and were like ants in his eyes. However, it would not be easy for him to get rid of these ants since he was severely injured. The sacred lightning beast's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Zichen, who was leading the group. It sensed an aura of the same origin from this human. It was the aura of the power of lightning. However, very soon, a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. This was because it also sensed the aura of a foreign race from this human. This was the first time they saw a living alien, so their expressions changed immediately. In the outside world, the people who saw this scene through the light screen were in an uproar. The mansion master and the elegant man looked at the alien quietly without any expression on their faces. Mo Ling, who was standing on the high platform, had a cold look in his eyes. In the small world, the battle behind them was gradually coming to an end. More cultivators rushed over. Zichen shifted his gaze from the sacred lightning beast to the alien. He waved his hand and shouted, "Spread out and surround him. Don't let him escape." A cruel smile appeared on the dark screen's face. His figure flashed, and he rushed to a certain place. At the same time, Heaven's Will, and other powerful existences also rushed to other places. The gaze of the foreign being landed on Zichen as a killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Human, who did you say ran away?" Zichen looked at the alien and sneered. "Of course it's you. Humph, if I don't trample you ants to death today, I won't leave." Only a venerable could be called a true body. Zichen was a little surprised. If he was at his peak, even the Shuntian prefecture lord would avoid such an existence. But now, he was still heavily injured, so Zichen was not afraid. A strong aura suddenly surged from the weakened outsider's body. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to lower his cultivation to maintain his strongest fighting strength. A strong light burst out, and visible energy ripples spread out in all directions. These energy ripples carried a destructive aura as they swept towards Zichen and the other humans. The aura of destruction swept across the area, and the vibrations spread out. Then beams of teleportation light began to flash. Soon, another powerful ripple appeared and destroyed the previous one. Less than half of the original team of more than 50 people were left. In the sky, the heavily injured alien was releasing a powerful aura, which was equivalent to an 8th stage domain. Beside him, the sacred thunder beast shrunk to 3 meters in size and stared coldly at the alien. It also chose to lower its cultivation, but only had the strength of a 7th stage domain left. The moment the alien's cultivation level dropped, more than 30 people died. These people were either killed or forced to teleport away. Only 21 people were left. This was because the sacred thunder beast had protected them at the critical moment. Otherwise, more people would have disappeared. The alien, who had become an 8th stage domain, was no longer weak. A powerful and terrifying aura surged around him. His cold eyes swept past Zichen and the others, and then swept to the back. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Swoosh! Swoosh! The alien seemed to be frightened by the scene just now. He only glanced at the cultivators in the distance, and the cultivators in the distance crushed their teleportation tokens and left one after another. "Ha ha, you are indeed a bunch of ants!" The alien's disdainful laughter echoed in the sky and the entire Shuntian prefecture. His voice was ear-piercing. "Kill!" Just as the laughter echoed, a loud roar rang out, and the whole world shook. Against the alien, there would be humans who would raise their weapons. The one who soared into the sky was Zichen. He held a long saber in his hand, and as soon as he reached the sky, he unsheathed his saber. The sky shook, and 6 fused saber lights appeared one after another. Above the saber lights, there was a type of law, and 2 rays of light. The law was destruction, and the rays of light were yin and yang. This was Zichen's most powerful attack. When the alien saw Zichen's attack coming, he raised his hand and shot out a ray of light. The 6 saber lights were shattered one after another. "Heavenly Tao, descend!" In another direction, the voice of Shuntian Tao sounded. With a pious expression, he summoned the Heavenly Tao Law from the void. When the Heavenly Tao Law descended, it seemed to transform into a giant dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed the alien. On the other side of the sky, a glowing book of destiny appeared. Its thick pages opened, and a ray of light fell from it. It was a ray of light that represented the fate of death. Boom! Energy vibrated, and the rest of the people attacked the alien. For a moment, all kinds of attacks flashed in the sky, releasing colorful rays of light. These attacks couldn't do anything to the alien, no matter how many of them there were. However, there was a thunder sacred beast beside the alien. When this beast was at its peak, the alien with the title of supremacy was not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Therefore, even if it was only at the 7th level, it could still pose a threat to the alien. Therefore, 90% of the alien's attention was focused on the thunder sacred beast. The remaining 10% would pay more attention to the more special attacks, and then destroy them at any time. For example, the attacks of Shuntian Tao, Hidden Mist, and other special existences would be scattered. As for the other people's attacks, sometimes he would choose to take them head-on. These attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. After missing his attack, Zichen's body flashed, and he turned into a ray of light and attacked the alien. The alien flapped his 6 wings and dodged some of the attacks. 6 wings also appeared on Zichen's back, and he instantly attacked. Decapitation. The sharp blade light slashed at the alien's head from behind. At this moment, the alien was facing the powerful attack of the Thunder Sacred Beast and couldn't be distracted. Zichen grasped the timing perfectly. Pfft. He dodged this attack again, but it only left a shallow wound on his back. At the same time, Zichen's body was brushed by an attack, and he flew backward. Zichen landed on the ground and retreated more than 10 steps. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but there was a cold smile on his face. If every attack could cause such injuries, the alien would be exhausted to death sooner or later. This was because his attacks had the power to break the rules, and it was very difficult to get rid of it in a short time. Bang! Another cultivator was hit by a beam of energy, but the latter's defense was not as strong as Zichen's. When his body flew backward, he was already at the critical point of death. The teleportation token automatically activated, wrapping around the other cultivator and disappearing. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the sky, the teleportation light shone again, and another cultivator left due to serious injuries. However, this was also good, at least they wouldn't die. Again. With a shout, Zichen stomped on the ground with 1 foot, and his body instantly soared into the air, like a stream of light, and rushed toward the alien. Die! The alien who got rid of the Thunder Sacred Beast turned around and attacked Zichen. Zichen immediately propped up a perfect domain world and began a full-scale defense. Pft, pft. The attacks of the Way of the Heavens and the Fortune Teller came from the left and right, hitting the alien. After that, the two immediately retreated. At this moment, The thunder sacred beast that was shaken off followed again. The two sides didn't communicate, but their cooperation was flawless. One cultivator after another was teleported away with serious injuries, and before they left, they also left some injuries on the alien. Bang! Dong Qing's body flashed and disappeared from this world. Then Manshur, who had turned into a giant, was sent flying by a punch and didn't return. Bang! Wu Xie's body exploded, and he was seriously injured in one blow, but he forced his body to fuse and attack the alien's forehead. Pfft! The alien dodged, but he was still hit in the neck, and the wound was deep. Wu Xie's body disappeared in the next moment. Then, more and more people left. This battle seemed to have no corpses, but it was extremely tragic. If it weren't for the teleportation token on everyone's body, those seriously injured cultivators would have died one by one. Facing a powerful 8th-stage domain, even Wu Xie, who had an undying body, could only be seriously injured. The alien was too strong, and he could cultivate to the supremacy realm, which was equivalent to a supremacy beast. Such a background was much stronger than many high-level life forms. Bang! Another person left. This person was from the 6th-ranked city. Swoosh! The golden light around Jing Qingqing dissipated, and she coughed up blood and left. Pfft! The dark mantle coughed up blood and disappeared. At this moment, there were only 4 people left: Zichen, Way of the Heavens, Miss Shadow, Fortune Teller, and the Thunder Sacred Beast. There were many wounds on the alien's body, but they weren't fatal. He smiled at the Thunder Sacred Beast and said, "These ants will leave soon. Let's see how you will die." Zichen put away his blade, and his cold gaze fell on the alien. He said coldly, "If you don't die, how can we leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the teleportation token far away. Faith. The flame of faith burned in Zichen's eyes again. Swoosh! 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 The other 3 people did the same. Obviously, they really wanted to kill this guy regardless of their lives. All the cultivators in Shentian Prefecture were in an uproar. Mo Ling couldn't help but nod in admiration, his eyes full of admiration. "This is the existence that can carry the cauldron when the future war begins," Shentian Prefecture Lord said. After throwing away the token, Zichen held his blade and charged forward, his body releasing dazzling lightning. Chapter 1572. The actions of Zichen and the other 3 shocked the outsiders. Giving up their only chance of survival meant that they would fight to the death. The willpower displayed by the 4 humans not only caused the faces of the foreign races to change, but even the Lightning Saint Beast had no choice but to look at the 4 of them in a new light. Zichen held his saber and went all in. Zichen pulled out his saber, and the saber light flashed. A wound that was neither deep nor long appeared on the outsider's body. Zichen's arm was almost cut off, and the saber in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Today's 8th divination, fall. The fortune teller stood in the air, his body shining brightly as he pointed at the outsiders. In the sky, the glowing book of destiny flipped open again, and a ray of light fell. The attack of the book of destiny could not be dodged, even if the other party was an outsider. However, the outsiders had strong vitality and could not be killed by a single word. The fortune teller suffered a backlash and coughed up blood. He fell from the sky unsteadily. Heavenly slash. A sharp blade formed by the heavenly Tao descended from the sky and slashed at the outsiders. The heavenly Tao attack was forcibly broken by the outsiders. The hidden mist appeared in front of the outsiders and stabbed the sharp blade in his hand toward the outsider's heart. Then, the hidden mist was slapped away. The Thunder Sacred Beast took the opportunity to close in and left a deep mark on the outsider's body with its sharp claws. The most powerful attack was still on him. The 4 humans and 1 beast attacked together. The 4 of them charged forward again and again, but they were defeated time and time again. Their injuries were getting worse and worse. Zichen's heavenly thunder wings had reached the limit of its vibration frequency. His extreme speed footwork was also at the limit of its current performance. But even so, Zichen, who was 2 levels lower than the outsiders, still did not have any advantage in front of them. His speed was slower than the outsiders, so Zichen was constantly fluctuating. During this period, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he exchanged a life for a life. Zichen, who was searching for a way, also reached the limit of the speed of his spiritual senses. Just as he was about to collapse, Zichen seemed to hear a slight cracking sound. Then, as if he had been enlightened, he had a new understanding of the world's fastest speed. It was the inheritance seed that had been blocked in the mana realm. It had finally been activated. Many comprehensions regarding extreme speed appeared in his mind, and Zichen's figure froze for a moment. He had missed the best opportunity to attack, and a flaw appeared in his perfect coordination. The 3 of them were sent flying. If not for the sacred lightning beast blocking the attack at the critical moment, the 3 of them would have died. The 3 of them fell to the ground and coughed up blood. They crawled up with difficulty, and wanted to charge forward again. Zichen took a step forward and said coldly, "Get out of the way. Let me try." The strange being looked at Zichen and sneered. "You're so reckless." Swoosh. Zichen didn't say anything. His figure flashed and disappeared. The outsider's face flickered, and he spun around, only to see Zichen vanish again. Teleportation, this was true teleportation. Zichen's previous speed was like teleportation, but that was only when he was fighting against someone of the same level, or not. At this moment, no one could teleport because of the suppression of the aura of an 8th stage domain. But now, Zichen's understanding of the extreme speed of the 9 passing thunderbolts had improved, and he had achieved true teleportation. In fact, this kind of teleportation was dividing this small world into countless spaces, and Zichen was just shuttling back and forth between these spaces. How is this possible? Even so, the strange being was still extremely shocked because he realized that he couldn't lock onto this human anymore. He instinctively sensed danger and turned around, but he could only see a shadow. Although Zichen hadn't found the best opportunity to attack, the strange being was panicking. Just like that, after several teleportations, the strange being was enraged. Fortunately, he closed his eyes and stopped looking around. Boom! Zichen appeared behind him. He turned around and punched. Fist light flashed, and the space around Zichen distorted crazily. Zichen disappeared again. Swoosh! When Zichen appeared again, the strange being turned around and stabbed forward with a sharp blade. With a slashing sound, Zichen's black robe was cut open. The expressions of the 3 people who were originally full of confidence in Zichen could not help but change when they saw this scene. Obviously, Zichen's extreme speed had been detected by the strange being. Just like that, Zichen kept teleporting, but the strange being was always able to seize the opportunity. At the back, the sacred lightning beast didn't make a move. He was also staring at Zichen, who was constantly teleporting, with a complicated expression. He seemed to be hesitating about something. If one looked carefully, they would realize that every time Zichen appeared, the sacred lightning beast would look at him, then the strange being would attack, and finally Zichen would appear. In other words, the sacred lightning beast had seen Zichen's trajectory before the strange being. Zichen was injured repeatedly, and the 3 people had no choice but to charge forward, but they were sent flying again. Forget it. The sacred lightning beast shook his head and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He spoke for the first time. Your 9 passing thunder is not perfect. Now I will teach you the perfect 9 passing thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light rushed out from his forehead. The moment it appeared, it went straight for Zichen. The beam of light rushed towards Zichen's forehead. It was the perfect 9 passing thunder. Humph, don't you think it's too late to teach now? The strange being sneered. It shouldn't be too late. The sacred lightning beast's aura began to surge wildly. Then, it rushed toward the strange being. It didn't use extreme speed. Instead, it started to fight head-on with the strange being. Zichen's figure flashed and retreated. Then, he sat down cross-legged. The 3 people from Shuntian looked at each other and were about to help the sacred lightning beast. No need. You guys protect that kid. The sacred lightning beast's dignified voice sounded again. The three of them no longer hesitated and rushed to Zichen's side. Although the sacred lightning beast seemed to be very confident, it was actually not confident at all. This was because it wasn't sure if this young man who had the power of lightning and the strange being could quickly comprehend the real 9 passing thunder. In Zichen's body, there was a seed of extreme speed comprehension. This seed contained a part of the comprehension of the 9 passing thunder by the Thunder Clan's expert. At this critical moment, the seed finally sprouted. Zichen's comprehension of extreme speed immediately increased by 1 level. However, because his extreme speed was not perfect, the increase was limited. At this moment, the sacred lightning beast gave him the perfect 9 passing thunder. This was like the nourishment needed to water the seed. Zichen's comprehension of extreme speed also increased by leaps and bounds. This was like having the answer in a test. He just had to copy it. Therefore, Zichen, who had been sitting cross-legged for less than a minute, opened his eyes again. In his eyes there seemed to be a figure flashing by. Swoosh! His figure disappeared without any warning. The three of them didn't notice it. The strange being felt a dangerous aura approaching. He immediately turned around and attacked behind him. However, he felt pain coming from his side. When he turned around, he saw a figure disappear. When he lowered his head again, he found a wound on his side. Before the strange being could recover, he felt pain coming from his back again. When he turned around, he saw Zichen's figure disappear. After Zichen made his move, the sacred lightning beast had already retreated. Its eyes were filled with shock. How long had it been? He had completely grasped the essence of the 9 passing thunder. Pooh! Pooh! 9 fleeting thunderbolts took another step forward. Zichen's body was like a phantom, constantly appearing behind the non-human kind and launching one strike after another. The entire Shuntian prefecture was very quiet. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Some people were nervously looking at the elusive figure, afraid that something unexpected would happen again. The wounds on the strange being's body were increasing. Streaks of destructive rules were wreaking havoc on the wounds, preventing them from healing. At the same time, it was destroying the vitality around the wounds. The strange being was in a very sorry state. He kept turning around and attacking randomly. After a successful attack, Zichen retreated. He looked at the strange being in front of him. He was still attacking aimlessly. When he sensed that Zichen was no longer attacking, he stopped and looked around. He no longer looked like an expert. His body was full of wounds, his hair was disheveled, and his 6 wings had turned into 5. He was in a very sorry state. He raised his head and looked at Zichen in confusion. He seemed to be asking why Zichen did not attack. Zichen said coldly, "I won't kill you. Or rather, I won't kill you for now. This place wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Someone must have helped you. I want to know who helped you. Is it a strange being or a human?" The strange being's hair was disheveled. He sneered, "Do you think I'll tell you? I can search your soul." Zichen's expression was cold. The strange being's expression changed. After saying that, Zichen put away his saber. Another weapon appeared in his hand. It was a strange weapon with barbs. It was the dragon spike. Seeing the dragon spike in Zichen's hand, the strange being's pupils shrank. The lightning sacred beast's expression also changed. The strange being suddenly laughed maniacally. His laughter shook the heavens. "I was wondering why I felt the same energy from you. So it was you. Ha!" Apart from the lightning sacred beast, no one could understand what he was saying. "What do you mean? Are you talking about this thing?" "I killed its master," Zichen said indifferently. "There's no need to explain. You and I are both strange beings. No wonder you wanted to kill me. Ha ha, to die at the hands of one of my own, I can die without regrets." The strange being's voice echoed in Shuntian Prefecture. The entire prefecture was in an uproar. What? Zichen is a strange being? How is that possible? Why do they say that Zichen has the strange being's energy? Could it be that Zichen is really a strange being? Just as the crowd was in an uproar, a shout came from the light screen. Bullshit. The shout came from the fortune teller. He naturally wouldn't believe that Zichen was a strange being. However, before he could say anything, he heard another dignified shout. Be careful. Back off. The lightning sacred beast rushed towards Zichen. Light surged around his body as he took Zichen away. The void was silently torn open. A huge palm print fell from the sky. It carried a vast aura as it slammed down toward the strange being. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Under this powerful attack, the entire small world began to collapse. As for the strange being, he was directly shattered into nothingness. The powerful strange being died just like that. He was killed by a palm from beyond the heavens. The entire small world collapsed. Zichen's group and the lightning sacred beast left the small world. Chapter 1573. In the light screen, the small world collapsed, and the crystals placed in it also exploded. Their vision was filled with destructive energy. Everyone knew that the trip to the small world had come to an end. However, the words that Zichen was of a foreign race still caused an uproar in the entire Shuntian prefecture. Look, Huping's city is ranked first. An exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw that Huping's city's ranking had indeed shot up to first place. The ranking of the small world represented the ranking of the cities this time. Huping's city had suddenly become a dark horse and jumped to first place, which was surprising. Following that, the voices about Zichen being of a foreign race were completely suppressed by the intense discussions about the rankings. Huping's city was filled with cheers. Looking at the first place ranking, many of the higher-ups had tears in their eyes. Old Mo, who used to be Old Mo, actually became number one this time. This was the most glorious result since the establishment of Huping City. It was not an exaggeration to call it a miracle. Obviously, with such a ranking, Huping City's ranking would not only not fall, but would also rise. As for the claim that Zichen was of a foreign race, it was simply nonsense to the people of Huping City. They knew very well whether Zichen was of a foreign race or not. What do you think? The Shuntian prefecture lord kept looking at the destroyed world on the light screen with an expressionless face. The other side has lost another general. We won. The scholarly middle-aged man chuckled. This time, there are indeed some who performed well. Let the demon order reward them well, especially Zichen. His character is very much to my liking. The others should be rewarded, but I have other plans for Zichen. What do you mean? Do you also believe that he's of a foreign race? I know very well where his foreign race rules come from. I think we can use Zichen to force the other side. We're not afraid of alerting the enemy. The commotion this time was unexpectedly large. We've already alerted the enemy. The next step is to make them panic. What do you plan to do? Give Zichen an escort. Just give him a battle marshal token, Yifutian said. The prefecture lord and the scholarly middle-aged man disappeared. On the square, the 108 forces were teleported back to the square from the mysterious space. When they first entered, there were 540 people, but now, there were less than 500. Apart from Zichen, who was declared to be seriously injured, the rest who didn't come were all dead. Some of these people had died at the hands of the foreign races, while some had died at the hands of Hu Pingqing and the others. Seeing the square again, some of the cultivators were extremely excited, while others were dejected and vexed, lowering their heads in silence. After they came out, they found out about the existence of the light screen in that mysterious space. They also found out that all the cultivators in Shuntian Prefecture were paying attention to them. When they recalled what had happened in the small world, their faces turned pale. Those forces who were prepared to accuse Zichen of murder immediately dispelled the idea. This was especially true for the last few forces. They had fled in fear after being glanced at by the outsiders. This kind of thing was already very embarrassing, but now, it was actually seen by all the cultivators in Shuntian Prefecture. When these people appeared, the eyes of the cultivators outside the square were filled with disdain. This made them feel as if there was a sharp edge on their backs, making them feel uncomfortable. Clearly, they had enjoyed the resources in the small world, obtained benefits, and improved their cultivation, but they hadn't fulfilled their responsibilities. This was equivalent to hiring a bodyguard. They had given you all the benefits, but when there was danger, you abandoned them and left. If it was a small matter, it was a lack of integrity. If it was a big matter, it was a lack of courage. This was a deserter. On the battlefield, they would be beheaded. On the high platform, Mo Ling swept his gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, "Congratulations on coming back alive. It must have been very difficult for you to win the final battle." There was silence below. More than half of them didn't participate in the final battle. "We all saw your performance. I have to say, some people did very well, while some people's performance was really terrible." Mo Ling didn't mention them one by one, nor did he continue to pursue the matter. He said directly, "Next, I'll announce the rankings." "Wait, where's Zichen?" A sudden voice interrupted Mo Ling's next words. It was Wu Xie, who had directly said Mo Ling's name in the small world. "Zichen is seriously injured. He's currently recuperating," Mo Ling said expressionlessly. When Wu Xie heard this explanation, he just laughed sarcastically and said, "Do you think I'll believe that?" There was an uproar in the crowd. First, it was because of Zichen. Second, it was because of Wu Xie's tone. Mo Ling looked directly at Wu Xie. "I'm very clear about Zichen's situation. We've been together for so many years. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to the foreign race, I can guarantee that Zichen is a human, and a pure ThunderClan member," Wu Xie said firmly. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. At first, they didn't think much of it, but now that Wu Xie said it, they suddenly realized that Zichen wasn't injured at all. Perhaps he was detained because of the foreign race member's words. For a moment, some people sneered, some gloated, and of course, some were worried. Manshur walked out with his emotions, causing the ground of the entire plaza to tremble. He stared at the demon order on the plaza and said, "I, Manshur, dare to use this head of mine to guarantee that Zichen is a human. The last sentence of the foreign race was purely a fart. Moreover, it was smelly and loud. Who would care about a fart?" Roars of laughter came from all around. Even the serious Mo Ling was amused by Manshur's words. "This matter involves some secrets, but if you investigate carefully, you can still find out. Zichen is a human. It's naturally true." Shuntian Dao also walked out from the crowd and said in a low voice. Seeing Shuntian Dao testify for Zichen, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. But thinking back to the battle in the small world, it was clear that the two had a good relationship. Everyone could understand. The Dark Mantle of Darkness City walked out and said, "Zichen is a human." The Hidden Mist also appeared and said in a serious tone, "Zichen is definitely a human." Then, Jin Qingqing appeared, and more people appeared. The last person was the fortune teller. He directly said, "My master has told Zichen's fortune before. He said that he is an outstanding human." The fortune teller's master was the previous generation's fortune teller. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. Of course, not everyone testified for Zichen. For example, Yi Ming and the others couldn't wait for Zichen to die. How could they testify for him? As for the others, they didn't know Zichen well and didn't dare to casually testify. However, those who dared to testify were all representatives of certain forces. Their words carried a lot of weight. Looking at the firm tone and serious expression of the crowd, Mo Ling smiled. However, he still felt very comforted in his heart. These people were brave enough to stand up for him. Mo Ling waved his hand and said, "Originally, this was a secret. But since you've brought it up, I'll tell you the truth. Zichen's injuries aren't serious, but he can't participate in the ranking ceremony this time. He won't even participate in the following individual ranking competition because he has already left Shuntian Prefecture. Impossible. How could he leave just like that?" Wu Xie didn't believe it, and the others naturally didn't believe it either. The prefecture lord personally gave him a task. Do you think he should go or not? Mo Ling lowered his head and smiled at Wu Xie. Man or head? Wu Xie's expression froze. Everyone else also had astonished looks on their faces. Mo Ling cupped his fist in the air and said, If you don't believe me, you can ask the prefecture lord. Of course, the premise is that you can see him. As the strongest existence in Shentian Prefecture, how could they casually see him? However, after hearing Mo Ling's words, they were relieved. All right, now we'll announce the ranking rewards. First place in Huping City will be rewarded with 108 City Vitality Strands. Second place in Shentian City will be rewarded with 100 City Vitality Strands. Third place in Destiny City will be rewarded with 92 City Vitality Strands. Fourth place in Hidden Fog City will be rewarded with. Unlike the ranking in the Mana Realm, there were rewards for ranking this time, and the rankings weren't directly distributed. The city vitality was also clearly divided. First place would be rewarded with 108 city vitality strands, and second place would have 8 less. So on and so forth until the last city vitality strand was distributed. As for the other factions that ranked lower, they would be given a certain degree of punishment according to their ranking. As for the method of punishment, it was naturally to extract their vitality. For example, Yanba Castle, which had been eliminated the first time, had 1/10 of the city's vitality drained. If the vitality was too low, like Huping City at the end of the millennium, it wouldn't be extracted anymore. However, Yanba Castle obviously hadn't reached that level yet. This time, Yanba Castle, which had extracted 108 city vitality strands, fell out of the top 100. As for Huping City, which had filled in 108 city vitality strands, its ranking moved up 15 places, to 48th place. The names of Shentian City and Destiny City didn't change. Although they'd lost this time, they'd accumulated too many city vitality strands in the past. If they wanted to fall one place in the rankings, they'd have to gain at least 1,000 city vitality strands. For example, if Huping City wanted to become the number 1 city in Shentian Prefecture, they'd have to be first place at least 10,000 times before they could stand at the top. Therefore, the ranking of cities wasn't a matter of one person, nor was it a matter of one generation. It was a matter of generations. Huping City's miraculous way of rising up the ranks was absolutely unprecedented. When the ranking was over, Huping City was filled with cheers and celebrations. In Shentian Prefecture, the individual ranking battles began. The ranking battles represented individuals, and there were generous rewards to be won. It was said that the top 5 existences would all be rewarded with a Battle Marshal Medallion, as well as other generous rewards. Chapter 1574. In the Shentian Prefecture, there would be many small teams of adventurers going in and out every day. Zichen, who had changed his appearance, was in a team of 6. They left the Shentian Prefecture and headed to their destination. Thinking back to that tall figure, Zichen still felt his heart palpitate. He met the person with the greatest authority in the Shentian Prefecture, the Prefecture Lord. The Prefecture Lord was also the strongest person Zichen had met since he came to the Zhanwu continent. During this period of time, Zichen had only spoken 3 sentences with his sovereign, but he still felt the pressure in his heart. The Prefecture Lord gave him a token. Then, a scholarly middle-aged man walked over and told him that they were going to a place called the Imperial Sky Region. Zichen had never heard of this place. Fortunately, the scholarly middle-aged man told him that someone would bring him there. If the mission was successfully completed, the reward would be extremely generous. The 5 people accompanying them were all at the 7th layer. It was obvious that this escort mission was no small matter. After knowing everything that happened in the small world, everyone was sent out through the light screen. Out of caution, Zichen changed his appearance. Along the way, the 5 of them were very polite to Zichen. Within this politeness, there was even some restraint and reverence. The power that Zichen displayed in the small world was obvious to all. He dared to draw his blade against an 8th layer domain expert. Moreover, he could rely on his extreme speed to suppress them. How could this be done by an ordinary person? Brother Wu Lu, may I know what kind of place the Imperial Sky region is? The journey this time was very long. The 6 of them would need to spend a lot of time together. Wu Lu was a middle-aged man. He was the most talkative of the 5. It's an alliance with 7 prefectures. There are a total of 7 such alliances in our continent. The existence of the Imperial Sky region was like the current Shantian prefecture. It was just that one had 108 cities, while the other had 7 prefectures and 756 cities. Although it was an alliance, the ruler of the Imperial Sky region had more power than the 7 prefectures' prefecture lords. To become a prefecture lord, the lowest realm was the sovereign realm. And to become the ruler of the Imperial Sky region, one's strength was obviously not weaker than the prefecture lord. I've only been to the Imperial Sky region once. It was with Lord Mo Ling. But at that time, we took the transmission array. The speed was very fast. Wu Lu sighed. When Zichen heard this, doubt appeared on his face. The Shantian prefecture has a teleportation formation that leads directly to the Royal Heaven region. Wu Lu shook her head and said with a smile, there definitely is a teleportation array, but people like you and me shouldn't expect too much. What do you mean? If you want to activate that teleportation array, you have to be at least at the 8th stage domain. Zichen was still puzzled. Shantian prefecture should have 8 realms, right? Wu Lu didn't mind. Of course, but since this trip was arranged by the city lord and Mr. Tianming, there must be a deeper meaning. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Destiny, are you talking about that scholarly middle-aged man? Is he also called the fortune teller? I'm not too sure about that either. Anyway, his name is Mr. Destiny, and he's good friends with the city lord. He's considered half a manor lord. Going back to the previous question, Zichen still didn't understand. He said, if there's a teleportation formation but they don't let us use it and make us walk, who knows when we'll reach the Royal Heaven region? As for whether there's a deeper meaning, I don't know. But at the very least, the risk on the journey will be much higher. Zichen looked at the 5 people's faces and saw that they were unmoved. Therefore, he didn't give up and said, perhaps our mission this time is fake, and we're just going to die. Wu Lu laughed when she heard this and said, if that's really what the city lord means, then it's definitely for the sake of the Shantian prefecture. So what if we're going to die? The other 4 people also smiled. Clearly, they were all people who didn't care about life and death. To be willing to die for the sake of the Shantian prefecture, Zichen was full of admiration for this kind of resolution. In desolate places, the 6 of them would increase their speed and travel as fast as lightning. Just like that, after traveling for a month, the group had traveled about 10 million miles. During this period, they would also encounter some ignorant bandits, but all of them were scared away after sensing the group's aura. During this month, the 6 of them traveled and stopped. Zichen was also consolidating his current cultivation level. Previously, his cultivation level had increased a little too quickly. Although Zichen's foundation was already very solid, he still tempered himself over and over again, not wanting to leave behind any sequelae in the future. It was worth mentioning that after the lightning sacred beast left the small world, its injuries flared up, and it fell into a coma. It hadn't woken up yet. After traveling for a day, the group began to rest. Zichen hunted a small beast, cleaned it, and barbecued it. Back then, Shantian Dao was full of praise for Zichen's barbecue skills. These days, the few of them were also lucky enough to taste it. Since there was meat, there was naturally wine. The 6 of them also sat around the fire, eating meat, drinking wine, and chatting. The 6 of them had high cultivation levels and strong battle prowess. They merely released a sliver of their aura, and all the battle beasts would take the initiative to take a detour. In Zichen's domain world, the unconscious lightning sacred beast woke up. Its eyes flashed with lightning as it looked around. Zichen sensed it the moment it woke up. He casually opened the domain world and threw a piece of barbecued meat into it. However, the moment the domain world opened, the lightning sacred beast's eyes suddenly flashed, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. Its figure instantly disappeared from Zichen's domain world and appeared in front of Zichen in the next moment. Then, dazzling lightning enveloped Zichen. Zichen had a smile on his face. He held a wine pot in his hand and was even chewing on the barbecued meat in his mouth. However, all of his movements froze in the next moment, as if he had been immobilized in the next moment. In front of him, a ripple of light appeared without warning and spread toward him. The ripple of light spread very slowly, but for Zichen, whose body had fallen into stillness, this speed was already very fast. The ripple of light streaked across a cultivator's body like a sharp blade. His body slowly separated from the top and bottom, and blood slowly spilled out. The space seemed to be still, and there was not even a sound. There was only the ripple of light moving forward. The ripple of light continued to move forward and swept past the second cultivator's body. Just like the first, his body was cut open. Then the third, the fourth, and finally, Wulu. At this moment, Wulu was pouring wine into his mouth. His cheeks were slightly red, and he did not notice the abnormality behind him at all. The wine slowly appeared from the mouth of the bottle and then slowly flowed into his mouth. Before the wine completely entered his mouth, the ripple of light cut his body from behind. In that instant, Zichen even saw his squirming heart. Then, the ripple of light arrived in front of Zichen. Zichen's figure was completely wrapped in lightning and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The illusion of space being still just now disappeared, and a terrifying energy fluctuation came from afar. The place where Zichen and the others were drinking and chatting was instantly turned into nothingness. Zichen's figure appeared with the lightning sacred beast. Because of his nervousness and lingering fear, he began to retch. The remaining barbecued meat in his mouth was all spilled out, and the wine in the wine bottle in his hand spilled all over the ground. A black shadow appeared in the void in front of him. The black shadow's gaze swept toward him, and there was a hint of surprise in his cold gaze. The sneak attack that he was most proficient in was actually dodged just like that. Looking at the lightning sacred beast beside Zichen, he guessed the reason. His face immediately turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Go! The lightning sacred beast roared. Lightning once again wrapped around Zichen, and it disappeared with Zichen. As soon as the figure disappeared, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from where Zichen was standing. He was ambushed twice without warning. If it wasn't for the lightning sacred beast, Zichen would have died twice. After dodging 2 life and death crises, Zichen immediately reacted and began to flee with the lightning sacred beast. Who is that? While escaping, Zichen couldn't help but ask. I was going to ask you the same question. Why would such a being want to kill you? The lightning sacred beast said unhappily. Kill me? I don't even know him. Zichen was stunned. If you don't know him, why would he want to kill you? Moreover, he used a power that's only second to the Emperor level. Zichen's expression changed and he said, What? Only second to the Emperor level? You mean he's at the 9th stage domain realm? Of course, he's much stronger than the other races. He's at the peak of the 9th stage, just 1 step away from the human sector lord. The lightning sacred beast's words made Zichen's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. The other party killed as soon as he arrived, and his combat power was only second to the sector lord. Obviously, he was here for them. Zichen didn't think that the other party was here for him. It might be because of their mission this time. After figuring this out, Zichen didn't hesitate anymore and started to escape with extreme speed. However, there was a difference of 3 realms and more than 10 minor realms between them. How could Zichen escape from the other party's lock? Swoosh! Zichen teleported, and a huge black hole appeared where he disappeared. Everything within the black hole's range was destroyed. The black figure walked out of the black hole and stared coldly at Zichen. In a flash, he teleported and disappeared as well. The distance between the two was shortened time and time again. The black figure attacked again and again. Although Zichen avoided the danger time and time again, the vibrating energy made him cough up blood. The combat power of a being that was only second to the Sector Lord was too terrifying. In the end, Zichen was forced into a corner and couldn't escape anymore. Fortunately, he stopped and turned around, staring at the black figure. Why? Not running anymore? The black figure's gaze fell on Zichen. Didn't you want this? Here. Zichen was straightforward. He took out the Battle Marshal Region token and threw it at the black shadow. This was the mission he had to complete this time. The black figure's eyes flashed with disdain. He raised his hand and attacked the token. Boom. Not only did the ordinary-looking token not explode after the attack, it even surged with a powerful and vast aura. Shantian Prefecture, and Mo Ling sat on the high platform, watching the battle on the stage. 1 month had passed, and the individual battles were coming to an end. Now, it was time to fight for the top 5. Now, the battle was between Wu Xia from Huping City and an expert from the 6th Power. The two had been fighting for a long time, and each had their own methods. Chapter 1575. The token was something Zichen needed to escort this time, but he threw it out without hesitation. His life was about to be lost, so why would he still want to protect the token? Zichen threw it out without hesitation, but the black figure didn't seem to care at all and directly struck at the token. Zichen, who was about to turn and run, was already drenched in cold sweat. He could tell that the black figure's goal wasn't the token, but to kill him. Scheme, this is a scheme. Zichen instantly reacted. This must be a trap set by the Shantian Prefecture Lord. If he guessed correctly, the foreign race he killed in the pocket world should be the Prefecture Lord's men. And the reason he helped the little girl back then should be to ruin the Prefecture Lord's plan. This led to the conclusion that the Prefecture Lord was a foreign race. This conclusion could be said to be shocking. However, just as Zichen was about to escape, a second powerful aura suddenly appeared. This aura wasn't any weaker than the black figure. He turned around curiously and saw a familiar figure walking out from the energy light. Mo Ling. Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Ling grabbed the token and turned to look at Zichen. The corner of his lips curled up as he threw the token to Zichen, saying, "Your mission has been successfully completed. You're free now. This War Marshal Region token is your reward. Other than that, you can go to the Royal Sky Region to receive another generous reward." Zichen took the token in a daze and was a little confused. "Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to," Mo Ling reminded him kindly. Glancing at Zichen, who was still in a daze, the Thunder Sacred Beast brought him away. The black figure didn't chase after them. Instead, he looked at Mo Ling. Mo Ling looked at the black figure and said with some regret, "I didn't expect it to be you." In front of Mo Ling, the black figure's eyes were no longer cold. Instead, they became somewhat complicated. He said, "But I guess you would come." "Why?" Mo Ling looked at the black figure in front of him and asked in confusion. "You must have seen Zichen's performance long ago. Once the future war erupts, he will definitely be the one carrying the cauldron. Why do you want to kill him? Do you know how important he is to us?" The black shadow lightly replied, "It's my duty. This is also considered a duty. Black Flame, don't forget that you are also a human." If there were other people around who heard Mo Ling say this name, they would definitely cry out in alarm, their expressions changing. Black Flame was at the 9th stage of the domain realm. His combat strength was ranked 2nd in the entire Shantian Prefecture, 2nd only to Mo Ling. However, the ranking did not represent one's combat strength. Therefore, when the two of them faced off, it was still uncertain who would be the stronger one. Mo Ling's words did not cause Black Flame to waver. He calmly said, "My life is no longer mine. Therefore, I can no longer be considered a human. To be more precise, I am a dog. A dog raised by others will only recognize its owner." Mo Ling sighed. In this world, not everyone was a heartless person. Some repaid kindness with enmity, some repaid enmity with kindness, but some repaid kindness with their lives. Black Flame was undoubtedly such a person. After that, the two of them were silent for a long time. A scheme, this is a scheme. Zichen, who had escaped, felt indignant. Although he had ruled out the possibility that the mansion master was of a foreign race, he was certain that the mansion master and the middle-aged man had worked together to lure the snake out of its hole. And he was the bait. Imperial Sky Domain, bah! If I go there again, I'm afraid I'll be schemed against again. I won't be stupid enough to go there. I want to return to Huping City. Zichen was very angry that he had been used as bait for no reason. The sacred thunder beast curled his lips in disdain and said, "Now you should be thinking about how to escape. If Mo Ling can't kill that black guy, you will definitely die when he catches up." Zichen was shocked when he heard this. He said, "That can't be. Mo Ling is known as the strongest person in the Shuntian prefecture. Their realms are the same. How can Mo Ling not be able to kill that guy? That guy is not weaker than Mo Ling." The sacred thunder beast was an extremely powerful existence in the past, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Zichen had to carefully consider his words. If Mo Ling was really no match for the black guy and was killed instead, then Zichen would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit. Right now, the most correct method was to immediately escape. The further the better. However, he could not escape for his entire life. Zichen turned his head and looked into the distance. The two dazzling lights collided with each other, and a surge of energy fluctuation burst out, which spread in all directions. The mountain forest in front of him disappeared as the energy swept past, turning into yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 20 miles had become a desolate basin. Other than two black dots, there were no other signs of life. Zichen knew that this was the clash between Mo Ling and the black figure. However, the power was too strong. The area within a radius of 20 miles had become a dead zone. All signs of life had disappeared. As expected, it's not weaker than Mo Ling. However, this attack was also evenly matched. Zichen was worried. After a moment of hesitation, he rushed towards the two black dots. "You're going to die." The sacred thunder beast followed. In the center of this desolate basin, Mo Ling and He Yan were standing opposite each other. Both of them had used all their strength in the previous attack. When facing an opponent of the same level, even a little probing would be fatal. Both of them seemed to be unharmed, but in reality, they were both seriously injured. After that attack, the two of them were once again silent. The silence was first broken by He Yan. "Back then, you and I went on an adventure. You obtained a black dragon spear, and I obtained a flame dragon sword. After that, you became famous with the black dragon spear. Although I didn't say it out loud, I was somewhat unconvinced. The flame dragon sword might not be weaker than the black dragon spear." Recalling the past, Mo Ling's eyes were filled with emotions. He sighed. "In fact, I've always wanted to see the power of the flame dragon sword." A crimson longsword appeared in He Yan's hand. The body of the sword was winding, and a lifelike dragon shadow was engraved on it. "I remember that the strongest move of the black dragon spear is called body transforming into a black dragon, borrowing the power of all black dragons." A black long spear appeared in Mo Ling's hand. A black dragon was engraved on the body of the spear. "I remember that the last move of the flame dragon sword is body transforming into a flame dragon, borrowing the power of all flame dragons." As the two weapons appeared, the statues in the middle seemed to come alive. The eyes began to shine, staring at each other. "Do you still remember the appearance of these two weapons when we first saw them?" He Yan slowly raised the long sword in his hand. "Of course." Mo Ling raised the long spear in his hand to his arm. "At that time, the two weapons were in the hands of their respective owners. Then, they pierced into each other's bodies. The owners of the two weapons died together, and the two weapons were like old enemies. Before we arrived, they had been secretly confronting each other." The long sword in He Yan's hand began to shine, and a blazing wave rolled out, causing the surrounding sand to fly into the air. "When we took away the two weapons, I joked that we must not be corroded by the weapons' spirits, or else we would become old enemies in the future." A faint dragon roar seemed to resound from the black spear. He Yan smiled and said. At that time, I said that it was impossible, because we were friends. Mo Ling also smiled. I remember that I added that we were not friends, but brothers. The two of them were brothers with different surnames, but today, because of their different ideals, they were on opposite sides. The blazing waves came one after another. The yellow sand in the sky was swept up, and a huge crimson flame dragon appeared. The flame dragon was thousands of feet long. In the midst of the flying yellow sand, its pair of cold eyes were like sharp swords, piercing into the huge black shadow in front of it. The black shadow's aura was like a mountain. It was a huge black dragon that was not weaker than the flame dragon. The black dragon's eyes emitted a cold light, and all its energy was restrained. One was flamboyant, one was reserved, one was domineering, one was steady, but at this moment, both were extremely dangerous. Come! An indiscernible shout reverberated between heaven and earth, followed by two resonant dragon roars. The flame dragon, with a surging aura, rushed towards the black dragon with a storm of yellow sand that filled the sky. The black dragon, with a mountain-like aura, rushed towards the flame dragon. Zichen, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the two dragon shadows with a very complicated expression. Good brothers who had been through life and death together, but in the end, they were on opposite sides, and had to face each other in life and death. Zichen, who was hiding in the dark, flew backwards to avoid the violent destructive power that was about to erupt. But when the black dragon and flame dragon collided, there was no explosion of energy that could destroy the heavens and earth that they had imagined. The black dragon dissipated, turning into Mo Ling's figure. The flame dragon dissipated, turning into Black Flame's figure. The long spear in Mo Ling's hand pierced Black Flame's heart. And the long sword in Black Flame's hand pierced Mo Ling's heart. This scene was so similar. In a trance, it was like when they first saw the two weapons. But it was different from then. From now on, there was no such thing as an old enemy. Crack! Crack! A clear sound rang out. The two weapons were broken, and the soul shadows in them dissipated. Black Flame stood in place, and Mo Ling took a few steps back. The remaining half of the spear was on the ground. Why? Mo Ling looked at Black Flame, a look of pain on his face. At the critical moment, Black Flame suddenly withdrew his strength, not being affected by the flame dragon's murderous intent in the weapons. Black Flame smiled, and his smile was as gentle and pure as before. Because I was once alone. With that, Black Flame's body fell backwards. He was Black Flame, and his battle strength was not weaker than Mo Ling's. If not for the thought that he was once alone in his heart, how could Zichen, a little guy who had just entered the 6th rank, last for so long? If not for the thought that he was once alone, why would he take the initiative to withdraw his violent power just now? Just the aftermath of the collision was enough to make the little guy, who was hiding in the dark, suffer a fate worse than death. Black Flame fell, but there was a smile on his face. Mo Ling's face was full of grief. Chapter 1576. He Yan was dead, but Mo Ling was seriously injured. Although He Yan had held back his strength, both of them had suffered heavy injuries from the previous clash. If it wasn't for the previous clash, under the influence of the weapon spirits, the power of their final attack would have been enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Mo Ling supported himself with half of his spear and slowly sat on the ground. He looked at He Yan's corpse in front of him, his face full of grief. Zichen appeared not far away. He stood there with a complicated expression, but he didn't go forward. Mo Ling's eyes were full of reminiscence, as if he was recalling the scene when he met He Yan many years ago. Unfortunately, he didn't speak and didn't share his past with Zichen. Zichen wanted to ask about He Yan's origin and who sent him. However, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. It was meaningless. There was no meaning. Even if he knew, what could he do? He couldn't even beat He Yan now. Even if he knew who was behind him, he would only be asking for trouble. Senior, let's go. After standing there for 15 minutes, Zichen couldn't help but speak when Mo Ling didn't move. I'm not going. You can go, Mo Ling said indifferently. Go? None of you can leave. A cold voice suddenly sounded in this empty space. Then, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing armor. He appeared out of thin air and glanced coldly at Zichen and Mo Ling. Then, his gaze landed on the dead Heian. This trash is indeed born rebellious. He can't do anything right. Zichen was expressionless when he heard these disrespectful words. Mo Ling softly chuckled as he looked at the 9th-layer domain stage practitioner and mocked. If he was still alive, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his face was full of anger. Zichen was speechless. A 9th-stage domain realm cultivator was second only to a sector lord. This kind of person could easily become a city lord in one of the 108 cities. This was definitely a high and mighty figure. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to meet. But today, such existences were like cabbages, and 3 of them had appeared at once. Mo Ling looked at the middle-aged man and said mockingly, Although I'm injured, I'm definitely not someone you can kill. If you know what's good for you, you'd better call the others out. The middle-aged man's expression turned increasingly ugly. However, since he was able to reach the 9th domain realm, he was naturally not a reckless person. In the next moment, several figures appeared beside him. Zichen quietly looked at these people until they all appeared. There were 4 8th-stage domain realm cultivators, 8 7th-stage domain realm cultivators, and 13 9th-stage domain realm cultivators. The 9th-layer domain realm was already the pinnacle existence within the domain realm. This kind of level was absolutely top-notch power in the Shuntian prefecture. Therefore, the number of these top powers was very limited, and any one of them would attract attention. For example, the disappearance of the demon order had already caused a commotion in Shuntian prefecture. Once too many 9th domain realm cultivators were dispatched, it would definitely attract the attention of other forces. Just like this time, when Zichen's team of 6 left the city, only 5 of them were at the 7th-layer domain realm, it still attracted the attention of certain forces. Looking at the people in front of them again, there were 9th, 8th, and 7th-layer domain realm cultivators. It was impossible for this team to leave Shuntian prefecture undetected. For them to be able to appear here, they naturally had other channels. However, this channel was unable to provide more manpower. Therefore, these 13 people were the limit. This limit of 13 people, against a severely injured Mo Ling and an injured 6th-layer Zichen, had an 80% chance of winning. Of course, this did not include the Thunder Sacred Beast. If Zichen's team had the Thunder Sacred Beast, the chances of both sides winning would be 50-50. When all the members appeared, the atmosphere naturally became hostile. Although the battle had not started yet, it was only a matter of time. After seeing the situation clearly, Zichen cupped his fists at Mo Ling in front of him and said, Senior, I have extreme speed, so I'll leave first. As for this place, I'll leave it to you. Without waiting for Mo Ling's reply, Zichen turned and ran without hesitation. The group of 13 people was immediately dumbfounded. One had to know that this lord was willing to risk his life to kill the foreign tribes when he faced them. However, Mo Ling had saved him, but he left because of Mo Ling. Mo Ling chuckled and did not care about Zichen's escape. After him, the 9th-layer domain realm cultivator shouted. The other 12 people turned and chased after him. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The 9th-layer domain realm cultivator looked at Mo Ling and sneered. What a deep plan, but so what? Do you think we came here without any preparation? Mo Ling asked faintly. What preparation? The preparation to suppress Zichen's extreme speed. The 9th-layer domain realm cultivator said confidently. We also saw the battle back then. The extreme speed of the Thunder Clan is indeed terrifying, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the best in the world. However, as long as his extreme speed is suppressed, he will be like a toothless tiger and will definitely die. Mo Ling raised his head and glanced at the 9th-layer domain realm cultivator. In that case, you have already prepared. Naturally, you can't suppress him with speed. There should be other methods. The space here has been modified by us. This is originally a place of death specially built for Zichen. The ninth layer domain realm cultivator said confidently. I understand. It seems that Zichen is in danger. With that, Mo Ling closed his eyes. The ninth layer domain realm cultivator sneered. Zichen's death was already set in stone. Now that Mo Ling had closed his eyes, it was obvious that he was recuperating and had begun to think for himself. However, the ninth layer domain realm cultivator was happy. Even now, he still did not have the confidence to kill the severely injured Mo Ling. However, he could wait for the others to return. One had to know that Zichen and his group of people could exhaust the 8th layer domain realm cultivator to death. Naturally, the 13 of them could exhaust the severely injured Mo Ling to death. The 2 of them quieted down just like that. Zichen, who was escaping at top speed, quickly sensed that his speed was being suppressed. However, he was not shocked. He was just a little surprised, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He did not plan to escape at all. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer to Zichen. Zichen could hear their complacent laughter. Hence, he sneered and rushed forward. A glowing space tunnel appeared in front of him. It looked like a transportation tunnel. Oh no, he opened a transportation tunnel. When the others saw this, they cried out loudly and sped up again. Before the space tunnel closed, the 12 of them finally entered it. However, it was very different from what they had imagined. This was not a transportation tunnel, but a world. This world was filled with the power of the 5 elements, the power of the heavens and earth, and many other nomological powers. They combined together to form a perfect world. Zichen was in this world. He smiled as he looked at the 12 of them. Welcome to my domain world. This is your domain world. The expressions of the 12 of them kept changing. It's the real deal, Zichen said with a smile. So what? Do you think you can kill us like this? The 8th stage domain expert said coldly. Everyone who came from afar is a guest, so it's not good to talk about fighting and killing. Everyone, why don't I show you around my domain world? I'm sure you'll find something you won't expect, Zichen said with a smile. Humph, don't tell me there is a void tree. Another 8th stage domain expert snorted. Zichen waved one hand in the air. The space there began to vibrate, and a small tree rooted in the void appeared. Zichen chuckled. Everyone, this thing may be very precious in your eyes, but it is not even as valuable as a cabbage in my world. Why is that? Because there is no cabbage in my world, but there are many void trees. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Some of them snorted. However, in the next moment, their eyes and mouths widened as they looked at the surging void. As the void surged, one void tree after another appeared. At a glance, there were no less than 20 of them. Each void tree was known as a priceless treasure, but Zichen had more than 20 of them. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their breathing quickened. Everyone, my domain world has a diameter of 3 million meters, which is equivalent to a diameter of 60,000 miles. Don't you want to see what is in my 60,000 miles of domain world? Under the temptation of Zichen's words, everyone was also tempted. Even in this domain world, they were still confident that they could kill Zichen. This was because they also had domain worlds. Although they were not as big as Zichen's domain world, the power it contained was stronger. Everyone was silent. Silence meant that they agreed with Zichen's suggestion. Zichen walked forward, and the 12 of them followed behind. Zichen's domain world was no longer empty like before. There were many things in it. For example, there were some towering mountains, rivers, and thick trees. This was not something that Zichen had done on purpose. Instead, it was the natural evolution of the 5 elements. At present, these were the most ordinary things. However, when this domain world matured, these ordinary things might evolve into some spiritual objects. Golden sunlight shone on everyone, making them feel warm. In a trance, everyone had an illusion that they were in a real domain world. Zichen, who was walking forward, sighed slightly. My domain world is still expanding, but unfortunately it has not evolved into living creatures. Your domain world can evolve living creatures on its own? That means these things evolved on their own. An 8th stage domain realm cultivator was shocked. Of course. Otherwise, who would be bored enough to put these ordinary things in it? These things were too ordinary. They were so ordinary that they needed to be deliberately found in a place like the Jianwu continent. The mountains were the most ordinary. There were no mineral veins in them, nor were there any special rocks. There were no living creatures in the water, and the trees were the most common in the domain world. The expressions of the 12 people changed. If these things really evolved on their own, it would be like the evolution of a legendary new domain world. These were the most primitive things. Once living creatures evolved, they would be the most primitive existence in this domain world. Once living creatures learned how to cultivate, they would be the first batch of experts in this domain world. Chapter 1577. Opening up a world of his own was something that even the realm lords of those worlds couldn't do. In that instant, everyone looked at each other and saw endless shock in each other's eyes. Compared to this domain world that had a bit of the concept of the Jianwu continent, those 20 or so void trees were really nothing. Because no one could guarantee that if Zichen's world was completed, these ordinary trees wouldn't mutate and evolve into void trees, or something even more miraculous than void trees. By revealing his biggest secret to everyone, Zichen intended to buy time for Mo Ling. After that, Zichen led everyone deeper and began to introduce the environment and use of each place. There was a valley in front of them, and there was a small lake in the valley. There were some colorful flowers growing around the lake, and the fragrance of the flowers wafted out. Zichen pointed at the valley and said, "The scenery there is not bad. I plan to take some time to catch a pure-blooded Aurora Pegasus and raise it there in the future." Aurora Pegasus was a true high-level life form. Once it matured, it was equivalent to a human realm lord, the emperor among the war beasts. If it was before, everyone would have thought that Zichen was bragging, but after seeing the uniqueness of Zichen's domain world, they had to admit that Zichen did indeed have the strength. Zichen then pointed to a place that was shrouded in clouds and mist, looking like a fairyland, and said, "If there comes a day when I am hunted down and have nowhere to hide, I will live there and leisurely spend the rest of my days." Everyone sneered in their hearts when they heard this. If they could spread this news, then Zichen was destined to spend the rest of his life being chased. There was no expert who wouldn't covet such a perfect world. Even a realm lord was willing to give up his own world that was close to completion and take over Zichen's body. Zichen pointed and talked about the use of each place, and the confidence of the 12 people from before also disappeared bit by bit. With such a world and in Zichen's world, it might not be easy for them to kill Zichen. Just as they were about to strike first to gain the upper hand, they saw the first life in this world. It was a majestic little beast with a dragon head and a qilin body. Zichen pointed at the majestic little beast lying on top of the boulder and said, "It doesn't have a name. It keeps saying that it is this sage. It is said that it is even more awesome than a supreme beast. It is known as the Thunder Sacred Beast and is the ancestor of the Thunder Clan." The Thunder Sacred Beast's gaze swept over, and the 12 people's expressions changed drastically. The leader of the group, who was at the 8th stage of the domain realm, shouted decisively, "Do it!" As soon as they finished speaking, they all charged towards Zichen. Dazzling energy attacks appeared within Zichen's world, and all sorts of powerful pressure appeared, enveloping Zichen. At such a close distance, it would be difficult for Zichen to dodge this joint attack. Pooh! As expected, Zichen did not manage to dodge the attack. His body was instantly smashed into pieces. Pooh! While everyone was stunned, another soft sound rang out. After that, they saw a head fly high into the sky and fall into the distance. Damn it! The 8th stage domain realm expert cursed, and was about to reveal his domain world. However, a powerful pressure appeared, and his domain world was severely suppressed. It could only spread out a few meters, and he was protected by his own domain world. A thunderbolt shot from afar and charged towards the 8th stage domain realm expert. The indestructible domain world was as fragile as paper in front of the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt tore the domain world apart and arrived in front of the 8th stage domain realm expert. It transformed into a thunder-sacred beast. It seemed to have withstood a great amount of force as it slowly raised its claws and slapped towards the 8th stage domain realm expert's head. This attack was very similar to the scene when Black Flame attacked Zichen. His opponent's speed was obviously very slow, but his own speed was even slower. It was so slow that it was almost stationary. Bang! The 8th stage domain realm expert's head was smashed into pieces. His domain world dissipated, and the thunder sacred beast disappeared in a flash. During this time, Zichen unsheathed his long saber. A cold light flashed, and 2 7th stage domain realm experts' heads were chopped off. Zichen had already stepped into the 6th stage domain realm. Even in the outside world, he was not afraid of 7th stage domain realm experts, let alone in Zichen's world. In his own world, Zichen's speed had reached an extreme. When his figure flashed, he appeared and disappeared without any warning. Pooh! He teleported and unsheathed his black saber. A bright saber light flashed, and the 7th stage domain realm expert's world was torn apart by Zichen. The saber light went straight for his opponent's neck. Another head flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the heads of 7 7th stage domain realm experts left their bodies. Zichen, on the other hand, had used his teleportation-like speed to appear behind an 8th stage domain realm expert. Zing! He unsheathed his saber again, and a bright saber light appeared. In the saber light, there was the integrated destruction law. This law had a great destructive effect on all the forces in the world. As a result, there was an additional wound on the 8th stage domain realm expert's body. However, his opponent also took advantage of this opportunity to attack Zichen. Zichen immediately retreated and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Sure enough, Zichen was still having a hard time fighting a 6th stage domain realm expert against an 8th stage domain realm expert. He could not kill with one blow. At this moment, Zichen was still facing 4 8th stage domain realm experts. All of them were staring at Zichen covetously. As for the thunder sacred beast, after killing one of them with one blow, it lay down on the giant rock in the distance again and squinted to watch the show. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen used his teleportation ability to disappear and reappear repeatedly. However, he could not find a chance to attack when facing 4 8th stage domain realm experts. Zichen did not know where to start. The 4 8th stage domain realm experts still looked solemn. Zichen was too strong. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would definitely be the ones to die. Zichen returned in a flash. He looked at the thunder sacred beast and said unhappily, "What do you mean? Didn't we agree to attack together?" The thunder sacred beast glanced at Zichen and said, "You have the intention to train your battle skills. I don't have the time for that. I still need to train my battle skills. My understanding of battle skills has already reached an extraordinary level." Zichen looked unhappy and said, "Come and help me quickly. I can't deal with them alone." The thunder sacred beast remained motionless and said with narrowed eyes, "It is indeed impossible for you to kill them with your killing technique. However, don't you still have a weapon?" Zichen immediately understood what the thunder sacred beast meant. However, he was still puzzled. Every time he used the dragon spike, it was a sneak attack because it ignored defense. However, Zichen had never used it in a head-on battle. Furthermore, he was not sure if the dragon spike could ignore defense, but it might not be able to ignore the domain world. Now, the 4 of them were protected by the domain world. Zichen was not sure if the dragon spike could be ignored. If it could not be ignored, then what awaited Zichen after an ineffective attack would be a serious injury. The Thunder Sacred Beast knew about his doubts but did not clear up Zichen's doubts. Instead, it closed its eyes again. Zichen gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. His figure flashed and disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared in front of an 8th stage domain realm expert. The dragon spike in his hand pierced toward the opponent's heart. However, his attack seemed to be a little slower. The 8th stage domain realm expert's attack arrived first and landed on Zichen's body. Bang! This was the full force attack of an 8th stage domain realm expert. It contained a powerful force that caused Zichen's body to explode. Not good. The other three people's expressions changed drastically as they sensed that it was a doppelganger. The three of them were on guard. They felt that they were Zichen's target. However, Zichen's real body appeared in front of the first person. Just as the opponent was about to exhaust his strength, he threw the dragon's spike in his hand forward. The dragon's spike ignored defense and all defenses. A round hole appeared in front of the dragon's spike. The dragon's spike pierced deep into the hole and appeared in the middle of the opponent's back in the next moment. The 8th stage domain realm expert was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Zichen pulled out the dragon's spike and retreated rapidly. A destruction law entered the opponent's body through the dragon's spike, wreaking havoc and destroying his life force. The 8th stage domain realm expert collapsed. Only 3 of the 4 were left. The 3 people's expressions changed drastically, their hands trembling as they gripped their domain weapons. He had doppelganger, teleportation, and the dragon spike that ignored all defenses. Even though the 3 experts gave their all in the following battle, there was still no suspense. From the way the Thunder Sacred Beast kept its eyes closed and ignored the battle, it could be seen that it had predicted the outcome of this battle. All 12 of them were dead. Zichen looked at the 12 corpses and waved his sleeve. The corpses instantly turned into dust and disappeared, leaving behind some broken armor and weapons on the ground. There were also balls of light of different sizes. Zichen summoned a ball of light and released his spiritual thoughts. From these balls of light he saw worlds of different sizes. How is it? The Thunder Sacred Beast appeared beside Zichen at some point. Just as I thought. Zichen's heart was filled with delight. These balls of light were the domain worlds of the 12 people. They were a type of pure energy. Killing a domain realm expert has to be like this to maximize the benefits, the Thunder Sacred Beast said proudly. This was what it told Zichen. If he wanted to obtain a domain realm expert's world, he had to kill them in their own world or use some kind of method to seal the space. Otherwise, after a domain realm expert died, their world would hide itself. Some would enter the endless void, while others would enter the underground. After many years, the space would change, and those ownerless worlds might turn into ruins and become places of adventure for later generations. The 9th stage domain realm expert's expression gradually became uneasy after waiting for the others to return. He looked at Mo Ling again, who was sitting cross-legged and seemed very calm. After an unknown period of time, just as the 9th stage domain realm expert was beginning to feel restless, Mo Ling opened his eyes and said, "Don't wait anymore. Your people won't return. Impossible. How can Zichen kill them alone?" The 9th stage domain realm expert naturally didn't believe it. Of course it's impossible for one Zichen, but what if the Thunder Sacred Beast joins the fray? Mo Ling's face had a hint of ridicule. The Thunder Sacred Beast also followed us. The 9th stage domain realm expert had a look of disbelief. Before they came, they didn't even consider the Thunder Sacred Beast because they knew from some ancient records that it was a real big shot. At its peak, it could make the entire continent tremble with a stomp of its feet. How could such a powerful existence follow Zichen, a mere 6th stage domain realm expert? Their guess was right. The Thunder Sacred Beast naturally didn't care about Zichen. However, they never expected that the Thunder Sacred Beast would directly faint after coming out, unable to leave even if it wanted to. Chapter 1578. Sensing the light, Ninefold Domain turned around and saw Zichen and the Sacred Thunder Beast that was supposed to leave. His face darkened immediately. Only now did he realize that he had made a huge mistake. Zichen had risked his life to fight against the alien race in the pocket dimension. How could he abandon Mo Ling, who had saved his life, and escape alone? Obviously, the two were not in cahoots. However, Mo Ling trusted Zichen very much, which was why he waited patiently. He believed that Zichen would definitely be able to defeat the enemy and return. Ninefold Domain regretted that he should not have waited. If he had risked his life, he might have been able to kill the strongest Ninefold Domain expert, Mo Ling. One wrong move and he had lost the initiative. Senior, how should we fight this battle? Zichen walked over slowly, followed by the sacred thunder beast. We'll do as you say. Mo Ling chuckled. Although he was seriously injured, he still sat there calmly with half of his sword still stuck in his body. After hesitating for a while, Zichen said, Then, I'll be the main attacker. You! Ninefold Domain looked coldly at Zichen. And you have to be careful. Although it's only at the 7th stage, it can kill an 8th stage domain expert instantly. Zichen betrayed the sacred thunder beast's combat strength without any hesitation. As expected, Ninefold Domain was very afraid of the sacred thunder beast. Zichen started to charge forward, followed by the sacred thunder beast. Mo Ling, who was sitting on the ground, opened his domain world. However, he did not expand it completely. Instead, he suppressed Ninefold Domain world. I can't hold on for long. Mo Ling's voice sounded. Then let's end this quickly. A scabbard appeared in Zichen's hand. Battle intent surged in his eyes as he drew his saber. Zichen was the first 6th stage domain expert who dared to draw his saber against a Ninefold Domain expert in many years. A bright saber light flashed and rushed toward Ninefold Domain. A 6th stage domain expert against a Ninefold Domain expert. This attack posed no threat at all. Boom! The sky trembled and the void split open. A beast claw shining with lightning light fell toward Ninefold Domain with vast power. This was the attack of the Lightning Saint Beast, so those in the 9th Domain had to take it seriously. Roar! A resonant dragon roar resounded as the Dragon Soul Spear released a dazzling light. It transformed into a dragon shadow and charged toward the 9th Domain. While defending against the human, beast, and dragon soul, the 9th Domain realm still had to pay attention to the demon order and multitask. From this, it could be seen how sullen he was in this battle. The beast's claw was scattered by his punch. Zichen's attack and dragon shadow arrived to harass him. Pooh! The attack was effective for the first time. A wound appeared on the arm of the 9th Domain realm expert. The destruction rules on the wound started to wriggle. Die! A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the 9th Domain realm cultivator. He mustered all his strength and prepared to kill Zichen in one strike. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent appeared. This killing intent came from Mo Ling. His expression changed, and he didn't have time to use his full strength. He struck out, sending Zichen flying. Zichen had just retreated when a spear shadow shot over like lightning. It tore through space and pierced toward the 9th Domain realm cultivator's glabella. The energy around the 9th Domain realm cultivator surged like waves, and the soul spear was sent flying. 2 dazzling lightning fists appeared on the left and right. One was a human's fist that looked like the fallen lightning Xingchen, while the other was a huge beast's fist. Boom! Boom! When the 2 fists arrived, the 9th Domain realm cultivator's body became unstable and swayed slightly. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared behind the 9th Domain realm cultivator and attacked with his sword. When the 9th Domain realm cultivator noticed, he flashed away again. With the help of the Lightning Saint Beast, Zichen was like a calm cheetah. He stared at his prey and waited for the opportunity to launch his most powerful attack. Every time he attacked, Zichen's timing was very accurate and on point. This was honed from battle after battle. Even when they were in the small world, the calm Zichen still managed to grasp the flaws of the foreign race cultivator. Pft! Pft! More and more small wounds appeared on the 9th Domain realm cultivator's body. In the eyes of ordinary people, these were superficial wounds that were nothing to be afraid of. However, only the 9th Domain realm cultivator knew that Zichen's attacks were very strange. The nomological power contained in them was something he had never seen before. At this moment, these nomological powers were corroding his wounds and destroying his life force. Once these small wounds exploded, it would be fatal. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Zichen and for the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. Ha! The Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator shouted. He ignored the demon token and focused on attacking Zichen. Kill! The lightning saint beast turned into a ball of dazzling lightning and an extremely powerful aura erupted from its body. It seemed to have used some kind of powerful secret technique and charged toward the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. The latter wanted to kill Zichen with his full strength and did not expect to encounter the lightning saint beast. However, no matter who it was, he would kill as many as he could. Bang! The lightning saint beast crashed into the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. The dazzling lightning around its body instantly shattered and its body flew backward. Lightning blood splattered in midair. The demon token, who had not made a move, slowly raised his left hand and pointed at the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. A mysterious energy light appeared and landed on the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator. The latter's body slowed down slightly as if he was under great pressure. At this moment, Zichen arrived. The power of lightning no longer flashed around his body. The violent lightning aura also disappeared and was replaced by a holy aura that emitted a bright light. This aura did not belong to the human world. It was the pure aura of a foreign tribe. At this moment, the lightning wings on Zichen's back appeared. He looked like a real foreign tribe member. In his hand, he was holding a weapon that belonged to a foreign tribe member. It was the dragon spike that he had obtained after killing the Mirage Dragon. At this moment, with the help of a foreign tribe member, the aura surging on the dragon spike became extremely terrifying. The lightning saint beast was sent flying. The demon token took action and Zichen's attack arrived. Before the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator, the dragon spike pierced forward and a fist-sized black hole appeared. The moment the black hole appeared, Zichen's attack speed slowed down slightly. A loud dragon roar resounded and a spear light pierced through the black hole. The spear light flashed, and the dragon spike pierced into the black hole. The Ninth Domain Realm slowly mobilized the power in his body and attacked Zichen. In his opinion, he would definitely be the winner in such a head-on collision. However, the dragon spike's defense-ignoring characteristic was fully activated and pierced through his body first. His body trembled, and 30% of his attacks dissipated. The remaining 70% landed on Zichen. Zichen flew backward and drew a line of blood in midair. After landing, Zichen did not move. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The lightning saint beast, who had been hit with full force, also fell to the ground. Mo Ling was dispirited. He supported himself with half of the spear and could not sit still. The dragon soul spear pierced through the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator's body and pierced deep into the ground. As for the dragon spike, it appeared at the Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator's chest. The Ninth Domain Realm Cultivator did not move. He stared ahead with a frozen expression at Zichen, who had fallen to the ground. After a while, Zichen's body moved slowly and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He slowly got up and looked at the motionless Ninth Domain Realm in front of him. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that the Ninth Domain Realm world is gone. It's good enough to kill him." A weak voice sounded. It was the lightning saint beast who had pretended to be dead. It had also turned over and stood up. The dragon soul spear broke through the ground and disappeared beside Zichen. Zichen casually walked up to the Ninth Domain Realm and pulled out the dragon spike forcefully. Blood splattered and the Ninth Domain Realm's corpse fell backward. Phew! Zichen sat on the ground and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Mo Ling. "Senior, are you okay?" "I won't die for the time being," Mo Ling replied after a while. "That's good. Let's hurry up and leave." Zichen stood up again and walked toward Mo Ling unexpectedly. Mo Ling shook his head and said, "I'm not going. You guys go ahead." Zichen was stunned. "Senior, the pursuers may come at any time. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." Mo Ling sighed. My injuries are very serious. I'll only be a burden to you if I leave with you. Are you kidding me? Senior, I'll be in charge of escaping. You just have to treat your injuries. Once you're healed, no one will be our match. Zichen, who was speaking, did not notice that Mo Ling's eyes were filled with the will to die. However, Zichen did not care about this. He opened his domain realm and took away the heavily injured Mo Ling. The Lightning Saint Beast's injuries were not light. It also entered Zichen's domain realm. At the same time, Zichen also took the dead black flame into his domain realm and began to run. While running, he used his power to check his body over and over again to see if there was anything like a tracking mark on his body. Not finding anything, Zichen entered the dense forest. In the Jianwu continent, the most area was occupied by dense forests and mountain ranges. Almost every dense forest and mountain range was guarded by powerful battle beasts. And if he was not careful, he might encounter some high-level life forms. If he followed a specific route, he should have bypassed this dense forest and mountain range, but Zichen obviously would not be stupid enough to wait to be schemed against. Fortunately, he deviated from the route. In this way, he could avoid the pursuers and also gain experience. If he was lucky enough to encounter one or two high-level life forms that had not yet fully grown, it would be good to catch them and raise them in his domain realm. A high-level life form cultivation plan had already taken shape in Zichen's heart. At the same time, Zichen thought in his heart that if he really could not find any high-level life forms, he would return to Huping City and go to Tiger God Mountain to catch a few. For example, Wushuang and her little friends who grew up with her. This was just pure fantasy. If Zichen really dared to go to Tiger God Mountain and mess around, he would probably come out dead. 7 days later, Mo Ling's request came out. Zichen had no choice but to comply. Mo Ling's injuries were still very serious, but his spirit was much better. I see that you have a long spear refined with a dragon soul, Mo Ling said directly after coming out. Yes. Zichen nodded. How about I teach you a set of spear techniques? This was Mo Ling's second sentence. Chapter 1579. Shantian Prefecture, the residence of the Prefecture Lord. On the chessboard, the black horse that wanted to turn into a dragon was not in a good state. The Shantian Prefecture Lord stood to one side, silently watching the changes on the chessboard. During this period, the white side lost 2 stones, and the black side got close to the black horse, and a black stone's light dimmed. Prefecture Lord, I found it. A low voice sounded. The Prefecture Lord turned around and looked at the elegant middle-aged man. There was a touch of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that this was the first time he had heard the other party speak in such a tone. The elegant middle-aged man came closer, holding an old yellowed paper in his hand. He smiled bitterly. I found it. This time I miscalculated. What's wrong? The Prefecture Lord asked. The weapon in Zichen's hand is called the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Star Illusion Dragon Spike, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The Prefecture Lord frowned slightly. The elegant middle-aged man's smile became more bitter. It's the saint weapon of the Starry Sky Supreme Saint. It has been missing for many years. The Starry Sky Supreme Saint, it's actually his. The Prefecture Lord's expression changed slightly. The Starry Sky Supreme Saint was the leader of the foreign invaders. He brought great trouble to the creatures of the Jianwu continent, and the most frightening thing was the saint weapon in his hand, which was said to be able to ignore all defenses in the world. Countless experts died under the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Just the Starry Sky Supreme Saint alone was enough to make humans tremble in fear. In the end, an unknown human saint appeared and fought with the Starry Sky Supreme Saint for 3 days and 3 nights. The two died together, and the Star Illusion Dragon Spike disappeared at that time. The elegant middle-aged man smiled bitterly. I had long seen that the weapon in Zichen's hand was extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be a saint weapon. It seems that I was too hasty in making this move. The Prefecture Lord's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Then Mo Ling, The elegant middle-aged man shook his head. Black Flame is dead. He can't come back. Sigh. The prefecture lord sighed. This is fate. It's predestined. The elegant middle-aged man turned and left. The prefecture lord's mood became low. Although Mo Ling was his top general, the two had been together for so long that they were already very good friends. Now his friend was in danger, but he could not help. If he could not even protect his friend's life and death, what could he do as the prefecture lord of Shuntian? On the go board, many white ghost stones shone brightly. The manor head looked at the glowing white chess pieces and coldly said, Men! Without a sound, another person appeared behind the mansion master. Next, mark the locations where teleportation can be activated one by one. Exterminate all life within 100 miles. Yes. Behind the mansion master, that person disappeared in a flash. Musa was the person with the highest status within a 50-kilometer radius of this area. He was only at the peak of the corporeal realm, but the place he lived in was an enormous castle that did not match his strength. Over the years, many realms had taken a liking to this castle. However, these realms either disappeared on their own accord or died outside the castle. Gradually, no one dared to think of polishing Sa anymore. Even the overlords here had to be treated as equals in front of Sa. Amos Sa was only at the corporeal realm, but he was able to reach this stage. Naturally, he was very proud. However, he knew very well what the real reason for all of this was. Today, Amos Sa received a piece of news. Early in the morning, he walked to the deepest part of the mansion, to an unremarkable building. Normally, this place was a forbidden area that forbade anyone from entering. Behind Amos Sa followed a 10-year-old youth. This was Amos Sa's most promising son. His talent had long been checked and he would definitely enter the domain realm in the future. This time, he had brought his son here to seek an opportunity. Don't speak carelessly later, Amos Sa warned again. The youth nodded continuously. Knowing that an important person was coming, he was very cautious. Inside this building was a huge teleportation array. This teleportation array would only be activated in an emergency. Today, he received news that the teleportation array was to be activated. The teleportation array had been activated long ago, but no one appeared. After waiting for 4 hours, the array patterns on the teleportation platform lit up one by one. The dazzling light forced the father and son to close their eyes. A powerful aura appeared in the teleportation array, wreaking havoc like a storm. The father and son could not bear the aura and hurriedly left the room. As the energy and light faded, 2 cultivators with cold expressions appeared in the teleportation array. When they appeared, they glanced at the groveling Amos Sa and ignored him. One of them said, We're still some distance away from our destination. We have to speed up. After saying that, the 2 of them disappeared. Amos Sa felt regretful that he could not talk to these 2 experts. Naturally, the benefits he had prepared could not be used. The youth also felt regretful that he had missed a powerful master. When the teleportation array was activated, there would be a powerful energy fluctuation. Even if one was far away, they could still sense it. In just half a day, a group of powerful cultivators rushed into the castle. The castle guards were nothing in front of these cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. Before Amos Sa could understand what had happened, all the guards were dead. Next, his family members were killed. In the castle, all living things, including Amos Sa, died. Even a pet was killed. After that, this group of powerful cultivators used the castle as the center to exterminate all living things within 100 miles. In one day, hundreds of miles of land were cleared. Countless innocent lives were lost, but no one cared. In this place, the strong were respected. The Black Dragon Spear played a major role in Shuntian Prefecture's 9 domains. Although the spear's body was broken, the technique was still there. What Mo Ling taught Zichen was the Black Dragon's Spear technique. However, it now had a new name, the Thunder Dragon's Spear technique. This spear technique was comprehensive and had both offense and defense. Mo Ling taught Zichen carefully and taught him the technique without reservation. Zichen studied and comprehended it carefully. In just a few days, Zichen's Thunder Dragon Spear technique had reached a certain level. His comprehension ability also surprised Mo Ling and the Thunder Sacred Beast. Mo Ling was seriously injured and could not recover in a short time. Zichen, who thought that he had escaped from the pursuit, did not urge Mo Ling to heal his injuries. After traveling for 10 days, Zichen had comprehended a spear technique. However, he was a little shaky when using it, so he needed more practice. After restraining the aura of the 6th domain realm, a battle beast immediately came to their door. It was a 4th domain king realm battle beast, and it blocked their way. Humans killed battle beasts for treasures. Battle beasts killed humans and devoured them to increase their realm. Roar! The 4th domain king realm battle beast's eyes glowed. With a roar, it pounced towards Zichen. Its aura surged, and sand and stones flew. The ancient trees in the forest swayed wildly, and leaves danced in the sky. Zichen held the dragon's spear and stabbed forward. The tip of the spear drew a perfect circle in front of him. In this circle, space was cut open like water, and a spatial vortex appeared. The spatial vortex formed, and a suction force surged in it. The 4th domain king realm battle beast was sucked in, and the surging power around it immediately dissipated. Its body became unstable, and it began to spin in the vortex. In Zichen's hand, the long spear shook again. The vortex dissipated, and the 4th domain king realm battle beast flew out and smashed an ancient tree. The 4th domain king realm battle beast crawled up in a sorry state. Its eyes were filled with confusion. It clearly did not sense any powerful aura fluctuations from the human, but the human could easily dissolve its attack and even trap it. It seems that you have completely comprehended this move. It has only been 10 days, but your comprehension is really excellent. Seeing this scene, Mo Ling could not help but exclaim. Looking at the two people in front of it who were talking and laughing and completely ignoring it, the 4th domain king realm battle beast did not want to find out what was going on. It turned around and ran. As a 4th domain king realm battle beast, its intelligence was not inferior to that of a human of the same level. Naturally, it could tell that these two humans were not to be trifled with. Don't go. Practice with me. Zichen held his spear and disappeared in a flash. The 4th domain king realm battle beast's eyes suddenly widened as it looked at the human who appeared in front of it out of thin air. Whoosh! The human in front of it rolled the long spear in his hand again. Space was cut open like water again, and it lost control of its body again. This was the Thunder Dragon Spear's softness technique. When fully used, it had the meaning of using 4 ounces to defeat 1,000 caddies. In addition to softness, there were also the support, hardness, and collapse techniques. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive. This was a pure King-tier battle skill that could fuse the power of space and completely activate the power of space. It could be said that this spear technique was not weaker than Zichen's gradeless sword drawing technique. If there was a grade for this spear technique, it could be gradeless or grade 9. Zichen's purpose was to cross this forest and gain experience first. When Mo Ling recovered from his injuries, he planned to return to Huping City. As for the Imperial Sky region, Zichen disdained to go there. Of course, he was afraid of being schemed against again. Zichen, what do you think of my battle strength? Mo Ling leaned against an ancient tree and looked at Zichen in front of him. He suddenly asked. After throwing away the battle beast that was already disoriented, Zichen put away his spear and turned around to say, "The strongest person in the 9th domain. Your battle strength can only be described with one word, strong." Hearing this, Mo Ling laughed self-deprecatingly. "The strongest person in the 9th domain. This is just a boring saying. Black Flame's battle strength is not weaker than mine. Moreover, in that battlefield, I'm afraid I'm not even fit to carry his shoes." Zichen looked at Mo Ling in shock. "What battlefield? Could it be that it's filled with sector lords?" Mo Ling glanced at Zichen and said, "The battlefield of despair is known as the place where the domain realm falls. The strongest person there is at the 9th domain realm." Then, Zichen's face was filled with disbelief. You are very shocked. Why is it that I, the strongest person in the Shantian prefecture, am not even fit to carry their shoes there? Even if they are strong, they can't be that strong. That's a war zone, the people there are all peak existences. Over there, there's only one word for it, battle. If one's combat prowess can be ranked high there, they would be able to jump levels and kill world overlords. Mo Ling continued. Although there is only a small gap between a sector lord and the peak of the 9th level domain, this small gap is like the distance between heaven and earth. Every sector lord's world has already reached the initial success stage and has its own independent power. This is the power of the natural laws that evolved after the domain world matures. It is a completely new kind of power, a power that belongs to the sector lord. We already have the real power now, Zichen said doubtfully. Chapter 1580. Zichen still didn't understand the difference between laws and law power. Mo Ling could only give an example. Take the dragon's spear in your hand, for example. The laws are equivalent to the dragon's spear. Normally, you would use the dragon's spear to attack, but once you step into the sector lord realm, the dragon's spear would be equivalent to having a spear art. When you use it again, wouldn't its power be even stronger? Hearing this explanation, Zichen somewhat understood. Mo Ling smiled. No matter how much I say now, you won't truly understand. But when you reach the 9th stage and touch the barrier of the sector lord realm, you will naturally understand. From the first stage of the domain realm to the 9th stage, it's just a change in quantity. However, from the domain realm to the sector lord realm, it's a qualitative leap. Using laws to attack and possessing true law power is a qualitative and quantitative transformation. Speaking of the sector lord realm, Mo Ling's eyes were filled with radiance. Clearly, he was looking forward to this realm. With Mo Ling's explanation, Zichen had some understanding of the sector lord realm. He was also filled with curiosity towards this realm. In this world, other than the purest higher life forms, no one dares to guarantee that they can step into the sector lord realm. Many people are only a step away from the sector lord realm, but they are unable to take that step in their entire lives. And the battlefield of despair is an opportunity for the 9th stage domain realm to fight against the sector lord. This opportunity is something everyone yearns for. As he spoke, Mo Ling's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and landed on the battlefield of despair. However, not everyone has the opportunity to enter the battlefield of despair. Other than the lowest 7th stage domain realm, there's another qualification. What qualification? Zichen subconsciously asked. Mo Ling glanced at Zichen and smiled. War Martial Domain Token. Zichen was stunned. He had a War Martial Domain Token on him. That's right. It's the Prefecture Lord's reward for your bravery in the Pocket Dimension. As for the reward for this mission, you can only go to the Royal Sky region to receive it. One of the entrances to the War Martial Domain Token is coincidentally in the Royal Sky region. Mo Ling smiled, but his smile was like a fox. He could already tell that Zichen didn't want to go to the Royal Sky region. Hence, he purposely mentioned the battlefield of despair to pique Zichen's curiosity. Zichen remained silent. The battlefield of despair is full of dangers. After you enter, be careful of all the creatures you see, including humans. This was the first time Mo Ling had spoken so much. Next, he urged Zichen to cultivate his spear art. After a few days, Zichen had completely mastered the word soft. Mo Ling then told him to learn the two-word formula, but he did not learn the two spear arts that were the main attacks. Just like that, Zichen and the others went deep into the forest for a month. After a month of peace, Zichen had almost forgotten about the danger. On this day, Mo Ling smiled and said, "We won't be leaving today. Let's rest for a day. Zichen, your comprehension ability is very strong. This is your reward." Mo Ling took out a jade pendant and handed it to Zichen. Zichen felt that Mo Ling was a little strange today, but he couldn't tell what it was. He took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. Then he asked, "This can't be another proof of qualification, right?" Mo Ling shook his head and said, It's not this time. I just happened to get it. I always felt that it was extraordinary, but I didn't know what was so extraordinary about it. Fortunately, I left it for you to study. Thank you. Zichen thanked him and put away the jade pendant. He would study it in the future. He held the dragon's spear and began to practice the two-word formula over and over again. Emoling sat nearby and watched with a faint smile on his face. The lightning's sacred beast also made a rare appearance, and lay beside Emoling. Zichen's alien power came from the mana realm. When he opened the mana realm, he refined a perfect mana seed. The lightning's sacred beast looked at Emoling in confusion. Emoling was still looking at Zichen in the distance. You might not know, but the perfect mana realm contains 3 types of laws. One is the law of heaven, and the other is the law of earth. The lightning's sacred beast's eyes flashed. The laws of heaven and earth are incompatible, so the third type of law is the alien race's law. When the 3 types of laws fuse, it will become a perfect mana seed. I'm sure you can see that Zichen's mana realm is currently perfect. The lightning's sacred beast's eyes were filled with confusion again. Emoling smiled. So, you don't have to be so suspicious. It's time to teach Zichen some of the Thunder Clan's powerful techniques. Speaking of which, if you don't teach Zichen, are you going to teach other members of the Thunder Clan? It's hard to say if the Thunder Clan exists in this world. Nonsense, the Thunder Clan will exist forever. The lightning's sacred beast was slightly angry. Ha! Emoling chuckled but didn't say anything. After a while, the lightning's sacred beast's voice sounded in Emoling's sea of consciousness. You've really made up your mind. Emoling nodded slowly. After that, there was a long silence. After practicing for half a day, Emoling called Zichen over. Only then did Zichen put away his spear and return. Just as Zichen was about to ask some questions, he saw Emoling looking into the distance, and saying faintly, "Since you're here, show yourself." Zichen's expression changed and he used his spiritual senses to scan the surroundings, but he didn't find anything unusual. Haha, you're indeed the #1 person in the domain realm. Your senses are really sharp. A hearty laugh sounded and a burly man appeared on an ancient tree. Emoling glanced at the burly man and said, "So it's the third person. Speaking of which, you're the only one with guts. The others seem like cowards. Emoling, you're seriously injured, but you still speak so harshly." A cold laugh sounded and a person appeared on a big rock not far away. "9th domain realm, another 9th domain realm." Zichen's heart sank. He didn't expect 2 9th domain realm experts to appear at once. However, this was just the beginning. One figure after another appeared around Zichen. 13 people again. However, this time, there were 5 9th domain realm experts and 8 8th domain realm experts. Such a force was enough to kill 3 people. Zichen felt a little desperate. His senses were very sharp, but he didn't notice that so many people had come. These people must have done something to prevent them from escaping. When they appeared, they all looked cold and indifferent. Zichen was automatically ignored. Almost all of their attention was on Emoling with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. It was a great honor to be able to kill the #1 person in the domain realm. Only the third person was smiling. He nodded at Emoling and then looked at Zichen and said, "You're Zichen. I watched your battle in the small world. You were very good and made my blood boil." Zichen looked at the third person and said indifferently, "But now you're working for the alien race and trying to kill us. Haha, you're really good at joking. We're not here to kill. We're just here to borrow something from you." The third person laughed heartily. "What is it?" Zichen asked. "Star Illusion Dragon Spike," the third person said. "Star Illusion Dragon Spike." Zichen was stunned, but he soon understood. He didn't expect that the third person was here for the Dragon Spike. Obviously, Hei Yen was also here for the Dragon Spike. "Can you let us go if I give you the Dragon Spike?" Zichen asked calmly. The third person shook his head and said, "Of course not, but I can promise not to kill you. However, you have to go back with me." Zichen shook his head slowly. What a joke. He could still fight to the death now, but if he went back with them, he would suffer a fate worse than death. The third person said regretfully, "Since you don't want to, we can only kill you. However, it's a pity for a talent like you to die. It's also a loss for the human world." Emoling glanced at the third person, then turned to Zichen and said, "Zichen, do you still remember the jade pendant I gave you?" "Of course." Zichen nodded with a puzzled expression. How could he forget it? He just didn't understand why Emoling said that. "Show it to me. I want to see it one last time," Emoling said. Zichen took out the jade pendant. The 5 9th domain realm cultivators' expressions changed when they saw the jade pendant, and they rushed over. However, it was too late. The moment the jade pendant appeared, it emitted a dazzling light, and a huge transmission channel appeared. Zichen's body entered the transmission channel uncontrollably. "No!" The channel disappeared instantly, but Zichen's screams still echoed in the forest. Zichen and the Thunder Sacred Beast were gone, but Emoling was still there. He calmly looked at the people with ugly expressions. "Damn it!" The third person was furious. "Kill Emoling first, then go find Zichen," the person next to him said coldly. "Kill! Let's end this quickly." The third person waved his hand, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Emoling's expression was still calm, and the smile on his face didn't fade. The 13 people rushed toward Emoling. Emoling's body began to glow. Crack! On the chessboard, the black horse that had transformed into a dragon disappeared, and a black piece shattered. At the same time, the 5 white chess pieces near the black chess pieces also shattered one by one. No one was controlling the chessboard, and everything was moving on its own. Those who were qualified to be chess pieces were all 9th domain realm cultivators. The mansion master looked at the shattered black pieces and couldn't help but sigh. The elegant middle-aged man said, "When Emoling left, he saw this move. This is his own choice, so you don't have to blame yourself." Although he said so, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "I shouldn't have stopped him back then. If he had gone to the battlefield of despair earlier, this wouldn't have happened. If I had let him enter the battlefield of despair earlier, there would be no need for the black horse. Emoling would be the strongest dragon horse, and all schemes would be destroyed by him." Looking at the shattered black pieces, the mansion master sighed for a long time. "In the end, it's all my fault. It was over. Everything was over." On the chessboard, the black pieces had the upper hand, and the white pieces began to lie dormant. Outside the chessboard, in the periphery of Shuntian Prefecture, death zones appeared one after another. Each death zone had a radius of 100 miles. All living things within 100 miles were wiped out, which cut off many paths for some forces. The forces represented by the black pieces had won a great victory. However, the strongest person in the domain, Emoling, had died. On the chessboard, the black pieces had the upper hand, but they still couldn't take down all the white pieces. The dormant white pieces still had room to fight back. The elegant middle-aged man looked at the chessboard silently. He didn't know when the next game would be, but he knew that the next game would be outside the chessboard. Chapter 1581. In the forest, furious roars resounded continuously. The berserk aura was wreaking havoc. The beasts in the forest had long since fled, and the faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from afar. They were both in the forest, but the distance between here and the forest was probably hundreds of thousands of miles. Zichen was still roaring uncontrollably. He knew that Emoling had given him the only chance of survival. "This is a battle between the higher-ups. Life and death are already predestined. You don't have to blame yourself." The Thunder Saint Beast, who had been silent all this while, couldn't bear to see Zichen like this and began to persuade him. Zichen turned around and glared at the Thunder Saint Beast. His face was filled with anger as he roared. "You knew! You knew from the start, right? Why didn't you tell me? If telling you was useful, do you have the qualifications to act in a battle between the 9 realms?" The Thunder Saint Beast disdainfully curled his lips. I don't have the qualifications to act, but I can let Mo Ling live. No matter what, I can take him away. He won't die. Zichen's voice shook the sky. The teleportation jade pendant doesn't limit the number of people. If Mo Ling wanted to live, the three of us would have left long ago. He didn't leave because he wanted to sacrifice the lives of those who came. I don't know what happened in Shuntian Prefecture, but with Mo Ling's death, his enemies must have suffered a huge loss. His death was worth it, the Thunder Saint Beast said sternly. Bullshit! What do you know? Zichen glared at the Thunder Saint Beast. You're the one who's bullshit. What do you know? The Thunder Saint Beast also glared at Zichen. One man and one beast, staring at each other. He's already dead, what benefits are there to talk about? I don't know about the battle between the higher-ups, nor do I know about losses and benefits, but I know that only by being alive can we create miracles. Why don't we wait patiently? Mo Ling has already touched the boundary of Sector Lord. It's only a matter of time before he breaks through. The roaring Zichen pointed at himself. There's still me. I can go to the battlefield of despair to train. Not to mention breaking through to level 9, even level 8, I can kill those fellows. There's clearly a way to not die, so why do we have to send people to their deaths? Yes. Hearing Zichen's roar, the Thunder Saint Beast realized that it couldn't refute. Indeed, Shuntian Prefecture's move was something that it did not understand very well. However, from the looks of it, it should be the faction behind Mo Ling. They did not have much time to wait. After roaring, Zichen gradually calmed down. He naturally knew that the game was not so simple. Since Mo Ling had the jade pendant to leave, but he did not leave, there was clearly a personal reason. Zichen guessed that it might have something to do with him personally killing Black Flame. Although all of this had been Mo Ling's choice and all of this had been the scheme of the power behind Mo Ling, Zichen still felt guilty about Mo Ling's death. Originally, Zichen had planned to directly return to Huping City after he was done with his business. However, it was obvious that he couldn't return to Huping City now. In that case, he could only head to the Imperial Sky region, to the battlefield of despair. Zichen quickly pulled himself together and began to prepare for his next move. First, he changed his appearance. Even the aura of his soul changed. He put away the sheathed saber and dragon spike, and only took the dragon spear. Originally, there was a three-dimensional dragon carving on the dragon spear. It was very eye-catching. However, as the dragon soul fully awakened, the dragon soul could change the appearance of the dragon spear at will. Under Zichen's instructions, the dragon spear turned black. The dragon carving disappeared. The body of the dragon spear became smooth. It was black all over and emitted a black light. After doing all this, Zichen looked at the Thunder Saint Beast. Although the Thunder Saint Beast was small, it looked like a dragon and a tiger. It was very impactful. Why are you looking at me? The Thunder Saint Beast felt uncomfortable being stared at by Zichen. Your appearance is too eye-catching. Change it, Zichen said. Change it? The Thunder Saint Beast was stunned. It asked. How? Zichen thought for a moment and said, Become more Loki. Let people see you at first glance. You're ordinary. There's nothing too out of the ordinary. Let me think. I'll turn you into a dog. The Thunder Saint Beast's eyes flashed with lightning. A large amount of violent lightning appeared and wreaked havoc toward Zichen. Zichen, who was already prepared, dodged. Then, he heard the Thunder Saint Beast roar. Brat, do you know who this Saint Beast is? I am the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. You dare to be disrespectful to your ancestor? I don't have time to listen to your roar. If you can change it, then I won't send you off. Although Mo Ling's death was not related to the Thunder Saint Beast, Zichen was still angry with it. Brat, you made this Saint Beast turn into a dog. You will regret it one day. The Thunder Saint Beast was furious. It really wanted to turn around and leave. However, although it looked like it was in the 6th stage, its injuries were very serious. Moreover, it had injured its foundation. It would take a long time to recover. Zichen had a good heart. He was not afraid of being schemed against if he followed him. This was also the reason why he was angry but didn't leave. Wait until you become a real saint beast. Zichen smiled coldly. The black spear in his hand shook. It was almost perfect. He was going to practice the spear, as expected of an old guy who had lived for a long time. With a thought, it came up with a plan. Then it laughed. So be it. Aren't you just a dog? This saint beast has lived for a long time. This is called knowing when to yield and when to stand tall. Zichen looked at the Thunder Saint Beast with disdain. However, the latter changed the topic and said, Sigh, it's a pity. I thought of a Thunder Emperor's finger recently. How could I suddenly forget about it? Zichen naturally understood the meaning behind the Thunder Saint Beast's words. He said sarcastically, I even know the Thunder God's finger. Why would I care about your Thunder Emperor's finger? The Thunder Saint Beast looked at Zichen with disdain. Then this Saint Beast is really ignorant. I haven't heard of the Thunder God's finger. Zichen's Thunder God's finger was already at the mortal realm. He obviously knew that it couldn't compare with the Thunder Emperor's finger mentioned by the Thunder Saint Beast. Thus, he said calmly, Actually, there is no need to become a dog. It's fine to become a domestic dog. The Thunder Emperor's finger is one of the few powerful techniques of the Thunder Clan. It's much more powerful than that blade or spear. How could I suddenly forget about it? The Thunder Saint Beast shook its head. Only a fool would believe that it suddenly forgot about it. Back then, it had taught Zichen the real 9 deaths of lightning. If it wasn't for the Thunder Saint Beast, Zichen might not have been able to learn the complete 9 deaths of lightning. While he was thinking of a countermeasure, Zichen said, Actually, cats and dogs are not bad. They are likable and not too eye-catching. And that makes sense. However, I remember that the 9 deaths of lightning requires the heavenly thunder wings to reach its maximum speed. In this saint's memory, the heavenly thunder wings have 6 pairs of 12 wings. Sigh. This saint vaguely remembers where the other heavenly thunder wings are, but they are sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. The Thunder Saint Beast tilted its head and said, After hearing this, Zichen said with a serious face, How can the Thunder Saint Beast of the Thunder Clan become a cat or a dog? What kind of plaything is that? Even if it is Loki, it should be a ferocious lion, tiger, or leopard. I feel that with your appearance, becoming a black nether tiger is already a grievance. Ha ha! Looking at Zichen, who had lost his moral integrity, the Thunder Saint Beast laughed proudly. Zichen didn't feel awkward. He laughed and asked, Then, Lord Saint Beast, when are we going to look for the heavenly thunder wings? The Thunder Saint Beast shook its body and turned into a 3-meter-long black nether tiger. It said proudly, Forget about the heavenly thunder wings. Barely enough Thunder Emperor's finger. All right. After saying this, Zichen jumped up and rode on the back of the black nether tiger. Brat, what are you doing? The Thunder Saint Beast's energy started to surge. I say, Lord Saint Beast, you are now a black nether tiger. If you follow me with this identity, of course you have to be my mount. Don't tell me you want me to carry you around? Zichen said kindly. Now, not only do you have to be my mount, you also have to deliberately suppress your realm. Don't drop it too low, or else you will be 1 level lower than me. 4 levels will do. 6 levels lower is 4 levels. Are you testing my intelligence? I am currently at 5 levels. After the agreement was reached, a black-clothed youth riding a black nether tiger appeared in the forest. The youth carried a black spear on his back and his spear technique was extremely good. Many beasts suffered greatly. However, the youth seemed to only want to train his battle technique and didn't kill them. This Saint Beast is hungry. Once they stopped, the Thunder Saint Beast would always say this. Zichen waved his hand and said, If you are hungry, go find something to eat. Don't tell me you want me, your master, to serve you? The Thunder Saint Beast glared at Zichen. Although it is fake, acting has to be realistic, right? Zichen hurriedly smiled apologetically. After all, he was the one asking for help. I want to eat roasted meat. All right, there is only 1 piece. Zichen quickly set up a fire and roasted the meat. There were only 2 pieces, one for the human and one for the beast. Speaking of which, when can we find a high-level life form? That meat is only delicious. Zichen missed the taste of high-level life forms. TSK, high-level life forms are nothing. This saint beast has even devoured supreme beasts. The Thunder Saint beast curled its lips and ate the roasted meat with relish. Zichen had definitely escaped from the danger of being chased, and he was still 1 level away from the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly in the forest, gaining experience and refining the domain world he had obtained before. He didn't even know where he was currently, but he would definitely be able to get out if he walked in a straight line. High-level lifeforms weren't often found. The reason why Zichen and the others were lucky last time was because they were at the periphery of the Tiger God Mountain, and the Tiger God Mountain specialized in producing high-level lifeforms. This dense forest was very big. Zichen had walked for a few months but still hadn't walked out of it. During this period, he had encountered many beasts, but they were all extremely ordinary. Not to mention high-level lifeforms, he hadn't even met any beasts with high-level lifeforms. In this way, Zichen's plan to raise high-level lifeforms would have to be slightly delayed. After comprehending the Tua formula, Zichen began to comprehend the hard formula. This hard formula emphasized fierceness, speed, and speed as the main attack, unlike the previous 2 formulas, which focused on defense and secondary attack. As his comprehension of the hard formula deepened, the beasts that were unlucky enough to be targeted by Zichen would have bloody holes on their bodies one after another. After the hard formula was the final collapse formula. Once this collapse formula was used, the beasts had no chance of surviving. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Zichen's spear arts were almost at the great accomplishment level, and just at this time, he found traces of humans in the forest. This book came from the web. The first thing to look at is the original content. Chapter 1582. Sounds of battle could be heard from the forest. There were roars of humans, roars of beasts, cries of alarm, and screams of agony. Activate the formation, don't let it escape. This damn thing, we must surround it. Hold the position well and trap it. The humans roared again and again. Energy vibrations could be heard in the forest. Kacha sounds could be heard continuously as large swathes of ancient trees broke and fell. Another swath of ancient trees was smashed down. Zichen spread his spiritual senses to the battlefield and saw 5 humans surrounding a level 4 beast. 3 of them were level 4 while the other 2 were level 3. There were also 3 corpses not far away. In a life and death battle between humans and beasts of the same level, the beasts usually won. However, in Zichen's opinion, the beast must have ambushed them. The level 4 beast was a 5-meter-long leopard with sparkling blue light all over its body. It was like a bolt of blue lightning that kept flashing between them. The 5 of them had a strange symbol on their bodies. They stood far away in 5 different directions. Every time Lan Bao appeared in front of them, the symbol would light up and form a light screen to block Lan Bao. Lan Bao shuttled back and forth in 5 different directions but was unable to break through the light screen. The 5 of them were pleased with themselves. Zichen carefully probed with his spiritual senses and sensed the critical point at which the symbol could withstand the power. For a level 4 beast like Lan Bao, such a defense was not indestructible. He suspected that Lan Bao was deliberately toying with them. Just as the 4 of them were pleased with themselves, Lan Bao's cold eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of a level 3 domain realm in the blink of an eye. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at the level 3 domain realm cultivator. His sharp fangs flashed with a cold light. The symbol in front of the level 3 domain realm cultivator lit up and formed a layer of protection. The level 3 domain realm cultivator seemed to feel that this attack was very dangerous, so he added another layer of protection for himself. However, these 2 layers of protection were nothing in front of Lan Bao. The terrifying bite instantly penetrated the 2 layers of protection and broke the level 3 domain realm cultivator's neck. Fresh blood spurted from the headless body as Lan Bao swallowed the level 3 domain realm cultivator's head. This scene happened very quickly, to the extent that the other 4 had a hint of astonishment on their faces. Lan Bao did not flee when the formation was broken. Instead, he charged towards the second 3rd domain realm cultivator. Lan Bao's figure flashed again and arrived in front of the second 3rd domain realm expert. The 3rd stage domain realm expert only saw a blur in front of his eyes before Lan Bao had already left. He was thinking complacently whether Lan Bao was afraid of them and had turned to flee. Suddenly, he felt a piercing pain. He looked down and saw a bloody hole in his chest. Pieces of his internal organs mixed with blood flowed out of the hole. The 3rd stage domain realm cultivator was horrified. Then, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Die! With a cold shout, a terrifying power attacked Lan Bao. The latter's figure flashed, and his entire body shone with blue light. He broke free from the spatial pressure that enveloped him, and dodged the attack. A terrifying energy exploded nearby. Lan Bao glanced at the 3/4 stage domain realm cultivators with a mocking look before turning around and disappearing into a bolt of lightning. Chase! In the blink of an eye, they had lost 5 people. The 3/4 domain realm cultivators were unwilling to accept the loss. After collecting the corpses of their companions, they immediately gave chase. Although both parties were at the same level, their speed couldn't be compared to Lan Bao's. In the blink of an eye, Lan Bao had left them behind. Lan Bao, who was moving forward, seemed a little proud. He even intentionally waited for the 3 people behind him while thinking about how to kill all 3 of them. After all, the 3 of them could still pose a threat to him if they joined forces. Suddenly, Lan Bao saw a human appear in front of him. The human had his back facing him and was carrying a black spear on his back. Lan Bao's movements were silent, so the human didn't notice it. Looking at the human's back, a hint of cruelty appeared in Lan Bao's eyes. Lan Bao moved forward cautiously for dozens of meters. Then, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the human in front of him. The human seemed to have sensed the danger, and the spear on his back trembled slightly. However, Lan Bao was only a few meters away from the human at that moment. Such a short time was enough for him to kill the human. However, just as Lan Bao's attack was about to reach the back of the human's head, he suddenly saw the human in front of him move. He actually turned from his back to facing Lan Bao. The human's eyes were very calm, but there was more indifference in this calmness. Lan Bao was very clear about this gaze. It had used the same gaze when it had looked at the 2 third-stage domain realm cultivators. This was the gaze that one would use when looking at a dead person. Immediately after, the human disappeared in front of Lan Bao's eyes. It wasn't that the human had run away, but that a black spear light had blocked Lan Bao's vision. The moment the spear light appeared, it filled Lan Bao's entire vision. There was only the spear in Lan Bao's eyes, and nothing else. The spear light was moving forward, but it seemed to be spinning. The energy around Lan Bao's body was completely drained in an instant. Then, the spear pierced towards Lan Bao. In a daze, Lan Bao seemed to see the majestic figure of a dragon in the spear light, exuding a vast dragon's might. Lan Bao's eyes were filled with fear and shock. Bang! The spear instantly touched Lan Bao's forehead. The collapse formula was vividly displayed, and Lan Bao's head instantly exploded. Fresh blood and mincemeat splattered in all directions, but they all avoided the black-clothed youth. From afar, the 3/4 stage domain realm cultivators heard a tremor. When they arrived, Lan Bao was already completely dead. 2 meters away from Lan Bao stood a black-clothed youth holding a spear. The 3 of them didn't sense any energy fluctuations from the youth, but the 4th stage Black Panther had died in front of him. It was only a sound, and it was probably an instant kill. The 3 of them looked at each other, and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. After glancing at the 3 humans, Zichen walked towards Lan Bao's corpse. The 3 humans' expressions changed again, and there was a hint of nervousness in their dignified expressions. With a flash of sword chi, Zichen cut off one of Lan Bao's hind legs. Then, he carried it and walked into the distance. Looking at the black-clothed youth who turned around and left, the three of them looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. One had to know that the most valuable part of Lan Bao's body wasn't the hind leg, but the soul essence in his body. That was the source of Lan Bao's power, and it was equivalent to the human's domain world. The three of them extended their spiritual senses and found that the human had actually gone far away. Only then did they look at each other. One of them said, "Let's go and see if the thing is still there." One of them flashed forward. Before he could cut open Lan Bao's corpse, he saw a glowing crystal from Lan Bao's exploded neck. Inside the crystal, he could vaguely see a small Lan Bao struggling in pain. "It's still here!" The domain realm expert picked up the soul essence and waved at the other two. "Who the hell is this person? How could he not want the soul essence of a fourth-stage war beast?" The two of them stepped forward, their faces full of shock. They had come to this mountain range to kill king-level war beasts, and use their soul essences to cultivate. Although they were all fourth-stage war beasts, they usually used third-stage or second-stage soul essences. A fourth-stage soul essence was definitely a huge amount of wealth in their eyes. But why didn't that human want the fourth-stage soul essence? They found it hard to believe, but it was nothing to Zichen. After reaching the sixth stage, even a sixth-stage soul essence wouldn't be of much use to him, let alone a fourth-stage soul essence. Unless it was a seventh-stage soul essence or higher. This was also the main reason why Zichen rarely killed war beasts when he was training in the forest. Even if he was greedy, he would only cut off a piece of meat from his opponent's body. After all, the meat could still grow back, but if it died, there would be nothing left. Just as the three of them were guessing whether this was the black-clothed young man's scheme, they smelled the aroma of meat in the forest. "He's barbecuing meat?" When they extended their spiritual senses again, Zichen was already 5 kilometers away, roasting the half of the leopard's leg from before. Using their spiritual senses, they saw that the black-clothed young man was very focused on roasting meat. Every turn seemed to be very particular. The expressions of the three of them changed again. One of them said, "Let's go!" "Where are we going?" the other two asked. "Return it to him," the first said. "Are you crazy, Calais? He can kill a fourth-stage war beast in one hit. You dare to take his things? I think you're the crazy one." Calais snatched the fourth-stage soul essence and flew towards the direction where the aroma of meat was coming from. The other two had no choice but to follow. For the three of them, a distance of 5 kilometers could be covered in a few breaths. Calais appeared 20 meters away from Zichen and took out the fourth-stage soul essence from before. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master Ranker, you forgot something." Zichen was still focused on roasting meat and didn't pay attention to Calais. The other two followed and stood behind Calais cautiously. Zichen didn't say anything. The three of them didn't dare to move. It was as if a huge mountain was hanging over their heads, and they felt extremely pressured. Just as Calais's body became stiff and was about to lose consciousness, an indifferent voice finally sounded. "I'll give it to you." The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't even care about the fourth-stage soul essence. In their hearts, they were even more certain that this was an amazing rancor. The aroma of the roasted meat became stronger and stronger. The three of them, who had just relaxed, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes were fixed on the piece of roasted meat that was gradually turning golden. "I can give you the item, but not the roasted meat. If you want to eat it, roast it yourself." Zichen's unquestionable voice sounded again. The three of them looked at each other, and a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. Obviously, Master Ranker didn't mind them staying here. One of them went back and brought the other 3 leopard legs. After washing them not far away, he went to the charcoal fire. At this moment, Zichen had already finished roasting the meat. He leaned against a big rock and sat alone. He didn't have the slightest intention to share with the three of them. After a while, the other 3 also finished roasting the meat. They sat together and ate the roasted meat. One of them carefully asked, Master, have you always been in this mountain range? HM? Zichen's gaze swept across the three of them. Collet hurriedly said, Master, please don't misunderstand. We're just curious. At the same time, we also want to ask you about a person. He's from the Shentian Prefecture. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also from the Shentian Prefecture, Zichen said indifferently. Collet said somewhat cautiously, That's really too much of a coincidence. That person's name is Zichen. I wonder if you know him? He's from the Shentian Prefecture and Huping City. This book is from the first place. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1583. Shentian Prefecture and Huping City. That person's name is Zichen. Zichen frowned, then glanced at the three of them with a dissatisfied expression. Shentian Prefecture has more than 100 million domain realm cultivators, and 108 cities are under its jurisdiction. Do you think I know him? Or is Zichen a very famous person, so I should know him? Could it be that he's even more famous than Mo Ling? Collet hurriedly explained. Although that Zichen has some fame, he can't compare to Lord Demon Commander. However, speaking of which, that guy can be considered an extraordinary existence. He forcibly raised Huping City's rank from 108th to 40-something. It's said that this time, Lord Demon Commander died because of Zichen. Zichen pretended to be moved. What? Lord Mo Ling died because of Zichen? Could it be that he killed Lord Mo Ling? Collet's face turned pale when he sensed the other party's aura at such a close distance. Fortunately, Zichen quickly restrained himself. Collet glanced at Zichen gratefully and said, According to the information, Zichen was only at the 6th level and had 2 special weapons. One was a sheathed black saber, and the other was a very unusual spike-shaped weapon. His combat strength wasn't weak, but he could at most fight someone 1 level above him. He definitely wasn't a match for Lord Mo Ling. However, Lord Mo Ling died because of Zichen's identity. Collet paused here to keep them in suspense. The 2 people beside Collet kept winking at Collet. How dare he keep them in suspense? Was he courting death? Zichen didn't seem to notice their winking and asked curiously. What identity? Collet said clearly. A foreign race. That fellow's true identity is actually a foreign race. Zichen was slightly angered. Do you think I'm an idiot? You just said that he was from Huping City and even helped Huping City increase its rank. Collet's face paled as he hurriedly said. That was all an illusion. His purpose in doing that was to infiltrate Shentian Prefecture. It is said that in order to eradicate the outsiders, Lord Demon Commander personally took action. However, Zichen's outsiders were simply too many. In the end, Lord Demon Commander was no match for them and died. As he spoke, Collet had a look of regret on his face. Is the Demon Commander really dead? Zichen asked with a complicated expression. Collet didn't notice Zichen's abnormality. He nodded and said, The news is absolutely true. However, the Demon Commander didn't die in vain. When he died, he killed all the outsiders who besieged him, except for Zichen. Because he ran fast, he escaped. Zichen's expression became very complicated. He didn't expect this story to turn out like this. He had become an alien, the Mo Ling who protected him had become a hero, and those who wanted to kill him had become his helpers. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Just over a year ago. We only found out about this after receiving the bounty about a year ago. Zichen shook his head and said, No wonder I didn't know anything. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 50 years since I left Shentian Prefecture. I didn't expect Lord Demon Commander to actually fall. Yes, the first person to die like this. What a pity. That bounty was received by the 3 of you. I wonder if there is any reward for killing Zichen? Zichen asked curiously. It wasn't the 3 of us. The 13 alliances received the bounty at the same time. The reward is very generous. It's an ownerless 8th layer world. Collet's eyes were filled with envy. An ownerless 8th layer world. If I can refine it, I can directly advance to the 6th layer. When Zichen heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and pretended to be surprised. 8 layers world. That's a big deal. That's right, the 13 alliances you just mentioned. Where is that? It's an alliance formed by 13 powerhouses of the 8th layer. It's also the biggest power in this area. Afterwards, Zichen learned that although this area belonged to Shantian Prefecture, it was an area that was not under anyone's jurisdiction. The so-called 13 alliances were a bunch of people who had occupied a mountain and were kings. They specialized in robbing and robbing. To put it bluntly, the 13 alliances were 13 gangs of robbers. It was said that a year ago, a powerhouse had come here to post a bounty, but no one had seen who it was. But very soon, this news spread in the 13 alliances. In addition, there was also a portrait of Zichen and the weapon that Zichen used. The leader clearly said that regardless of whether he was dead or alive, as long as he brought the weapon back and checked it, he would receive the reward he deserved. This year, our 13 alliances almost went all out to look for Zichen for a whole year, but we couldn't even find his shadow. After that, we heard that there were similar bounties in other areas. It seems that Zichen might not be in our 13 alliances area. Kalei sighed and said, "Looking for Zichen is like looking for a needle in a haystack." After a year without any results, everyone gave up. But who would have thought that our leader would insist on us looking for him? So, we formed a group of 8 and came here in the name of looking for Zichen to get some resources. Kalei's face had a trace of embarrassment. The 8 of them had just met a 4th layer war beast, but 5 of them had already died. Zichen smiled and said, "It seems that your leader is very concerned about the reward." "Maybe, but there's only one reward. If the 13 leaders want it, then I really don't know how to distribute it." Zichen's heart was slightly moved. He immediately asked, "Does your 13 alliances have blacksmiths?" "Yes, of course." "When are you going back?" "I plan to upgrade my spear. It's only a 4th layer now, 1 level lower than mine. It's not very useful." Everyone's heart trembled. They finally understood this leader's realm. When Zichen was in the small world, he leveled up too quickly, so much so that the Dragon Soul Spear couldn't keep up. Upgrading the Dragon Soul Spear was just a reason. One must know that his Dragon Soul Spear could automatically level up. The reason why he said this was because Zichen wanted to meet the 13 leaders. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with them. Kalei had a difficult expression. "We came out this time with a mission. Now that we haven't completed it, and a few of our companions have died, if we go back rashly, I'm afraid that we will be punished. I'll give you the reward," Zichen said directly. "My lord, this isn't about the reward." The 3 of them were still in a difficult position. "Not counting the soul essence just now, I'll give each of you a 4th layer soul essence." The 4 of them were obviously startled, but they couldn't say a word. Then it settled. After Zichen finished speaking, he continued to enjoy his time alone. Half an hour later, a strong wind suddenly blew in the forest, and a huge tiger appeared. The tiger's body flashed with a black light, and its fur seemed to be made of black iron, emitting a cold light. Its eyes were as deep as an abyss, making people feel as if they were about to sink into them. The black tiger's body surged with a tyrannical aura, and the 3 of them were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "This is a 4th level beast. It's a black nether tiger, a higher life form." Kalei shouted, his eyes filled with despair. They were all 4th level beasts, but higher life forms were much stronger than normal beasts. If the 3 of them encountered such an existence, only death would await them. The 3 of them kept looking at Zichen. Their only hope now was that this leader was strong enough. But after the black nether tiger appeared, it didn't attack. It only glared at the 3 of them. In the next moment, a few huge objects flew out from behind the black nether tiger, smashing heavily in front of them. The ground shook. Seeing the huge objects on the ground, the 3 of them were stunned. There were 3 beasts, and all of them were dead. The 3 of them looked up at the black nether tiger in confusion, only to see it walk straight to the powerful leader and lie down beside him, retracting its tyrannical aura. "Sir, this is your pet. This is a higher life form black nether tiger." The three of them widened their eyes, and Kalei asked in a trembling voice, "It's just a bloodline, not a pure one." Zichen replied indifferently. Fortunately, the black nether tiger closed its eyes. The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. To be able to tame a higher life form beast, they had a deeper understanding of Zichen's strength. The three beasts were all 4th level when they were alive. After collecting their essence, you guys lead the way. Yes, yes. The three of them nodded immediately, unable to hide the shock on their faces. This time, the three of them had reaped a huge reward. "Sir, you've actually tamed a black nether tiger." "Amazing! Truly amazing." On the way back, the three of them were full of compliments. "It's not really tamed. It's just that I wanted to help it out when I saw it heavily injured. In the end, it followed me from place to train." Zichen still had a favor to ask of the Thunder Saint beast, so he had to give it some face in front of others. The loyalty of beasts was unquestionable. Hearing this, the three of them were filled with envy, wondering why they hadn't encountered such a good thing. The 13 alliances were located in 13 different regions. The region Kalei was in was called Waside. Why was it such a weird name? That was because their leader was called Waside. The leader was only at the 8th level, while Kalei was at the 4th level. Hence, he was considered to be above average. After arriving at Waside, Kalei first arranged for Zichen to stay before contacting a blacksmith for Zichen. As for the remuneration, it was obviously up to the blacksmith to negotiate with Zichen. Not long after he left, Kalei was stopped by someone who was also at the 4th level. However, this person was 1 level higher than Kalei. "Kalei, I heard that you brought someone back," the person asked directly. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Kalei stared at the person unkindly. The person laughed coldly and said, "Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, Sir Late Ming is looking for you. He wants to ask you why you've returned so quickly. Have you found the person?" Kalei's expression changed when he heard Sir Late Ming. "Let's go. Don't just stand there." Kalei had no choice but to look for Sir Late Ming. Chapter 1584. Ming Mo summoned Clay to the living room. He was at the peak of the 6th rank. In the entire wall side, he couldn't be ranked among the top 10. But because of his relationship with the head of the wall side family, he was the butler. Ming Mo was in control of the allocation of many resources. He was known for his greed. Clay knew the consequences of being summoned by Ming Mo. Therefore, as soon as he entered, he took out a 4th rank soul essence and respectfully placed it on the table in front of Ming Mo. This was also a scene that the Ming dynasty had anticipated long ago. Ming Mo took a look at the 4th rank soul essence. He was surprised. His indifferent eyes swept over the soul essence as he slowly said, "I heard that you brought someone with you when you came back." Clay was well aware of Ming Mo's methods. Lying was pointless. Therefore, he told the truth. "Yes, it was a powerful warrior at the 5th rank. He also has a pet that has the bloodline of the dark nether tiger, but it's not a pure blood. He said that he wanted to borrow our blacksmith to forge a weapon, and he gave us 3 4th rank soul essences as payment." Clay summarized Zichen's situation in the shortest possible time. "What is his name?" Ming Mo tapped his fingers on the table. "I don't know. We didn't dare to ask," Clay answered. Ming Mo frowned. "You were only in charge of leading the way and he gave you 3 soul essences as payment?" Clay nodded. "Yes. We were on a mission so we couldn't come back right away." Ming Mo nodded slowly. "You did well. He is really only at the 5th rank and his pet is of the 4th rank." "Well, I think so." Clay wasn't sure. Ming Mo smiled. "Even I don't have a pet, and this guy has one. Clearly, he is the Zichen we are looking for." Kalei's expression instantly changed. "Sir, how is that possible? He's not Zichen." He doesn't even know that the demon commander has died in battle. He's been training outside for more than 10 years. Besides, he's very different from the Zichin in the information. Kalei was really shocked, but he wasn't afraid of the identity of that expert. Instead, it was because of Ming Mo's greed. He obviously had his eyes on the wealth of that expert. Now, he wanted to give him such an identity so that it would be easier for him to make his move. Right then, a voice came from outside. Sir, we can conclude that this person is of the 5th rank. As for his pet, we haven't seen it yet. Hearing this voice, Kalei's eyes were filled with despair. Ming Mo had already begun to investigate the other party's background. Clearly, he was already prepared to make a move. On the other hand, it didn't seem wise to kill and steal a pet that had been tamed by someone else. Besides, this reason was a bit far-fetched. The late Ming dynasty was not representing an individual, but the entire woodside. Kalei felt that he had overlooked something. Ming Mo smiled and said to Kalei, Kalei, what do you think it means for someone who doesn't even care about a 4th-rank soul essence, and would throw it away so casually? Kalei's face was ghastly pale. He had only briefly mentioned his encounter with Zichin. He had never mentioned the 4th-rank soul essence. But now, Ming Mo knew about it. Clearly, the problem lay with his 2 friends. Kalei was well aware of this problem when he returned the level 4 soul essence to the Ming dynasty. Not only was this person powerful, he must have come from an extraordinary family. He didn't care about the 4th-rank soul essence because he had too many good things with him. Kalei returned the soul essence because he wanted to make friends with this person. He never wanted to harm anyone. As for his 2 friends who had told him the truth, if Kalei's guess was correct, they must have paid a price. The price might be their lives. Once this powerful warrior was killed, the alliance might vent its anger on the force behind him. Once that force took revenge, the alliance of 13 might not be able to bear the consequences. Under such circumstances, the only way was to kill everyone who knew about it. Only heaven and earth would know. Ming Mo's words made Kalei think of so many things. His face became even paler, and there was even despair in his eyes. Ming Mo's voice sounded again, but this time, it was much colder. I'll give you one more chance. Tell him that the blacksmith is with me. As for whether you can succeed or not, it's all up to you. On the way back, Kalei's face was very unsightly. He had been cursing his 2 friends' ancestors. It was obvious that they had the same greedy thoughts as Ming Mo, so they took the initiative to tell him everything. However, these 2 idiots had never thought that negotiating with Ming Mo was like asking a tiger for its skin. Kalei didn't know how he walked in front of Zichin. When he saw the calm expression on Zichin's face, his panicked heart seemed to calm down a little. He tried to calm himself down and said, Sir? I'm really sorry. The blacksmith isn't here. How about I send you away? Kalei, who had been in a dilemma, felt the pressure in his heart lessen a lot after he said that. His breathing also became more comfortable. He's not here? That's unfortunate. When will he be back? I'll stay here and wait, Zichin said calmly, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. After hearing Zichin's answer, Kalei thought, You're powerful, but you really don't know anything about the ways of the world. Can't you tell that I'm evading? Can't you tell that I'm in a life-or-death crisis? Kalei squeezed out an ugly smile and said, Unfortunately, it might take a few decades. After all, that kind of person has endless orders and endless soul essence fragments. Oh, that's indeed unfortunate. Zichin shook his head and smiled, but a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. It's unfortunate. Let's go now. Kalei was a little anxious. We're going now? I'm such an expert. Don't tell me that I didn't attract your higher-ups? No one came to see me and recruit me. Zichin pretended to be confused, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Kalei even had the thought of dying. He thought, the higher-ups didn't summon me to recruit me, but to kill me for money. Why didn't he realize that this expert's brain was so stupid? Zichin stared at Kalei's eyes and said, There must be a higher-up who summoned me. But you're afraid that I'll be successfully recruited and become a higher-up in the future, right? You're jealous, so you're urging me to leave. Kalei had already decided that this guy was an idiot. He regretted befriending him back then. His heart was dead, but he could no longer care about anything else. He angrily said, "Bullshit recruitment. They want to kill you. They want to kill you for your money. Do you know that?" The moment he said that, Klein realized that he was at a loss for words and immediately shut his mouth. However, the expression of the stupid lord in front of him immediately turned cold. The stupid guy didn't ask for the reason. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Are those two guys already dead?" Ah. Kalei was stunned. At this moment, he looked at Zichen's calm eyes and felt that it wasn't that this guy was stupid. Instead, he was looking down on him from a different height, watching him act like a monkey thinking that he was smart. "Who wants to see me?" Wu sighed. "That's not very likely. It should be one of the heads here," Zichen said again. His tone was still calm. Kalei didn't understand where this expert's confidence came from. However, since the other party had already guessed, he didn't hide it. He said directly, "It's a housekeeper. He's very close to the head. Currently, he's at the peak of the 6th level." Zichen nodded and said, "Then lead the way." "Lead the way." Kalei opened his eyes wide. "The outside is already surrounded. You only have this one path." Kalei smiled bitterly and said, "I'm really sorry. If not for me." Before he could finish, Zichen had already walked out. When Kalei appeared, he found that there were indeed many unfamiliar faces outside. Moreover, there was a strong aura around them. Kalei resigned himself to fate and could only take Zichen to find Ming Mo. Along the way, they didn't see a single cultivator. However, there were dozens of cultivators following behind them. Soon, Kalei arrived at Ming Mo's residence. However, this time, he didn't directly enter the room. Instead, he stood in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was a large array. The area inside the array was very wide. It was like another small world. When the array was activated, this place became a sealed world. Once a cultivator was killed, the domain would not merge into space and leave. When he saw this scene, the corners of Zichen's mouth curled into a sneer. However, he did not believe that he could use the same method to create such a formation. After entering through the door, the tall door behind him slowly closed. The entire array was activated. Ming Mo's laughter echoed in the array. "Well done, Kalei. If we kill this guy, you'll get a share of the credit." When he heard this provocative tone, Kalei remained silent. Zichen also looked calm. The silent Kalei's heart was not calm. If he had not told the truth earlier and had really tricked Zichen into coming here, then after hearing Ming Mo's malicious provocation, he would have already died under the other party's gun. When he saw that the outcome was completely different from what he had expected, a look of surprise appeared on Ming Mo's face. Then, he smiled and said, "I couldn't tell that you, Kalei, are someone. You know the truth, yet you still dare to come here. You are really confident." After he said that, rays of light flashed and cultivators appeared in the array space one after another. There were a total of 7 cultivators in the 5th stage domain realm. In addition, there was Ming Mo, who was at the peak of the 6th stage domain realm. This combat strength made Kalei's expression change. However, when he stole a glance at Zichen, he realized that he was still calm. Ming Mo smiled coldly and said, "Sorry for troubling you, 10th leader." "10th leader!" Ming Mo shouted. His eyes were filled with despair. The 10th leader was ranked 10th in Was-Eyed. He was in the 7th stage domain realm. I really want to see what good things this 5th stage domain realm brat has. Why did I have to come here personally? A middle-aged man appeared. It seems that everyone is here. Let's begin. After he said that, a round ball appeared in Zichen's hand. The round ball started to glow. Then, it slowly moved toward the array above his head. Chapter 1585. Everyone's gazes followed the movement of the sphere. They did not sense any terrifying power from it, only a peculiar spatial power. In the next moment, the sphere exploded with a blinding light. A transparent rippling light barrier, like an inverted bowl, trapped everyone inside. Everyone was trapped by the rippling light barrier, but the light barrier did not contain the slightest bit of offensive energy aura. To put it bluntly, this thing was equivalent to another array formation. It was mainly used to target ownerless regions, preventing them from escaping into space. Everyone immediately understood the use of the sphere. When they looked at Zichen again, their gazes became strange. Collet looked at the sphere above his head in a daze. He saw that this expert was so confident, and thought that he should have a very strong trump card. But he never would have thought that he would take out such a thing without any offensive ability. This is somewhat interesting. The 10th ranked head smiled sinisterly at Zichen. It is somewhat interesting. Ming Mo smiled coldly and said, "If it was anyone else, they would have thought that this guy was preparing to catch all of us in one fell swoop." Zichen's calm face had a faint smile. He looked at Ming Mo and the 10th head, and said seriously, "I am not preparing to catch all of you in one fell swoop, but will definitely catch all of you in one fell swoop." Shameless boasting. Ming Mo smiled coldly. The surrounding people, other than ridiculing, gripped their king-level spirit weapons tightly, and released a powerful aura. Collet was somewhat dazed. He could no longer tell whether the expert beside him was arrogant or confident. Zichen turned his head, looked at Collet, and asked, "Do you know what I was doing in the forest?" Collet did not understand why this expert would ask a question that was completely unrelated to the situation in front of him, but death could come at any time, so it was better to say a word. "It should be training. It could be considered training, but it was actually training a spear technique. The move that killed Lan Bao was actually the last move of the spear technique." Zichen asked, "Do you want to see that move again?" Thinking back to Lan Bao's death, Collet did not know why, but hope rekindled in his heart. He nodded and said, "I want to, of course I want to. I did not see it clearly at that time, but now I want to see it again." Ming Mo and the 10th head did not understand what Zichen wanted to do, and the others did not understand either. But in the next moment, they understood. Unbeknownst to them, a long spear had appeared in Zichen's hand. The long spear glowed with a black light and exuded a sharp aura. Just as the black spear entered his hand, before the others could react, the long spear transformed into a ray of light and pierced towards the side. "Fine!" The nearby cultivator sensed the incoming danger and shouted loudly. The king-level spirit weapon in his hand was raised high, but before he could say the word die, the tip of the spear had already arrived in front of him, pointing at the space between his brows. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Zichen's attack came to a halt, and the cultivator of the 5th stage stopped raising his weapon. His eyes were fixed on Zichen with fury. "Bun!" A cold voice rang out from Zichen's mouth. The tip of the spear that had been pointed at the 5th layer cultivator's forehead left his forehead. There was a loud explosion in the array, and the head of the 5th domain realm cultivator exploded. One strike, instant kill. Collet's eyes lit up. Back then, Lan Bao had died like this. The expressions of the other cultivators in the 5th domain changed drastically. They quickly retreated with their domain weapons. "You're courting death." Ming Mo's eyes were filled with shock. The 10th head, on the other hand, shouted loudly. He had finished what the 5th domain realm cultivator had failed to say. A powerful aura surged around him, and a king-level spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Zichen glanced coldly at the 10th head. The long spear in his hand shook and pointed at the 10th head. A sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. The 10th head raised his head abruptly, and vaguely saw a black dragon rushing towards him. The thick sense of danger shrouded his heart. The 10th head had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. He shouted loudly and dashed backwards. As he took a step back, the 5th domain realm cultivators in front of him suddenly disappeared along with the black dragon. Everything just now, like the black dragon and the sense of danger, was like an illusion in his mind. A cold smile appeared on the 10th master's face. He was sure that it was an illusion. Obviously, this guy was very confident. He thought that he could fight those above his level just by relying on his illusions. However, just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he saw from the corner of his eyes that the surrounding crowd had a terrified expression on their faces. Moreover, their gazes seemed to have landed on him. The 10th head looked at them and realized that they were all looking at him. However, they were not looking at his face. They were looking at his body, which seemed to be his chest. The 10th head slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. He saw the tip of a spear that was emitting black light. He did not know when it had appeared at his chest. The cold smile on his face instantly froze. His eyes immediately widened and were filled with deep shock. Then, he heard a cold voice behind him. It was only one word, but it echoed clearly in his sea of consciousness. Bang! This word was like the sound of heaven. It shook the 10th head's sea of consciousness. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Then, his sea of consciousness completely collapsed and his consciousness dissipated. A bloody hole appeared in the 10th head's chest. His body fell forward. Behind him stood the spear-wielding Zichen. Zichen's eyes were still calm, as if he had just killed an insignificant existence. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. The 5th layer domain cultivators were so scared that they retreated again and again. Their faces were filled with extreme fear. Ming Mo's face was completely pale. The shock in his heart was not any less than the 5th layer domain cultivators. One must know that Zichen could kill the 7th layer 10th head in an instant. Killing him, a peak 6th layer existence, would not be a simple matter of a spear. At this moment, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. Since the other party dared to come alone, it was not because he was careless. He was not a brainless person, but because he had absolute confidence. At the very least, the entire Wazide could not stop him. Looking at the dead 10th head, Kalei was shocked. He finally witnessed the other party's powerful battle strength. He finally understood that the other party dared to come here because of his confidence. Let's attack together and kill him! At this point, begging for mercy was useless. Ming Mo was also a ruthless person. He shouted coldly. The other 5th layer existences also had cold looks in their eyes. Their bodies flashed, and they rushed towards Zichen. Their weapons emitted cold light, and they pierced towards Zichen's body. At that moment, everyone started to attack Zichen. As for Kalei, he was completely ignored by everyone. Pooh! A cold light shot over, instantly piercing through Zichen's body. Following that, more attacks came, crushing Zichen's body. It was so easy to succeed. Everyone was stunned. A scream came from afar. Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw Zichen holding a spear. Obviously, it was just an afterimage. At this moment, Zichen's back was facing them. The black spear in his hand was already piercing forward. At the end of the spear was the recognized greedy steward of Wazide, Ming Mo. It turned out that when Ming Mo signaled for them to attack, he was planning to escape. Bang! The collapse formula appeared again, and Ming Mo's body completely exploded. Ming Mo was dead. Then, Zichen turned around, and his cold gaze landed on the other 5th layer domain realm cultivators. They trembled and wanted to beg for mercy. They didn't even have the chance to fight to the death when facing such a powerful existence. Zichen didn't plan to leave anyone alive. He shook the spear in his hand, and it shot out like a black dragon. Kalei was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the people who fell in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, the situation was doomed, but it was resolved by the expert after several attacks. Every time the spear appeared, it would take away a life. Swoosh! Zichen waved one hand, and balls of light representing the domain realm appeared on the bodies of the dead cultivators. Zichen took away most of the balls of light, leaving 2 behind. He shook his hand, and the balls of light appeared in front of Kalei, who was stunned. This is the reward. Take me to the treasury. Zichen's faint voice was heard. Kalei did not accept the 2 balls of light. Instead, he looked at Zichen in shock and said, "There is a large number of soldiers guarding the area around the treasury." There are even several leaders there. In order to maintain the operation of a force, there had to be a clear system of rewards and punishments. There also needed to be a treasury where everyone's gains were stored. This treasury was everyone's common wealth, and even the strongest leader couldn't take it for himself. There was no doubt that the treasury was the foundation of a force, and there were many experts guarding it. "Lead the way," Zichen said coldly. Kalei saw the determination in Zichen's eyes, so he didn't insist. He took the 2 balls of light, and Zichen took the ball. Then, the array formation that didn't have any offensive means was broken, and the 2 of them walked out of Ming Mo's residence. There were no more cultivators outside, and it was obvious that Ming Mo had deliberately left. Then, Zichen followed Kalei to the treasury. Along the way, Kalei was very nervous. After all, what they were going to do next would not only cause a commotion in Wall's side, but also in the entire 13 alliances. Along the way, Kalei met 1 or 2 acquaintances, and after they greeted him warmly, Kalei just nodded. Kalei was followed by a person, but no one thought much of it. After all, there were too many cultivators here, and not everyone knew each other. As they got closer to the treasury, they met more cultivators, and Kalei became more nervous. When they finally arrived at the treasury, Kalei almost collapsed. "Who is it?" Sensing that the 2 of them were abnormal, a stage 6 cultivator walked out from the shadows and looked at the 2 of them warily. Looking at the treasury a few hundred meters away, Zichen's ball appeared in his hand again. It was given to him by Mo Ling, and it was mainly used to collect the domain realm. As the ball rose, the ripples of light covered the entire treasury. Chapter 1586. The 2 of them dared to attack the treasury guarded by so many experts. In the eyes of the crowd, this was tantamount to courting death. Apart from courting death, this action was obviously a provocation. The 6th domain expert who walked out was furious. His figure flashed, and he slashed at Zichen's chest with his king-level spirit weapon. The 6th domain expert used all his strength in this attack. The space began to distort violently, creating a strong pressure. He seemed to see the black-clothed youth being beheaded, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a cold smile. Swoosh! Zichen shook the long spear in his hand, and the huge pressure instantly shattered. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning. It swept past the opponent's weapon and pierced his chest. The 6th domain expert's expression instantly froze, and his attack immediately stopped. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He shook the long spear in his hand, and the 6th domain expert's body exploded. A ball of light slowly floated and merged into Zichen's body. This was a 6th domain world. It would be completely refined by Zichen's perfect world and merged into his own world. After killing 1 person, Zichen walked straight ahead. Kalei followed behind, trembling in fear. At the entrance of the treasury, a brilliance flashed, and more cultivators appeared. These cultivators were all 6th domain experts, and there was no lack of existences comparable to the peak 6th domain experts of the Ming dynasty. However, in front of Zichen, these powerful existences were killed with just 1 spear. Zichen walked toward the treasury, displaying the essence of the Thunder Dragon's spear art incisively and vividly. Wherever he passed, cultivators fell one after another. No one could withstand a second move from Zichen. Wherever he passed, fresh lives were turned into corpses. Balls of light appeared one after another and merged into Zichen's body. In Kalei's eyes, Zichen was like a god-fiend. His back was like heaven and earth. The tip of the spear pierced the stone ground, bursting with dazzling sparks. None of the cultivators who rushed out of the treasury could withstand the power of his spear. The spear technique that Mo Ling relied on to become famous was indeed powerful. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a large number of corpses. Pooh! Another cultivator was pierced through the chest, but this time, his body did not explode. This was because Zichen had used the toughness art. This attack focused on speed and instant killing power. The shocking effect it brought was far less than the collapse art, but its killing power was not inferior to the collapse art in the slightest. The cultivator collapsed and died. The world that represented the domain appeared and merged into Zichen's body. "How dare you come to Woodside and behave so atrociously? Die!" After a series of killings, a dignified voice finally rang out, and a muscular man rushed out from the treasury. When Clay saw the burly man, his face turned ugly. He said in a trembling voice, "He is the sixth master. His strength is close to the peak of the late 7th level. His defense—" Clay, who was about to say that the sixth young master's defense was very strong, saw the black spear in Zichen's hand completely break through the sixth young master's defense and pierce through his heart. The sixth head, who possessed a powerful defense, immediately opened his eyes wide. His round eyes were filled with disbelief. His super-strong defense was not something an ordinary 8th level domain realm cultivator could break, but it was pierced through by this guy in one strike. Zichen sneered. The spear in his hand trembled slightly. A trace of power escaped from the tip of the spear and shattered the sixth young master's body. It was the collapse art again. Looking at the dead sixth young master on the ground, Clay's heart twitched violently. He never thought that the powerful sixth young master, who was famous for his defense, would not be able to block a single strike. Just as the sixth young master's body fell, another person appeared at the entrance of the treasury. It was not that the other party was slow, but Zichen's killing speed was too fast. The person who had arrived was a short and small middle-aged man. He had a small mustache and a dark and cold glint flashed across his eyes. He had just appeared when he saw the dead sixth leader. His expression suddenly changed and his heart pounded violently. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold intent. He subconsciously looked in front of him and saw a young man in black with a spear staring at him. In an instant, he felt as if he was the prey of a poisonous snake. His whole body became extremely uncomfortable. "He is the fourth young master." Behind Zichen, Clay explained softly. The fourth young master looked at Clay and said angrily, "It is hard to guard against a thief in one's own house. I never thought that one of my men would bring an outsider to attack the mountain." Clay's expression turned ugly. He felt wrong, but he could not say anything. At this point, there was no point in explaining. Furthermore, Zichen did not have good intentions. With a slight sway, he disappeared from the spot. The fourth young master felt a chill in his heart again and dodged to the side. "Pooh!" Zichen's figure appeared. The spear in his hand pierced straight into the wall, while the fourth young master was nailed to the wall. Zichen's extreme speed was something that even an 8th stage foreign being could not defend against, much less a 7th stage human. The fourth young master had extremely sharp senses. Regardless of whether it was attacking or dodging, he was much stronger than the sixth young master. When Zichen's attack came, he had already dodged in advance. However, his speed was still too slow. Nailed to the wall by the spear, his face was filled with shock as his life force slowly faded away. Clay was still in shock from the sixth young master being killed in an instant. Now that he saw the fourth young master being stabbed to death, if not for his strong heart, he would have collapsed and fainted. All of this was too shocking. Because he was too shocked, Clay didn't realize that the power displayed by this expert who was originally only at the 5th level was already at the 6th level. Retrieving his spear, the fourth young master's body collapsed to the ground, his life force gone. At this point, Zichen had already killed more than 10 people. And Zichen was about to enter the treasury. However, Clay knew that the true expert had yet to appear. There was still the most difficult stage. The true guardian of the treasury was either the second young master or the third young master. And no matter which young master it was, they all had the strength of an 8th stage. Clay wanted to remind Zichen to be careful, but Zichen had already walked up the steps. With one step, he would step into the true treasury. 2 figures flashed past. Zichen fired 2 more spears, ending their lives. Zichen walked into the treasury. However, before Zichen could see the colorful treasures in the treasury, a domain world filled with a powerful aura sucked Zichen in. When Clay saw the domain world, he heard an old voice. His face was already pale as he said in a trembling voice, "It's the second young master, 8th stage, mid-8th stage." The young masters of Wuzide were all ranked according to their combat strength. The second young master's combat strength was only second to the first young master. Usually, he and the third young master would take turns guarding this place. Unfortunately, they had met the stronger second young master today. The second young master was already strong. Now that he had ambushed the great master, although he had displayed a powerful combat strength that made people tremble, his cultivation level was only at the 5th stage. How could a 5th stage win against an 8th stage? Once the mighty expert died, it was naturally impossible for him to survive. But then again, if it wasn't for the great master, he would have died. Death was near, but Clay could face it calmly. To be able to see such a powerful existence before his death, he could die without regrets. One must know that even those higher life forms might not have such powerful combat strength. Just as Clay was thinking about how the second young master would deal with him, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Looking at his attire, it was obviously the great master. Clay rubbed his eyes and looked in front of him in disbelief. Dressed in black, his back straight. Wasn't that the great master? Looking to the side, a corpse had fallen. The owner of the corpse was the second young master that he had caught a glimpse of. Dead. The 8th stage second young master was dead. The 5th stage really defeated the 8th stage. Clay looked at the dead second young master in shock. The second young master's eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. The fatal wound was on his chest. There was a flat wound there, and it didn't look like it was left by a spear. As long as the great master was alive, he definitely wouldn't die. Huge joy rushed to his heart. Clay didn't have the mood to find out how the second elder was killed. Zichen walked towards the treasury, and Clay followed closely. But soon Zichen stopped. There were no enemies in front, but there was a formation. Come to think of it, the grand formation of the treasury must have just been activated. That would explain why the experts guarding the treasury appeared one by one. "I'll leave the rest to you," Zichen's indifferent voice sounded. Clay was stunned. Why would I know this? Of course, Zichen wasn't talking to Clay. He was talking to the sacred lightning beast. As a guy that had lived for countless years, it naturally had a unique understanding of formations. The moment the sacred lightning beast, who had turned into a black nether tiger, appeared, its gaze fell on the formation. "It's just a small formation. How can it stop this?" As it spoke, the sacred lightning beast stopped. In the next moment, its body emitted light, and it charged towards the formation. The violent collision that they imagined didn't happen. After the sacred lightning beast crashed into the formation flashed a few times, and the sacred lightning beast's figure entered the formation. Zichen was stunned. He was a little surprised. Behind him, Clay stared blankly at the unbelievable scene. Just as they entered the formation, the sacred lightning beast poked its head out. A ray of lightning surged from its body, and the light fell on Zichen and Clay. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared. At this moment, Zichen had already reached the treasury. The 13 Alliance had been established for tens of thousands of years, and Wu Side had existed for tens of thousands of years. Under normal circumstances, as long as Wu Side didn't die, this force would continue to exist. In these tens of thousands of years, most of the wealth that Wu Side had accumulated was here. Clay looked at the colorful glowing objects in front of him, and his eyes widened. This was the entire wealth of Wuzide, and there were no less than 100 of those glowing domain world orbs. As expected, there's a problem. Chapter 1587. The reason Zichen had come to Wall Side was because Clay had said that the higher-ups were urging them to find the foreign race Zichen. Zichen had felt that something was amiss at the time. Now that he saw the 2 8th-level worlds in the treasury, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Since there were 8 levels of worlds in the treasury, it was obvious that a higher-up was not in a hurry to break through to the next level. It had taken them more than a year to send out all of them at once. The cost of this period was not small. It was not a big deal if there was one or two of the 13 alliances, but if all of them were like this, then something was obviously wrong. If Zichen's guess was correct, there was definitely an even bigger power behind the lawless 13 alliances in this lawless area. This power was very likely the one that had coveted Zichen's star illusion dragon spike. The treasury was filled with a dazzling array of items. Besides the realms, there were also beast soul essences, realm fragments, and some other energy resources. Of course, there were also a lot of weapons, armor, and other similar items. Not all of the items in Wall Side were at the domain realm. There were also quite a few reality realm items. In a certain corner of the treasury, there were items that were specifically used by those in the reality realm. Besides a few items, Zichen did not care about the rest of the items. However, in Clay's eyes, these items were undoubtedly equivalent to an astronomical amount of wealth. Zichen's gaze moved as he searched for some useful resources among the glowing objects. He had already entered the 6th level, so even the low-level realms were useless to him. As for the shattered realm fragments, they were completely useless to Zichen. Zichen's realms were too perfect, and all the perfect realms required tens, hundreds, or even thousands of times the amount of resources to grow. Currently speaking, the 6th level of the domain world wasn't of much use to Zichen. Only the 7th and 8th level of the domain world were helpful to Zichen's advancement. However, after all the impurities had been removed from these realms, there wasn't much pure energy left. Previously, when Zichen had broken through from the peak of the 4th stage to the 6th stage, the source of energy he had refined was already an astronomical figure. Apart from the source of energy, the most fundamental reason why Zichen was able to advance so quickly was because he had refined the pure life force of the two great powerhouses. Zichen had absorbed and refined both types of energy, which directly caused the two powerhouses to be forcefully downgraded. Although the heavy injuries were a part of the reason, for a sovereign and a heavily injured saint to drop several realms in succession, it could be seen just how pure and enormous the energy contained in that energy was. It could be said that even if Zichen were to kill 107th grade dominions and refine all of them, the energy contained in the dominions might not be able to help Zichen advance even a small realm. Of course, this kind of astronomical consumption was enough to match Zichen's current super strength that ignored levels. This was because one Zichen could almost annihilate a team of 107th grade dominions. If this team of dominions was still in Zichen's perfect dominions, they might not be able to kill Zichen even if their numbers were increased tenfold. This was the true magic of the perfect dominions. Its power would become more and more obvious as Zichen advanced. Although these things aren't very good, they're just passable. Just as Zichen's gaze swept around, the lightning's sacred beast suddenly spoke up. After a rough scan, a disappointed expression appeared on its face. Clearly, it was very dissatisfied with the items in the treasury. However, it was better than nothing. These things were just passable. Thus, it opened its mouth and inhaled abruptly. Everything in the treasury that contained energy was dissolved by this inhalation and turned into pure energy that was sucked into the sacred lightning beast's stomach. As the endless energy entered its stomach, it was as if it had entered an abyss. The sacred lightning beast did not show any signs of satiation. Calais looked on helplessly as the dominions exploded and turned into a huge amount of energy that was absorbed. He was even a little worried that the black nether tiger would explode from being too greedy. "You're too greedy," Zichen's dissatisfied voice rang out. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward the two 8th grade dominions and immediately took them. It seemed like this was the most valuable thing in the treasury. As soon as the two 8th level worlds were taken away, the entire treasury exploded. The items that contained a huge amount of energy exploded one after another. Medicinal herbs that had been born with spirits, king-level spirit weapons, and even some strange objects that had given birth to life were all shattered. The spiritual energy within them was all forcefully extracted. They struggled, letting out unwilling roars and screams of despair as they entered the Thunder Saint Beast's stomach one after another. They were simply unable to resist. This, Colet's eyes widened, but he could not say a word. In the blink of an eye, the previously shining treasury lost all its luster. There were still many things in the treasury, but all of them had lost their spiritual energy and were useless. In less than a minute, it had devoured all the spiritual energy in the treasury. When he looked at the black nether tiger again, he saw that it had merely burped. There were no changes to its body, and even its abdomen did not show any signs of swelling. One had to know that if Colet had completely refined all this energy, he could have broken through several realms. He might even be able to jump into level 8. However, after absorbing so much energy, the black nether tiger's realm did not change at all. This is really just a black nether tiger with a high-level bloodline. Even if a high-level life form were to come, it would not be so ferocious. Colet was completely stunned by the black nether tiger's actions. However, in the next moment, the black nether tiger said, "I heard that there are a total of 13 places like this. Let's hurry to the other 12. Colet almost fainted when he heard this. Robbing one was not enough. Now, it was targeting the other 12 forces. Boom! At this moment, the sound of energy vibrations came from outside. Someone was attacking the array. Colet's expression changed. It should be the first head. He is in Wu's side. The first head of Wu's side was called Wu's side. At this moment, he was looking at the treasury that had activated all its defenses with a gloomy expression. When he heard that something had happened to the treasury, he rushed over as fast as he could. However, he was still one step too late. Even the second head was dead. When he found out that only 2 people had entered, he was shocked and furious. Beside him, 2 cultivators were kneeling. One of them was the one who had stopped Colet. "My lord, this is all I know," that person said fearfully. Wu's side's expression darkened. "This means that it was that idiot Ming Mo who provoked this existence." The cultivator was so scared that he did not dare to speak. Although Ming Mo was already dead, he still did not dare to nod his head. "That idiot. It's fine if he was greedy. But he actually brought us such a powerful enemy. That damned thing." Wu's side's eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, he urged the others to break the array. Looking up at the round ball above his head, Wu's side's eyes were filled with killing intent. His eyes were filled with worry. Since he dared to come here so brazenly, he should have some tricks up his sleeve. "I can only strike first." With a cold glint in his eyes, Wu's side opened up his domain world, enveloping everyone in it, including the treasure vault. Boom! The array around the treasury finally broke. Wu's side sent a strand of his spiritual will inside. When he saw that there was no more spiritual energy in the treasury, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Boundless killing intent surged as Wu Shirda roared, "Die for me!" It's the first head's voice. Hearing this voice, Colet could not take it any more and fainted. Zichen strode out of the treasury with the sacred thunder beast by his side. Wu's side's domain had already enveloped all the buildings and the surroundings. Similarly, all the cultivators in the buildings were also within the domain. When he saw Zichen appear, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect this person to be so young. Moreover, as the intelligence said, he was only at the 5th rank and had a pet of the 4th rank with him. However, this man and beast were able to kill the second head. Looking at the expression on the second head's face before he died, it was clear that he had seen an extremely shocking scene. However, the difference in their cultivation levels allowed Wu's side to heave a sigh of relief. Initially, he wanted to make peace with Lin Fan as long as they could not be enemies. But now, he decided to kill Lin Fan once and for all. This was not just because of the deaths of his subordinates. More importantly, it was because the treasury had been emptied. This was no ordinary robbery. All the energy had been taken away. Now, even if he managed to get back the energy, these items would still be useless. In other words, Wu's side's gains over the past tens of thousands of years were all destroyed today. Wu's side's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. "You killed all these people." Zichen looked at Wu's side and smiled coldly. "Of course. You have to die. Wu sighed, gritted his teeth. Whether I die or not can be discussed later. Do you know who gave this to me? Zichen pointed at the round ball above his head and said, It's useless to try and claim connections now. Even if you're the illegitimate son of the Shuntian prefecture master, you have to die today. Hearing the voice that was filled with killing intent, Zichen only lightly laughed. Haha, I'm not so lucky as to become someone's illegitimate child. But I'm sure you know the person I'm talking about. He's called Mo Ling, and this thing was given to me by him. In the Shuntian prefecture, who did not know Mo Ling? Hearing this name, Wu's side was clearly taken aback, but he quickly understood what it meant. You are. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. Before he could finish his sentence, Zichen had already launched his attack. Now, he was certain that the 13 alliances were under the jurisdiction of that huge power. Therefore, he did not hold back. Thus began a frenzied slaughter. Zichen wanted to accumulate enough glowing spheres of domains for his next breakthrough. Chapter 1588. Kulei was shocked. He immediately got up and looked around cautiously. Not far away, he saw a figure. Lord Expert. Kulei would never forget the owner of the figure. After getting up, he shouted excitedly. His face was filled with joy. Clearly, the fact that the expert was in the mood to roast meat meant that the two of them were safe. You're awake. Zichen turned around and glanced at Kulei with a meaningful smile. Recalling the scene before he fainted, Kulei scratched his head awkwardly. The impact of that day was simply too great, and his emotions were fluctuating wildly. In the end, when he saw the great leader Wu's side and felt that terrifying power, he completely lost control and fainted. Besides the awkwardness, Kulei also had many doubts. Hence, he asked carefully, Lord, where's head? Zichen was seriously roasting meat. After a while he said, Dead. Although he had expected this, Kulei was still shocked when he heard it at this moment. Wu's side was annihilated in a single day. From the great leader Wu's side himself to the deacons of the 5th domain realm, all of them were killed. That day, the entire Wu's side was covered in blood. The boiling blood flowed down from the top of Wu's side to a low-lying area below. On that day, many cultivators stared in shock and fear at the figure of a young man riding on the black nether tiger. He was only at the 5th tier, but he had single-handedly destroyed the entire rusted city. Including the 5th domain realm cultivators, all of them were killed. Only a few 4th domain realm cultivators were left. In this lawless place, a 4th domain realm cultivator wasn't even considered a force. Soon, the 13 alliances would be reduced by 1 and become 12 alliances. As for Wu's side, it would disappear forever. It would be taken over by other forces. Wu's side was destroyed without any warning. Almost no one knew the reason. Most people guessed that the other party had a grudge against Wu's side and was here to seek revenge. Some guessed that the other party was here for the treasure vault. No one would have guessed that the destruction of Wallstead was due to the greed of this new steward, Ming Mo. Not only did he lose his life, he also lost the entire Wallstead. Because of his initial choice, Zichen did not abandon Clay. Although this person was a bit timid, he was able to let Zichen leave at a critical moment. He could be considered a clever person. In this Zhanwu continent, there were not many wonderful people. The powerful Shun Tian Dao was one of them. Those who had gone through life and death with him were also one of them. The current average strength and somewhat timid Clay was also one of them. Thus, Clay no longer ate the burnt barbecued meat. Not only did Zichen share the barbecued meat with him, he also gave Clay 2 additional 5-fold worlds. My lord, what do you plan to do next? Klein asked cautiously as he ate the roasted meat. He recalled what the black nether tiger had said. Now, he was afraid that the black nether tiger would really find trouble with the other 12 forces. Tossing a bottle of wine to the flattered Clay, Zichen said indifferently, I've gained quite a bit this time. Let's refine them first. Before Clay could relax, Zichen looked at Clay and said, Next, you have to show me the way to the 12 forces. Ah! Clay cried out in shock. His face paled and he lost his composure. My lord, are you really planning to destroy the 13 Alliance? Zichen smiled lightly and said, Of course. They were the ones who provoked me first. Are you unwilling, or do you not dare? Clay's face was filled with awkwardness. However, when he thought about the scene he had seen before, he had a certain amount of confidence in this expert who had never asked for his life before. However, when he thought about the reason for Wallstead's destruction, he became speechless. It should be known that Wallstead was destroyed because of Ming Mo's greed. However, the other 12 forces were also implicated because of this reason. Of course, Zichen wouldn't attack the 13 Alliance for such a small reason. Before killing Wallstead, Zichen's words had confirmed the relationship between Wallstead and that force. Next, it was time to refine resources and raise his cultivation level. There were no more accidents during this period. On the other side, Zichen fell into silence. Nothing major happened in Shuntian Prefecture. After the grand competition ended, Shuntian Dao and the others returned to their respective cities and began to cultivate in seclusion. Manshur and the others also went into seclusion after returning to Huping City. This time, because Zichen wasn't able to participate in the final grand competition, the higher-ups of Shuntian Prefecture gave the other four a certain amount of compensation. The 4 of them received a lot of resources and went into seclusion to refine them after returning. Zichen's deeds were added to the list. Now, Zichen's reputation in Huping City could be said to be soaring. In Huping City, there might still be people who didn't know who the city lord was, but there was definitely no one who didn't know who Zichen was. The void tree in Zichen's domain world had long stopped its work outside. The roots that had pierced into the void were all retracted and extended into the balls of light. Those balls of light were all domain worlds, and the weakest one was a level 6 domain world. As the void tree absorbed them, the balls of light slowly shrank until they disappeared. A lot of energy was absorbed, refined, and fed back into Zichen's perfect world, increasing the size of Zichen's domain bit by bit. Each increase in size represented an increase in Zichen's strength. At the same time, Zichen wasn't idle. He was refining the other domain worlds. This time, he had killed a lot and obtained a lot of domain worlds. As for the lightning sacred beast, it was lying on the side listlessly. It looked like it was dozing off, but it was actually healing its injuries. The news of Wallstead's destruction caused a commotion among the other 12 forces. Soon, people came to investigate. When they heard that only one person and one beast had killed Wallstead, and that the person was a level 5 domain world while the beast was a level 4 domain world, the expressions of the cultivators who came to investigate changed drastically. When the news was passed back, the other forces didn't care. In this world, there were too many experts. Perhaps Wallstead had offended someone he shouldn't have. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. The 12 forces didn't care about Wallstead's destruction. However, during this time, they still didn't give up on searching for Zichen. Half a year later, Zichen refined all the resources that he could. With the help of many resources, Zichen's cultivation level increased slightly. But he didn't break through. His figure reappeared. Zichen decided to go on the road. All right, let's go find the second force. After Zichen came out of seclusion, he woke Kalei up. Half a year had passed, and the latter had directly advanced by a small realm. Let's go now. Kalei was shocked. One had to know that in this half a year, he had only refined 2 minor worlds. However, Zichen had obtained so many minor worlds. Could it be that he had refined all of them? If that was the case, then his speed was too fast. The second force was called Mamanwu. Like Wallstead, this force was named after its founder. However, it wasn't just one person. Instead, it was named after Mo Man and Wu Er. In this force, there weren't any level 9 experts. However, in most cases, level 8 experts were the true pinnacle of existence. One had to know that when Wu Feng became the city lord of Huping City, he was only at level 4. As for level 8 experts, they could easily guard the next city in Shuntian Prefecture. Under Kalei's lead, Zichen arrived at Mamanwu. The force they were in occupied a small mountain peak. There were many tall buildings built on the mountain peak. Other than that, there were many small spaces on the mountain peak. At a glance, this place looked like a sect. However, the division of titles here was indeed the same as a sect. However, the only difference was that there was no sect protection array here. Entering the mountain peak, there were only steps. Zichen and Kalei were blocked by two people at the foot of the mountain. Both of them were at level 5. One of them glanced at Zichen and said coldly, "Show me your token." In Mamanwu, everyone had a token. Every token was a form of identification. Once the token was refined, everyone would be able to sense the same aura. Although they didn't know each other, they wouldn't stop them. As for Zichen and Kalei, they naturally didn't have any tokens. Of course, they couldn't show them. Hence, Zichen took out his spear and fired 2 shots. The battle began at the foot of the mountain. Zichen held his spear and walked up the steps. Kalei followed behind him. He held a round ball in his hand and released a trace of energy to collect the minor worlds. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of others. Seeing that someone was charging into the mountain, the other guards also rushed over. However, in front of Zichen, no one could dodge a shot. Zichen walked up with his spear, leaving a trail of corpses behind him. Blood flowed down the bluestone steps to the foot of the mountain. Clay carefully collected the lumps of domain realm light. Just like that, Zichen killed every god and Buddha he met. He killed all the way to the top of the mountain and met one headmaster after another. However, in front of Zichen, these headmasters still couldn't dodge a shot. Soon those headmasters were all killed. Zichen went to find the treasury again. During this time, Zichen met Wu heir of Mamanwu. He, who was at level 8, died in Zichen's perfect world. In front of the treasury door, Zichen pierced Momon's heart with his spear. At this point, more than 60% of the powerhouses in this force had died. As for the powerhouses on the other mountains who were about to rush over, they all turned and fled when they heard that their boss was killed. In front of the treasury door, the Thunder Sacred Beast manifested and led the two of them into the treasury. Looking at the dazzling array of items, the Thunder Sacred Beast opened its mouth and began to absorb again. Zichen took away the useful resources as fast as he could. A moment later, all the items in the treasury lost their spiritual power. The two of them and the beast turned around and went down the mountain. Wherever they passed, no one dared to stop them. The 13 alliances had lost one more force. When this news spread, it caused an uproar. Just as everyone was guessing whether the destruction of the two major forces was a coincidence, the news of a third force being attacked came. It was the same 2 people and 1 beast, and the result was the same. There were still 10 forces left in the 13 alliances. Chapter 1589. One by one, the void trees took root in the balls of light. As the green leaves swayed, waves of pure energy were absorbed by the roots, refined, and sent to the trunk of the trees. Finally, the energy was injected into the world. As far as the eye could see, there were dozens of void trees working without rest, and under the roots of the void trees, there were many balls of light that represented the domain worlds entwined around them. As the pure energy in the domain worlds was absorbed, the balls of light that lost their spirit energy crumbled one by one and disappeared into nothingness. Zichen sat cross-legged in the perfect domain world. He was now on the verge of a breakthrough. The balls of light around him exploded one by one. The pure spirit energy in them turned into a storm that swept into the distance. On the other hand, Zichen's vast world was expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a huge amount of energy was being consumed. As the domain world expanded, Zichen's aura also slowly increased. Finally, he advanced from the peak of the middle stage to the late stage of the 6th stage. He was only a small step away from the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. It had been 20 years since the destruction of Wested. In these 20 years, 12 of the 13 alliances had been destroyed. Only the Storm faction remained. The faction's name was the Storm Faction. By the time Zichen walked out of the domain world, Kalei had already finished refining all the energy. 20 years had passed, and Kalei, who had followed Zichen, had improved his strength by leaps and bounds. His realm had risen from the initial stage of the 4th layer to the peak of the 5th layer. He was only a step away from the 6th layer. Under Kalei's witness, Zichen had destroyed 12 factions. He already knew that Zichen's strength was at the 6th stage. As for the 5th stage, it was just to confuse others. In the process of destroying the 12 factions, he had encountered many dangers. Injuries were common, but fortunately, he had survived every time. "Congratulations on breaking through again, my lord. Shall we go and destroy the Storm Faction now?" Kalei's face was full of anticipation. He had thought that the Black Nether Tiger's words were just a joke. He didn't expect that after 20 years, 12 of the 13 alliances had been destroyed. There was only one left. However, this last one was also the strongest. Zichen glanced at Kalei and said, "You don't have to go this time." "I'm not going." Kalei was startled. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "We've already destroyed 12 of their forces. They've already been alerted. Perhaps they're waiting for us right now." "But Sir still wants to go." Kalei didn't understand. "We've already destroyed 12 of them. What's one more?" Zichen chuckled. Knowing the location of the storm, Zichen set off alone. However, Kalei insisted on following him. He made it clear that he would only watch from the outside of the storm and would not go in. The storm was thousands of miles away from Zichen's place of seclusion, but to the two of them, this distance was nothing. While Zichen and the others were on their way to the storm, in another direction, there was also a small group of 5 people heading in the same direction. 2 of them were at the 9th stage of the domain realm, and the other 3 were at the 8th stage of the domain realm. A young man was in the middle of the team. He was only at the 8th stage of the domain realm. Beside him were 2 9th stage domain realm cultivators. As they walked, the 2 9th stage domain realm cultivators deliberately slowed down the young man by half a step. Their expressions were respectful. It seemed that their cultivation levels were high, but their status wasn't as high as the young man's. They seemed to be his guards. "Young master, according to the news, the person coming is very strong. Once you encounter him, please don't be rash," a 9th stage domain realm cultivator beside the young man said. The young man smiled and said, "Kalei, you've said this more than 10 times along the way. Don't you find it annoying?" The 9th stage domain realm cultivator smiled embarrassedly and said, "It doesn't matter if it's annoying. As long as young master is safe." The young man waved his hand and said, "He's only at the 5th stage. Even if he's strong, how strong can he be? Could he be stronger than a higher life form? Young master, you mustn't be careless. He must have suppressed his cultivation level. He said he's at the 5th stage, but it's very likely that he's at the 9th stage," another 9th stage domain realm cultivator said. "There's no need to be afraid of a 9th stage domain realm cultivator. Don't we have the 2 of you? Moreover, there must be other people in the storm. We have the absolute advantage in numbers. As long as he dares to come, he'll definitely die." The young man still didn't care. "That's true. But young master, you must know that there's a difference between the strong and the weak in the 9th stage domain realm. If he's a ruthless character from the battlefield of despair, he's definitely not someone you can suppress with numbers," Kalei said beside him. The young man laughed and said, "If he's really from the battlefield of despair, he won't be able to fight after knowing my identity. In this region, oh no, in the entire Royal Sky region, who dares to not give face to the Wang clan?" The 2 8th stage domain realm cultivators didn't say anything. As for the 2 9th stage domain realm cultivators, they couldn't help but feel worried after exchanging glances. The Wang clan was indeed powerful. In the entire Royal Sky region, there were very few people who didn't give face to them. However, this didn't include those powerful existences in the battlefield of despair. "Kalei, didn't you come from the battlefield of despair? Why are you so unconfident?" the young man suddenly said. The other three looked at Kuwei in astonishment. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of this. Kuwei's face had a trace of awkwardness as he said, "There's a difference between the strong and the weak in the battlefield of despair. I've only stayed there for a year." The other three looked at Kuwei in astonishment. One must know that it was already very impressive to be able to survive for a month in the battlefield of despair, let alone an existence who had lived for a year. Although they were all the young master's guards, they didn't know each other well. The young man asked curiously, "Everyone says that the battlefield of despair is very dangerous. Kuwei, tell us, exactly how dangerous is it?" A trace of fear appeared in Kuwei's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That place is considered, hell. It's very normal to die there. Anyone who walks out alive is a demon." "Oh, then you're considered a demon too." "No, I'm just a little brat at most." As they exchanged questions and answers, the group of 5 wasn't far from the storm. At this moment, they saw 2 people. A young man and a middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man who purposely walked behind them, they could tell that the young man was also a disciple of an aristocratic family. However, he only had a guard of the 5th layer. Compared to the young man from the Wang clan, he seemed a little too shabby. The young man from the Wang clan looked at the young man not far away. There was contempt and disdain in his eyes as he said, "It's indeed a poor place. Even a 5th layer can be considered a guard." Beside him, Kuwei said loudly, "Young master, not everyone is from the Imperial Sky region. In fact, a 5th layer isn't weak here." Listening to the conversation between the two, Zichen glanced at the 5 of them expressionlessly. If they continued on this path, their final destination would be the storm. "Sir?" Even Kuwei, who was at the peak of the 5th layer, felt his heart tremble when he saw the 5 of them. Hence, he called out softly. Zichen shook his head lightly. However, he slowed down his pace, intentionally letting the 5 of them go first. The 5 of them were much stronger than the 2 of them. After mocking them a few times and seeing that the 2 of them didn't respond, they lost interest and walked straight ahead. Zichen and Kuwei were right behind the 2 of them. "Sir, they are going to the storm." Kuwei transmitted his voice. "Should be 2 9th layer and 3 8th layer. The storm is quite popular." Just as the 2 of them were discussing, the 5 people in front of them noticed that the 2 of them were following them. "These 2 can't be allies of the storm, right?" the young man mocked. "Impossible. I can beat 100 of them with a single punch. The storm will only lose face if it finds such allies. Maybe he is the illegitimate son of one of the leaders of the storm," Kuwei said indifferently. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the storm. The structure of the 13 alliances was similar. Almost all of them were people who occupied mountains and called themselves kings. Hence, their bases were all on towering mountains. Behind the 5 of them, the 2 people who were following them had suddenly become one. Only the young man was left. The young master of the Wang clan didn't mind. However, Kuwei frowned slightly. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they encountered guards. Even without the token, the guards didn't dare to stop the 5 of them. But strangely, after letting the 5 of them pass, the guards didn't check Zichen either. Kuwei, who was walking in front, suddenly frowned and looked down. "What's wrong?" The young man turned around and looked at the young man who was slowly climbing up. Kuwei shook his head. "Nothing. Maybe it's an illusion." He had just felt a vague fluctuation of space power, but after carefully sensing it, he couldn't detect it. As for the young man behind him, no one stopped him. He had a preconceived notion that the other party was from the storm. Just like that, the 5 of them climbed up the mountain. Behind them, Zichen followed unhurriedly. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked out of the mountain path. These cultivators were patrolling guards. However, one of them was startled. "Scared? Those are the allies of the Lord. Now we are just waiting for that reckless guy to come up." A cultivator next to him laughed. The cultivator rubbed his eyes again and stared straight ahead. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. The young man in black following behind the 5 cultivators was the demon who had once destroyed their faction. This discovery made the cultivator's face filled with horror. He had the urge to scream out loud. But at that moment, the young man suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Looking at the other party's devilish smile, the cultivator immediately covered his mouth with both hands, afraid that he would become the first person to be killed if he made a sound. "Old Lou, what's wrong with you?" Looking at the cultivator next to him, whose expression changed, a patrolling cultivator next to him asked in confusion. The cultivator covered his mouth, his face filled with horror. At that moment, a cry of surprise came from another direction. "It's him. He's that demon. He's coming to destroy the storm." 12 of the 13 alliances were destroyed. Many of the survivors had joined the storm. At that moment, they recognized the demon-like figure at a glance. Everyone around was startled and looked at Zichin. Chapter 1590. The gazes of all the cultivators were on Zichin. But soon after, everyone's faces were filled with doubt. How could this person be the demon who destroyed the 12 forces? They couldn't be blamed for their disbelief. This person looked too young, and the aura around him was only at the 5th level. The 5 people from the Wang family were also confused. They had already met each other before, and had even ridiculed each other. The other party had never retorted, only silently following behind them, maintaining a distance from them. How could such a person be the existence that even the storm feared and needed help? "It's him. He's the one who destroyed Wu's side. Our first master died at his hands. Wu Er was killed by him." For a moment, all kinds of frightened voices sounded, and many of them had changed their pitch. Obviously, everyone was accusing the other party of being the demon. "You're really that person?" The Wang family young master looked at Zichin in shock. "Take a guess." Zichin smiled, and a black spear appeared in his hand. There was no need to guess. Everyone had testified. Seeing Zichin take out his weapon, the others were immediately shocked. At this moment they were not far from the peak, so they carefully protected their young master as they climbed up. The young master was a little unhappy, but this place was not suitable for battle, so he had to climb to the peak. Zichin climbed up the stairs. Many domain realm guards were 100 meters away from him, but they did not dare to approach. Soon, the 5 people reached the peak, and Zichin followed closely behind. At the top of the mountain, many experts had already gathered. Among them, the short, bearded Storm was the most eye-catching and dazzling as he exuded a 9-fold aura. "We're from the Wang family, and this is our young master." The 5 stepped forward, and an 8th-level domain realm cultivator said to Storm. Storm's eyes immediately lit up, and he laughed. "So it's the young master. Forgive me for not going out to meet you." "You're welcome." The Wang family young master waved his hand, and looked at Zichin again. "But he's really that person." Storm's gaze finally landed on Zichin. After a moment of silence, he said, "It is indeed him, but today, he will not return." Behind Storm, there were a total of 5 9th-tier domain realm cultivators. In addition to Storm and the Wang family, there were a total of 8 9th-tier domain realm cultivators. In addition to that, there were also numerous 8th and 7th heaven cultivators. In the eyes of anyone, such a lineup would be a one-way trip. However, the young master of the Wang clan shook his head and said, "With just this kind of trash, we still have to trouble Storm to mobilize so many people. Young master, don't be careless. He's definitely suppressing his cultivation base," Storm said in a low voice. There were already 12 forces that had paid a heavy price because of their carelessness. The young master of the Wang family looked back at Zichin and said, "If you count as someone, then show your true state. What's the point of hiding like this?" Zichin smiled at the young master of the Wang family, but the latter felt a chill in his heart. That smile was too cold. Zichin began to release his aura. Sure enough, he was not at the 5th stage. Everyone became more and more fearful. But in the next moment, there was a hint of astonishment on everyone's face. That was because the opponent's cultivation base had only increased to the late 6th stage, and then it stopped increasing. Everyone looked at each other in shock. So this is your cultivation base? The young master of the Wang family was a little dumbfounded. Didn't he say that it could be the 9th stage? Why was it the late 6th stage? So it was the early 6th stage. I slowly broke through to the late 6th stage in the past 20 years, Zichen said honestly. For a moment, the expressions of the 5 people of the Wang family became strange. Then, they subconsciously looked at Storm. This was that very strong existence. The existence that had destroyed 12 of the 13 alliances, and could even kill an 8th stage existence in a second. Because all those who participated in the war were killed in the past 20 years, no one had seen what the real battle was like. But from the description of others, Storm was sure that it was indeed this person. Faced with the strange gazes around him, Storm took a deep breath and said, I am sure that it is this person. His combat strength is very strong. He can even kill an 8th stage existence. I originally thought that he was at the 9th stage, but I didn't expect him to be a combat genius. His combat strength is not weaker than a true high-level life form. The others also heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a little overkill to find so many reinforcements, they still wanted to see how strong this guy at the late 6th stage was. Let me try. The young master of the Wang family stepped forward with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. However, Sheik took a step forward and stopped him. Young master, you can't. What a joke. If this person really destroyed the 12 alliances, his combat strength was definitely unfathomable. It was not something that could be measured by cultivation base. Although the young master had some tricks up his sleeve, he was definitely not a match for such a decisive person. What are you afraid of? He can't kill me. The young master of the Wang family was confident. Indeed, he might not be a match for him, but he definitely wouldn't die. This was because the young master of the Wang family had too many trump cards. As for his defensive techniques, even if 2 9th stage domain realm experts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to break his defense in a short period of time. And this period of time was enough for them to make a move. After a slight hesitation, Sheik took a step back. Storm originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of the size of the Wang family and how this young master was the most powerful person in the family, even if a sector lord came, he might be able to deal with him. Fortunately, he kept his mouth shut. However, he still signaled for the others to be careful. As for those who originally surrounded Zichen, they all retreated and turned to the 7th stage and 6th stage experts to surround him. The young master of the Wang family took a few steps forward, stared at Zichen and said coldly, Do you dare to fight with me? Zichen shook the long spear in his hand and said, If you want to die, I will naturally fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious aura surged around Zichen's body. This aura was caused by too many 8th stage domain realm experts, so the young master of the Wang family felt an immense pressure from this ferocious aura. He warned himself in his heart that he couldn't be careless, so his body started to glow. A dazzling armor appeared on the surface of his body. Then, a light shield appeared on the armor, forming a layer of defense. It was a top-grade armor with an extremely high defense. Immediately after, a jade pendant on his waist started to glow. Another layer of energy light appeared, adding a second layer of defense for the young master of the Wang family. On his chest, there was a pendant. The pendant provided him with a third layer of defense. Seeing that the young master of the Wang family had added 3 layers of defense in the blink of an eye, the surrounding cultivators were speechless. The quality of the items on his body was top-notch, so the defense they formed was naturally indestructible. Even 9th stage domain realm experts like them would be dreaming if they wanted to break his defense in a short period of time, let alone a mere 6th stage domain realm expert. The battle hadn't even begun, but the young master of the Wang family was already in an invincible position. This was the foundation of the Wang family. The other party was already armed to the teeth. Then, there was another flash of light. A weapon that emitted a dazzling light appeared in the young master's hand. The quality of this weapon was already at the peak of the 9th stage. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed drastically. Just this weapon alone could break their defense. Even if they had the strength of a 9th stage domain realm expert, they would probably be killed in a few moves if they were to go against the young master who was fully equipped with top-grade items. Seeing this scene, Zichen was a little dumbfounded. He had never seen such luxurious equipment before. The equipment on the young master's body was all top-grade, and its value was astronomical. This was the first time Zichen had seen such a wealthy person in his life. "Do you dare to fight? If not, be my slave." The young master of the Wang family looked at Zichen proudly. Looking at the luxurious equipment, Zichen clicked his tongue and sighed. With such equipment, even a pig would have heaven-defying combat strength. In that case, your family must be very rich. I really want to take you as a hostage and extort a sum of money. You think you have what it takes? The young master of the Wang family looked at Zichen with disdain and said coldly, My name is Wang Dong, from the Wang family of the Royal Sky region. Today, I will kill you right here. Zichen seemed to want to say something, but the young master waved his hand to signal Zichen to shut up. You don't need to tell me your name. Just remember who is going to kill you. Zichen nodded and said, All right, I will kill you in 2 moves. Shameless boasting. The young master of the Wang family was enraged, and so were the other 4 guards. Die. The young master of the Wang family took the initiative and stabbed the long sword in his hand towards Zichen. This was the power of man and sword as one. Clearly, the young master's comprehension of sword moves had also reached the peak. This was a genius. Even if he didn't have any luxurious equipment, he still had very strong combat strength. The long spear in Zichen's hand moved like a dragon and tapped the tip of the long sword. In the next moment, the long sword glowed and an extremely strong force surged towards Zichen. Zichen's figure retreated, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. You think you have what it takes to kill me in 2 moves? This is already 1 move. Watch how I kill you in my 2nd move. The young master of the Wang family smiled proudly. But at this moment, the figure of Zichen in front of him slowly disappeared. The young master of the Wang family's expression changed, but before he could turn around, he heard the soft sound of an object piercing into his body. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone's expression froze. They saw that Zichen, who was defeated in 1 move, had unknowingly appeared behind the young master of the Wang family. A strange weapon had already pierced into the young master's back, but the layers of defense of the young master were useless. Ugh! The young master of the Wang family lowered his head and looked at the weapon that pierced into his body. His face was filled with disbelief. He didn't understand why his powerful defense couldn't block this attack. Swoosh! A surge of energy gushed out from the dragon's spike, heading towards the young master's sea of consciousness. Die! With a loud roar, Ji Wei had already arrived in front of Zichen and attacked him fiercely. Zichen pulled out the dragon spike and dodged in a flash. His eyes were filled with regret. His opponent's reaction was so fast that he missed the best opportunity to collect his opponent's domain. Since his opponent had such luxurious equipment, it was obvious that his domain should be extremely rich. Perhaps there were dozens of void trees. Chapter 1591. The Star Illusion Dragon Spike was once a saint weapon, but its attack power wasn't strong. It only had one function: to ignore all defenses. However, it was precisely this single effect that had helped Zichen defeat powerful opponents several times when he was caught off guard. For example, the young master of the Wang family was armed to the teeth. If Zichen didn't have the dragon spike, Zichen wouldn't be able to break his opponent's defense, and could only run. Otherwise, the final outcome would be Zichen's death. However, with the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, the tide of the battle changed completely in just 2 moves. All these years, Zichen had never failed when using the Dragon Spike. Rocky supported Wang Tong. A large number of pills appeared in his hand, and he put them into Wang Tong's mouth with trembling hands. These pills emitted a soft light and a rich fragrance. There were some pills that could bring the dead back to life. Unfortunately, it wasn't the star illusion dragon Spike that killed the young master of the Wang family, but Zichen's rule breaking. This was a fusion of rules that surpassed the rules of heaven and earth. Anything within the rules couldn't save him. Star illusion dragon Spike, you're Zichen. After Rocky's attack, Zichen retreated. Everyone also noticed Zichen's strange weapon. The storm recognized it at a glance. It was the star illusion dragon Spike they were looking for. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. I don't care who he is or what background he has. Today, he will die, and his family will disappear. Rocky supported the young master of the Wang family, who couldn't be saved, and stared at Zichen with hatred. If eyes could kill, Zichen would have died dozens of times by now. In contrast to Rocky's hatred, the other three guards were ashen and desperate. Their young master was dead, and they couldn't escape the blame. Even if they could return to the Wang family, they would be buried with their young master. Even if they killed 10 forces like the storm, it wouldn't be as bad as Wang Tong's death. The cultivators of the Wang family lost control of their emotions. The most important thing now was to kill this guy and then destroy his family. Maybe they could exchange for a chance of survival when they returned. An ice-cold killing intent spread. Several Wang family experts were truly angered. Of course, Windstorm knew the severity of the situation, and he knew that the Wang family might even destroy Windstorm to vent their anger. Nevertheless, he regretted not letting Wang Tong show off his strength if he had known that Wang Tong was Zichen. The group of cultivators had all taken Zichen as their leader. Now, only by capturing Zichen and bringing him to the Wang clan would they have a chance at survival. However, not everyone was concerned about the Wang family. Behind Feng Yun, the other 9th domain cultivators were staring intently at the star illusion dragon Spike in Zichen's hand. The star illusion dragon Spike was the weapon of the Starry Sky Great Sage. Ever since the Starry Sky Great Sage died, this weapon had gone missing. Only a small number of people knew that the second-generation master of the star illusion dragon Spike was an alien illusion dragon. For example, that peerless beauty, or that alien who was killed by a palm strike from outer space in the small world. Zichen, who was surrounded by layers upon layers of killing intent, was not nervous at all. Even if some of these people could kill him in a one-on-one battle, they would still be able to kill him. His gaze fell on Feng Yun. He smiled faintly and said, "Since you know that I am Zichen, you should also know that there is a powerful existence by my side." A powerful existence? That's the demon token, but he is already dead. Feng Yun was puzzled. Almost all those who knew that the Thunder Sacred Beast was by Zichen's side had died. This matter was still a secret. Even though Zichen knew that there would be a 9th domain overseer here, he still dared to come because of the Thunder Sacred Beast, who had been healing for 20 years. Seeing Feng Yun's expression, Zichen smiled and said, "Oh, so you don't know. Let me show you." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed beside Zichen. The mighty and domineering Thunder Sacred Beast himself appeared. In the past 20 years, the Thunder Sacred Beast had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. Not only had its injuries completely healed, but its realm had also increased by 1 realm. Now, the Thunder Sacred Beast had the strength of an 8th domain overseer. And the 8th domain Sacred Beast had a complete victory over several 9th domain overseer humans. Its majestic eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone's heart trembled. Zichen said, "These are all yours. I think it should be enough for you to break through to the 9th domain overseer." Even Zichen had to carefully serve the 8th domain Sacred Beast without any injuries. He did not dare to offend it at all. Everyone stared at the Sacred Beast that had suddenly appeared. It exuded an ancient and vast aura, like a giant beast from ancient times. Although its realm aura was only at the 8th domain overseer, it still made people feel suffocated. Boom! The Thunder Sacred Beast released the light of lightning. This light was like a sea of lightning that suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire mountain peak. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, there was only dazzling lightning. There was nothing else. Below the mountain peak, when the others saw the dazzling lightning, they could not help but close their eyes. In the next moment, when they opened their eyes, they found that the lightning seemed to have dimmed a little. But soon after, countless cries of surprise rang out. In the midst of the endless lightning, a huge beast shadow suddenly appeared. The beast shadow was like a mountain, and its entire body was shining with lightning. It lowered its head and looked down at the entire mountain peak. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly sucked downward. Endless lightning was sucked into its mouth, and in the midst of the lightning, there was a terrified roar. Occasionally, some energy light would explode, but it was not a threat to the giant beast at all. Below the mountain peak, everyone could only see the lightning and the giant beast. Other than that, they could not see anything else. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. The lightning that filled the sky was swallowed by the giant beast, and the giant beast's figure disappeared. On the previously crowded mountain peak, there was only one man and one beast left. Zichen's eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect the thunder sacred beast to swallow everyone in one move. This move was very powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. The thunder sacred beast's spirit became sluggish. "Okay, I'll leave the rest to you." After the thunder sacred beast finished speaking, it closed its eyes and disappeared in a flash of light. Zichen turned and walked down the mountain peak. His next target was the treasury of the storm. 2 hours later, Zichen walked out of the storm covered in blood. There were corpses everywhere in the storm, and there were no existences above the 5th level. 21 years ago, Zichen destroyed the 13 Alliance. Calais had been hiding outside the storm, and he was filled with worry. One must know that although the Lord was powerful, the other side had many experts. Suddenly, he saw a dazzling light being released from the storm, and within that light, there seemed to be a giant beast shadow. At this moment, the sky changed color, and an oppressive aura spread out for dozens of miles. Calais hid in the dark, but he was still shocked. This phenomenon lasted for a full 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour later, the vision disappeared, but the Lord didn't return. Clay waited anxiously, and after another 2 hours he saw the Lord. "Lord!" Calais shouted and appeared from the dark, running towards the Lord. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect the Lord to succeed. Seeing Calais, Zichen chuckled and casually threw a few balls of light to Calais. After Calais checked them with his spiritual sense, his expression changed greatly. Among the balls of light, there were 3 6th level, 1 7th level, and the rest were all 5th level. He said in confusion, "Lord, this," Zichen said. "I'm going to the Imperial Sky region and enter the battlefield of despair." When Calais heard this, his expression immediately turned gloomy. He knew about the Imperial Sky region, and he had also heard about the battlefield of despair. There were many experts in the domain realm in the Imperial Sky region alone. His past as a 5th level expert was really insignificant. As for the battlefield of despair, he was not qualified to enter at all. Zichen patted Calais' shoulder and said, "If you don't know where to go, why don't you go to Huping City?" "Huping City?" Calais was stunned. "Go to Huping City and look for the City Lord, or go to Hunter's Castle and look for Lord Wu. Just say that Zichen asked you to go. I'll give that ball to you. It was given to me by Senior Mo Ling, and it has a lot of sentimental value." After saying this, Zichen turned and left. "Huping City, Zichen!" Calais was stunned, and then his expression changed greatly. Zichen of the alien race. Lord Mo Ling gave it to me." Zichen had already walked far away, but Calais' face was filled with bitterness. During the 20 years he had spent with Lord Mo Ling, Calais often lamented that Lord Mo Ling's death was not worth it. It was actually because of an alien race. During this time, he had said many bad things about Zichen, but he did not expect that the Lord in front of him was Zichen. During the 20 years they had spent together, he did not know what kind of person Zichen was, but he knew that this Lord was not a bad person. Although he had destroyed the 13 alliances, he did not destroy all of them. He had only destroyed the powerful ones among them. At first, Calais had suspected that the 13 alliances were destroyed because of greed during the end of the Ming dynasty, but after thinking about it, he felt that this was not right. It was as if this lord had a grudge with the 13 alliances. Now that he knew Lord Mo Ling's identity, he understood everything. Saying that Zichen was of the alien race was a conspiracy, and Lord Mo Ling, who was willing to give Zichen away, might have died. If Zichen was really of the alien race and could even kill Lord Mo Ling, how could he have left behind someone who spoke ill of him every day? Huping City, isn't that the place where Lord Zichen rose to prominence? The Imperial Sky region was the Seven-Mansion Alliance, and it was equivalent to an even larger city. The people walking around the city were all true experts. If the Shuntian Prefecture was the core of the 108 cities, then the Imperial Sky region was the core of the Seven Mansions. The Wang clan had the absolute overlord status here. In the entire Seven Mansions, other than those who had walked out of the battlefield of despair, other people or powers had to be courteous when they saw the Wang clan. But today, something big happened in the Wang clan. The Wang clan's third young master Wang Dong's life tablet suddenly shattered, and the shattering of the life tablet represented his death. This caused a huge commotion in the Wang clan, and even alerted the sector lord-level existences in the clan. The Wang clan was powerful and had a unique bloodline. Through a secret technique, they saw the scene before Wang Dong's death. It was a youth holding a black spear, and he was forced back. Chapter 1592. After plundering the treasures in the storm trove, Zichen was able to break through to the 7th stage. The 7th stage was the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. Zichen, who was at the 7th stage and had the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, was no weaker than a 9th stage domain realm expert. However, on the way to the Imperial Sky region, the Sacred Thunder Beast announced that it wanted to leave on its own. What? You want to leave? Zichen stared at the Sacred Thunder Beast, dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Although I've successfully entered the 9th stage, I still need more resources if I want to advance to the Emperor realm. This place is no longer suitable for me, the Sacred Thunder Beast said. Back then, when it was at the 7th tier, it followed Zichen because its injuries were too severe. In the past 20 years, the Thunder Sacred Beast's greatest gain was that its injuries were completely healed. As for its dropped cultivation level, it could slowly increase it again. This was also the source of its confidence to leave on its own. An uninjured Sacred Thunder Beast, although only at the 9th stage, was not afraid of human sector lords. The current Zichen was naturally no match for the Sacred Thunder Beast, so threats would only result in a beating. Hence, his expression changed and he said bitterly, "Didn't you say that you would bring me to find those heavenly thunder wings? Now we haven't found any and you want to leave." The Sacred Thunder Beast glanced at Zichen in disdain and said, "I've already passed on the Lightning King's finger to you. As for the heavenly thunder wings, when did I say that I would bring you to find them?" Zichen did not refute. He still looked bitter and pitiful. The Sacred Thunder Beast's disdain deepened and it said, "All right, stop acting pitiful in front of me. That place is very dangerous. If you go now, only death awaits. Wait until you become stronger." Of course, Zichen would not let it go just because of this sentence. He immediately asked, "But the Jianwu continent is so big. How can I find you in the future?" The Sacred Thunder Beast smiled and said, "Of course you can't find me. However, when you do something sensational, I will naturally find you." "What level is considered sensational?" Zichen asked again. "Killing a prefecture lord is barely considered sensational." After saying that, the Thunder Sacred Beast left, leaving Zichen standing there in a daze. One had to know that even the weakest Manor Lord was at the Sector Lord realm. And Zichen was only at the 7th level. It wasn't easy for him to reach that level. In recent years, there was a strange rule at the entrance of the Imperial Sky region. All cultivators below the 8th level had to show their weapons when they entered the Imperial Sky region. This rule was very strange, but no one dared to question the decision of the Royal Heaven region. However, there were rumors that this decision had something to do with the Wang family. The Wang clan was located in the Royal Heaven region. This was a gigantic clan with 2 region lords in the past. As for the current clan leader, he was the vice-region lord of the Royal Heaven region. It was obvious that this vice-region lord's status was not lower than Shun Tian Prefecture's prefecture lord. Even the lowest realm was a sector lord. Furthermore, in order to become a domain lord, the most basic requirement was to enter the battlefield of despair. At this moment, the deputy region leader was sitting in his living room, quietly listening to the report from his subordinate. We found 2 people this month. Both of them were at the 6th level, but we didn't get any information about the young lord. A 9th level domain realm half knelt on the ground. Where is he? Deputy region leader Wang Yuanshan asked indifferently. He was Wang Dong's father. Dead? Continue searching. Even if we have to kill every spear user in the Royal Heaven region, we must find that person. I want to know what happened that day. Yes. After speaking, the 9th level domain realm expert turned to leave. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Reporting to my lord, we found a spear user outside the city. The region leader's eyes flashed as he asked, "What realm?" 7th level. Capture him. The opponent's combat strength is not weak. He has already injured 2 of us. The region leader glanced at his subordinate and said, "Wangwa, I'll leave this matter to you." The 9th level domain realm expert named Wangwa nodded and turned to leave. The Royal Heaven region was very big. Zichen, who had broken through to the 7th level, had to walk for close to a year before reaching the outskirts of the Royal Heaven region alone. Because it was the 7-Mansion Alliance, there was no need for a token to pass through the city gates. Anyone who entered the city would have to pay a level 1 soul essence. A level 1 soul essence was equivalent to killing a first-level Emperor-level battle beast. After paying the level 1 soul essence, just as Zichen was about to enter, he was stopped by a guard. The guard actually asked what weapon Zichen was good at. "What weapon are you good at?" Zichen was startled and became vigilant. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm good at using spears." The guard glanced at Zichen and said casually, "Robbing? Take it out and let me see." Zichen didn't understand and could only take out the Thunder Dragon's spear that was emitting a silver light. A trace of disappointment flashed across the guard's eyes. He then said, "Come with us." "Come with me? Where to?" Zichen took a few steps back and put some distance between them. The guard said unhappily, "Cut the crap. Go wherever we ask you to go." Sigh, another unlucky guy. Isn't that so? He'll be fine even if he uses a spear. All these years, no one who used a spear in the Imperial Heaven region ever came out. Whispers of discussion could be heard from afar. This caused Zichen's expression to change as he guessed that this matter might be related to Wang Dong. Zichen kept retreating while remaining vigilant. 2 6th-level guards attacked Zichen from both sides. Cold light flashed in their eyes as the Emperor-level spirit weapons appeared in their hands and slashed towards Zichen. Their attacks were filled with killing intent. Obviously, if they couldn't capture him, they would kill him on the spot. Feeling the killing intent, Zichen's face was filled with frost. The spear in his hand trembled violently, and 2 spears struck towards the left and right. Pooh! Pooh! The sharp spear light streaked past the 2 guards, penetrating their defenses and hitting their chests. In the next moment, the 2 were sent flying. This was the Imperial Heaven region. Zichen had just arrived and was filled with fear. Therefore, the 2 guards were only injured and lost their ability to fight. They didn't die. Kill. Seeing this scene, the other guards roared and rushed over from afar, launching attacks at Zichen. Among these guards there were several leaders who were 7th-level cultivators. In their adult life as guards, they were used to seeing heavy existences. These people didn't dare to make a move against them, which gave them the courage to be fearless. Sword light, blade light, and all kinds of attacks came. Zichen's feet flashed as he walked among the attacks. All the attacks brushed past Zichen's body. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the guards changed. However, in the next moment, Zichen made his move. The spear in his hand shone with a dazzling light. Bang! 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 In the midst of the rumbling sounds, the guards were swept by the spear and sent flying. All the 6th level guards lost their ability to fight. As for the 7th level guards, they were also heavily injured. The power Zichen displayed caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. After all, to be able to fight against those of the same level was already an amazing existence. Zichen looked like he had just entered the 7th level, but he defeated 3 of the same level. When the battle started, the guards in the city sensed it. Then, orderly footsteps sounded and a group of guards appeared in the city. The leader of the guards was a powerhouse of the 8th level. He was wearing gorgeous armor and should be the strongest person guarding the city gate. After he appeared, he glanced at Zichen and said indifferently, "You dare to attack the guards? Kill without mercy." Zichen's expression became incomparably cold. He said coldly, "Don't you want to ask what happened?" The 8th level guard smiled sinisterly and said, "I only care about killing you and upholding the rules." Zichen smiled coldly and said, "Sure enough, this is a place where the strong are respected. It's good that you know. Die." The 8th level guard's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at the 7th level youth in front of him. Suddenly, he noticed that the youth's figure swayed slightly from left to right. A spatial power flashed. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. He let out a shout and dodged to the side. Puff! However, a silver spear was the first to break through his defense at an unimaginable speed, piercing through his heart. The 8th level guard's originally cold face was now filled with shock. He looked down at the spear that pierced his heart, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, he saw a cold face in front of him. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Zichen smiled sinisterly at the guard leader and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. But in this life, you will be an ordinary person." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force surged from the tip of the spear. This force directly destroyed half of the 8th level guard leader's life force and all of his cultivation. The latter let out a painful roar and slowly knelt on the ground. All around, there was dead silence. The other guards, who were originally filled with killing intent, now had fear on their faces. When they met Zichen's cold eyes, they subconsciously retreated. The roaring continued, but the surroundings were completely silent. All the cultivators looked at Zichen, who was in the 7th layer, with shock written all over their faces. It was indeed shocking that a 7th level cultivator could kill an 8th level cultivator in one hit. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound. A middle-aged man walked out of the city and looked at Zichen with interest. Zichen looked at him and his pupils shrank. This was a 9th level domain realm cultivator, Lord Wanghua. When the frightened guards saw the newcomer, they all breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to him. Wanghua, surnamed Wang. Zichen's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly had many guesses. "You are indeed young and promising." Wanghua looked at Zichen and smiled. "Young man, come with me now." "Why should I?" Zichen still said the same thing. "Why not?" Wanghua smiled. Zichen slowly shook his head and said, "I admit that you are very strong, but I am here to enter the battlefield of despair, not to be taken away by you." Battlefield of despair. Wanghua's brows furrowed slightly, while the others let out cries of surprise. Seeing the other party's expression, Zichen confirmed his guess. The battlefield of despair was a special place. Even a powerful force like the Wang family couldn't completely control it. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.